Fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from relatively sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. It's Monday News Day, folks. It is December 9th, 2024. We're almost done with a year, and it's Monday, and boy, do I have a lot to talk to you about. But before we get into that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker for all the parasocialists out there. In between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and where I pressed the start streaming button. For all of those who are wondering what happened. So here it is, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, obviously everyone is saying free Luigi Mangione, and we're going to be talking about that. I am going to dial back. This is going to be the first day where I will not be doing Italiophobia. Normally, as you guys know, this is unlimited Italiophobia in the broadcast. This is the first day where there will be no Italiophobia on this broadcast. We will ban you if you engage in any of the pasta facing, any of the calling people Guidos, or what's the word that Chris Cuomo hates? If you do, don't do the cook of the pasta. Don't do that. This is no Fredophobia. No Fredo. No using the term Fredo. I can use it because I'm Italian spiritually, but you can't. Okay. Remember, we're gonna do that in a second though. Before I get to Aspettando Hasan, the Italiano version. Okay, let me tell you about my personal news about what's happened in the world. So, first and foremost, okay, so God, you guys are already fucking blasting me with like all the insane shit that this dude has said, including demanding that Japan ban pocket pussies. That's crazy. This guy had a lot of weird opinions. All right. Maybe not so based. I know who the guy is. Personal news wise, I'm just going to go through it really quickly. Okay. I'm going to go through it real quickly. What did I do last night? I ended the broadcast, and that's it. I didn't do shit. Okay. I had dinner. I watched Dungeon Meshi. Very good show. Passed the fuck out. Woke up early. Worked out. You guys probably saw hit 255 for one at least, okay? Hit 255 for one. It was push day today. My legs are still shot. Here it is. I have to put those towels on because like I'm getting plantar fasciitis on my hands. I think it's called like hook hands or something. Old ass man, being 33 years old. But yeah, just a chill guy putting up 255 is not a big deal. That actually technically is not a big deal. It is not a big weight at all. Okay. Unfortunately, but and it's not big historically, but it is the highest, is the biggest number I've hit in the last couple of years. So the fuck you mean not a big weight? 255 pounds is not that big of a weight for someone of my size. I am 225 pounds. I should be able to rep this shit, okay? I pressed 245 at 150, 5'5", and I'm 10 years older than you. Don't give up hope. I'm not. But also you have to remember, I will probably be taking TRT eventually, and that's when I will really hit those big numbers later down. But yeah. What is this? Be careful lifting weights. Might lead to an injury, then lead to, showing up in New York City with a blinky. Okay, dude, calm down. There's a couple steps in between me getting injured and having my healthcare coverage denied into taking direct action that is violent. And we, of course, as you guys know, do not condone. We condemn. We condemn. Not even once. No. Especially now that I know he's Italian, it's so much easier for me to condemn. Okay? So much easier. Crime is bad. We do not like crime around these parts. We hate crime. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, we deny. If you know what I mean. All right. Check out his Goodreads. He read JD Vance. I know. There are some discoveries coming out of the shooter, and now that he has been apprehended, it seems. And I will be talking about that. I kept my butt on the bench. Okay, I did on that lift. So before people talk shit about my form on that one, my butt was on the bench. So where was I? Okay, so yeah, I worked out. I had some big business deals, big phone calls, that sort of shit. Okay, and you already know. Wait, you said Moist Critical is bolder than you? He stands against the healthcare CEO? Yeah. Okay, well, Moist Critical doesn't have the same fucking insane rabid haters that are desperately looking to deplatform him in the same way that I am constantly a threat of deplatforming. So I'm gonna say it. Okay. He's also incredibly shredded. Luigi Mangione. We're gonna be talking about all of that. The Macy's, thank you for the playlist. Yeah, let's blast off and let's get right into it. I'm gonna post on Twitter. Okay, UHC possible shooter ID'd. We scour his background and it's truly unique. In parentheses, healthcare unites us all. Get in now. I mean, I thought I was going to talk about like Daniel Penny and many others issues today, you know. And it is definitely a thank you, Bomb Laughs, for that blast off meme. But I do think that we're probably going to have to address this. Let me just say I took a sigh of relief when I found out that this dude definitely not a HasanAbi head. Okay, definitely not. So that's good. Okay, that's good. We're good. Safe. All right. Hold on. All right, let's blast off and let's get right into it. This is like short and sweet, you know what I mean? I do find it very, I mean, I don't find it odd. And I do find it a little bit concerning that political violence is almost so universally done by the right that like, even when you got a motherfucker that kills a CEO, he's like, he has a lot of right-wing associations. Like, it's crazy. What is going on? Even labor militancy is only being done in this country in the future by right-wingers, I think. Okay? This dude has an insane background, but before we get started, his name is Luigi Mangione. That's right. The person of interest that is under arrest for the United Healthcare CEO shooting is Luigi Mangione. Okay, he is out of his mind, yacked to the goddamn gills. Incredibly Italian, and I mean, 10% body fat percentage. Like it's pretty solid, looking fit, looking tight. Okay. Great eyebrows, very powerful. I think that's literally what got him caught. Like high key, it seems like the eyebrows is what those goddamn Italian caterpillars right there is probably what got him caught. Because honestly, people that have been in a 10-mile radius of this motherfucker were like, oh dude, that's the eyebrow guy. So the moment that they saw those eyebrows in that taxi cab, people were like, everyone in Pennsylvania was alerted to this presence. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, this motherfucker should have shaved his eyebrows and I guess that would have been hard, but that would have been hard for him to stay undercover with the shaved eyebrows. What are his right-wing associations? I didn't see anything wrong with what he's posted. He's like a Peter Thiel fan. He doesn't like Jordan Peterson from what I've seen, and we'll dive further into it. But like, I think he's like, he likes Lex Friedman. He's like he's like a right-wing podcast bro, and kind of. What is this? This is the greatest day of my life. Wait, what? That's Luigi Mangione. This person just posted. What was he? Did he attend their wedding or something? He has Mein Kampf on his Goodreads. I don't know about the Goodreads stuff, but we'll see. So funny that half the CEO killer's timeline is just retweeting this guy. Oh yeah. It's really interesting. Doors open. People are trying to figure out why he was at the most recent Pokemon Worlds in Hawaii since it says he lived there. He follows AOC and Ezra Klein, but he also follows like I'm gonna get into it. He follows a lot of like fucking right-wing CEOs too. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting. Oh shit, the shelf is private now. They privatized it. No! Chat, log everything. Log everything and send it to me, all right? What is this? No, one of my fishies got sucked into the filter. This guy can't catch a fucking break. I do think that Paul Skalas being a Lindy man most likely is the reason why this dude did the damn thing, by the way. What is this? Holy shit, he follows. The last rated book I saw was the Lorax. You are now turning on him because he's Italian? Listen, dude. Listen. He is exactly the type of motherfucker that like loves Elon but hates healthcare CEOs. Okay? I need you to understand. Like, it is kind of hilarious that it's just like we got God, there's so much to talk about. We'll do his reading list, we'll do his Goodreads. Okay, we'll do his Goodreads that's now privated. He obviously reviewed the fucking Unabomber book, classic. Okay. He's got a good bit on Kurt Vonnegut, Slaughterhouse-5. So that's like, he's all over the place politically, okay? Which is so American. And I need you to understand this. It is the most American to be politically all over the fucking map. No one has a well thought out, consistent, clear-eyed, ideological perspective. But what's even more interesting for me, okay, is the fact that this guy who read Atlas Shrugged who has Atlas Shrugged on his fucking must read, like potentially want to read books, okay, and he's a Lindy man, and is literally a Lindy man, is all over the map politically and is reposting Peter Thiel. When I first saw this motherfucker's account, I was like, there is no goddamn way. He's an Andrew Huberman fan. He's retweeting Peter Thiel posts. Talking about AI. He follows Sam Altman. Okay. When I logged it, as soon as the name came out, he had like 300 followers or something. And since then, he has gone up, by thousands, 74,000 followers. And I find it very odd, but also very American. Here he is, Lex Friedman. It's amazing how caffeine really is the only drug that has achieved this level of social acceptance. Okay? He likes reading books. He's a tech guy. Like, these are some of the things that we have figured out. He was a HasanAbi head. Top of the hour Dankies. Yeah, he's not a HasanAbi head. Okay, calm down. That's not a real tweet. Shut the fuck up. American politics is so schizophrenic as always, okay? Always. Never forget that. It's just like that's a very common thing that happens all the time. You will never be able to immediately clock and identify a person's political associations, especially one that even takes like direct action. Okay, but here it is. Luigi Mangione's review, Industrial Society and its Future. Okay, actually, you know what? Let's get started on like the regular media coverage first, but and then I'll dive into his background. Okay, but before I do that, I just wanted to play this song for you.
Si andrà a guardare un video e poi giù 3 ore a commentarlo sul suo
This is a
stream.
Italiaphobia free space.
Or su, che stiamo aspettando Hasan. Chissà quest'oggi che farà. Dai che il casino è aperto, si scommette un po'. So già però che starò tutto il giorno qui seduto aspettando Hasan. Un tempo era dedito alle news, ora invece parla solo della curva di una Volvo. Dio mio, quanto tempo ho trascorso qui aspettando Hasan. Siamo qui che aspettiamo Hasan.
Why are we listening to this respectfully? Because the name of the United Healthcare CEO shooter is Luigi Mangione. That's right. He is the person of interest, Luigi Mangione, who is under arrest for the United Healthcare CEO assassination. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Let's take a look at the special report from ABC News.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. We are coming on the air because multiple law enforcement officials say a person of interest is now
Mamma mia!
being questioned in the New York City murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. They say he's identified as 26-year-old Luigi Mangione. Here's New York City Mayor Eric Adams with an update.
Thompson of United Healthcare was the victim of a senseless act of violence. Our officers have been working around the clock. Many of them did not go home to pursue this individual. It was crucial that we were able to remove him off the streets of America, and we were going to seek.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I felt really unsafe. Gioforio, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, my friend. Gioforio. The Italians are on a come up big time. Do you understand? Wait. Oh, I thought you were. I thought he replied to this or something. Why mafia isn't a fucking aesthetic, a thread? I cook the pizza. Go fuck yourself for real. I can't with these people anymore. I hate you all from the bottom of my heart. Ignorant pieces of shit. I cook the meatball. Hey, pasta the linguini. It's a mia Mario. Mamma mia. Yeah. Please check in on Mario, please. Yeah.
Him out, no matter where he was at the time. And so this is a strong person of interest. The police commissioner and
he's strong, all right. He's right. He's strong.
We'll go over where we are right now in the investigation. He matches the description of the identification we've been looking for. He's also in possession of several items that we believe will connect him to this incident. How did we do it? Good old-fashioned police work. The chief of detectives and the police commissioner made the decision to release as much of a photo that we had at the time. We sent it across the country, and someone, a McDonald's employee, did something we ask every American to do. If you see something, say something, but most importantly, do something. And they did. And because of that, we believe we have a strong person of interest to deal with this case. I want to now turn it over to the police commissioner of the city of New York, Commissioner Tisch.
I think it's really fucked up that they revealed this guy. I'm gonna be honest. I don't give a fuck how, but listen. BDS is. He went to Starbucks first, got nabbed there. Then he got caught at a fucking McDonald's in Allentown. Okay? BDS would have saved him. BDS would have saved him. And he didn't do it. Okay? He didn't do it. That's what you get, motherfucker. I mean, listen, free him, but also, you know, he's a dumb fuck who used the same fake ID. Okay, Central Committee. Like, just because this man is, you know, not ideologically aligned with someone like myself or someone like yourself, it doesn't mean you have to be so mean to him, okay? And I know it's partially because you hate Italians, okay? And I understand that. I understand that it's afraidophobia that you are exhibiting. But let's just, you know, let's just work through it. Let's just work through it. Let's try to get a better understanding of what motivated this man to behave in the ways that he did, okay? Oh, not Allentown, Altoona. Do not get my beloved Toontown names mistaken. First of all, Pennsylvania is such a fucking fake ass state that there's not one but two different tune related places. Like, what kind of Looney Tunes nonsense is happening over there? Y'all don't have better fucking names? My bad.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. Earlier this morning in Altoona, Pennsylvania, members of the Altoona Police Department arrested Luigi Mangione, a 26-year-old male, on firearms charges. At this time, he is believed to be our person of interest in the brazen targeted murder of Brian Thompson, CEO of United Healthcare, last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan. The suspect was in a McDonald's and was recognized by an employee who then called local police. Responding officers questioned the suspect, who was acting.
This is what Altoona is famous for.
Pizza, and then there is pizza.
Altoona Sicilian is what Altoona Hotel Pizza was like back.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. This is probably the radicalizing principle, dude. This is like, if I'm an Italian man and I find out that this is what they've done to my fucking most significant cultural artifact, I'm gonna fucking lose it too. Oh my God. What the fuck? What the fuck is this, bro? What the hell are they doing in Altoona? Hey, yo, look at this shit. What? You know, this reminds me of George W. Bush's favorite meal, which was, I think, a pizza cheeseburger, like a cheeseburger pizza. That's what he used to eat every fucking night. George W. Bush ate like a child. And I feel like this is the version of that. He was there for his next hit. Yeah, he went to Altoona to kill this guy next. It's like your crimes against Italians will be addressed today.
For customers at 29th Street Pizza Subs and more.
And it has yellow cheese on it we put Genoa salami underneath with green peppers. And it's done very well for us.
And customers from Brooklyn, New York agree.
It's the best pizza from here.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. What the fuck are we doing? Yeah. Elon Musk has been taking his son out as a little human shield nonstop since the CEO assassination. Is pretty funny. Like, he has literally been in public only with his son since that CEO assassination. He's like, hey guys, I just want to remind you that I am a human being. I am a father. I'm a human being. You know, please just remember. Don't look at his Goodreads list. No, I will be looking at his Goodreads list. But look at this fucking Altoona McDonald's that he got popped at.
Suspiciously and was carrying multiple fraudulent IDs as well as a U.S. passport. Upon further investigation, officers recovered a firearm on his person as well as a suppressor, both consistent with the...
Wait, this motherfucker was literally carrying that shit on? He didn't dump it? Bro, you can learn anything online, okay? You can literally learn anything online. I saw a video of like the Syrian rebels that were watching a YouTube tutorial on how to fly a helicopter sitting inside of the cockpit of the helicopter, okay? And now I'm beginning to realize that this guy was not a professional at all. and just simply watched a YouTube video on how to carry out a fucking assassination, because he should have watched more YouTube videos on how to fucking, I don't know, hide the evidence. Why the fuck? Yeah, I hate to do Monday morning quarterbacking here, but like the way he carried it out was pretty fucking smooth. And then he turns around and he's like, yeah, I'm going to go to fucking Altoona. No place where he ditched it. Like, by the time you get to Altoona, you could drop the gun anywhere at that point. You know what I mean? Drop it in a fucking river, dog. What are you talking about? Oh, shit. The mic is breaking again. I'm getting... Federal authorities are cooking my microphone. By the time you get to Altoona, you have already left. You have already left the state, okay? Dump it in a goddamn river, man. Okay? Make it the law enforcement, make it law enforcement the problem of law enforcement later down the line when someone is doing magnet fishing. You know what I mean? How the fuck do you keep that with you? Was he going to go and kill other CEOs or something? What the fuck was he doing? Get the eyebrows threaded, you know? Maybe shave it down a little bit. Do something. How can a leftist argue for pollution? Okay, man. Sometimes it's, you know, sometimes you got to ditch the fucking assassination weapon, okay? Dude thought he would get laid if he showed proof. This motherfucker doesn't need to get more pussy, okay? What are you, crazy? Have you seen the way he looks? Like, I do not think... Turns out a mutual friend of mine... Oh, this is from the prospect. Luke Coldstein says, turns out a mutual friend of mine went to high school with Mangione and was on the wrestling team with him. Says he was a class valedictorian. He had back surgery a few months ago and went missing. No one had heard from him. Oh, my God. Well, now we know what the motive is, it seems. He's an incel, though? No, I've seen him with, like, a lot of ladies, dude. I don't think he was an incel. I don't know. I mean, he might have been, we'll see. I'll dive into his background a little bit more because, like, looking at the podcast consumption that he has. Oh, that's his sister? Okay. Well, looking at the podcast consumption, I could see him being like, you know, it seems like he was like incel adjacent on a lot of the fucking podcasts that he was consuming, but like, I don't know if I don't think this guy's an incel. I think maybe like a men's right activist lightly, but I don't think he's an incel at all. But once again, do not try to understand the mind of someone who is a political operative in the United States of America. Wait, what? Who said his nipples are sharp? You need to be banned. Anyway, avid reader of 295 books listed on Goodreads. Academically, he holds a master's and bachelor's degree in computer science from the University of Pennsylvania. Additionally, he gained recognition as a valedictorian at Gilman School in Baltimore, showcasing his academic excellence. His work includes contributions to machine learning and robotics, as evidenced by projects on GitHub. It makes sense. He was like a fucking stem cell. He was like a jacked stem cell. So... yeah, it makes sense why he would find himself captivated by, when you have no humanities, when you have no formal humanities education, you find yourself in the throes of radicalization by the likes of fucking Andrew Huberman and shit. And all of a sudden, you know, become like kind of stem cell adjacent. Yeah, here is a very famous tweet that we have to point to. He literally, quote, retweeted Elon Musk's favorite neo-Nazi here. Immigration won't solve anything. It's maybe a short-term solution at best. Japan will be fine as long as it stays Japanese, this guy says. I am yes, you are no. He is a famous neo-Nazi online, Elon Musk's favorite neo-Nazi, as a matter of fact. He quote retweets him and says, modern Japanese urban environment is an evolutionary mismatch for the human animal. The solution to failing birth rates isn't immigration, it's cultural. Encourage natural human interaction, sex, physical fitness, and spirituality. Ban Tenga fleshlights and Japan real ho custom porn star pocket pussies being sold in Don Quixote grocery stores. Yeah, that's going to fix the problem, man. You're definitely right. Yeah, it's because the Japanese are too vociferously they're ravaging these sex toys that you can purchase at Don Quixote. And you know he's a fucking weeb too, because he knows what Don Quixote is. If you know what Don Quixote is, you're a goddamn weeb. You're a fucking otaku. Okay? Replace conveyor belt sushi restaurants vending machine ordering with actual human interaction with a waiter. I'm willing to bet that there is like classic fucking dumbass otaku that doesn't even understand Japanese culture, especially because human interaction is so there's so much need for human interaction that like a big part of Japanese nightlife industry revolves around people that basically fucking give that human interaction to you while you're engaging in social drinking, even if you are alone. Okay. So it's not the fact that there's too many conveyor belt sushi and restaurant vending machines. Dumbass. Replace 24/7 esports cafes with young males. Earn false fitness signals via Tekken fighting and Overwatch shooting games with athletics in school. Heavily stigmatized maid cafes where lonely salarymen pay young girls to dress and anime characters and perform anime dances for them. Revitalize traditional Japanese culture, Shintoism, Okinawan karate, onsen, etc. Bro, you got so heated that he doesn't understand Japan. That's one of your weebest moments. Yeah, I love talking about the Japanese birth rates, okay, without addressing Japanese work culture, capitalism, and also the tendency of developed nations across the board to run into this trap regardless, especially if they don't engage in any sort of migration. Like, this is what happens when you are a fucking stem cell with no understanding, no political acumen whatsoever. But I digress. This is important to understand and acknowledge that the issue of healthcare is a unifying principle, is a unifying problem. This is why it is not surprising that this person is not like a fucking card-carrying commie leftist. Okay? 2 reasons for why it's not shocking to me that he is not a card-carrying leftist or whatever, but instead is this like indecipherable kind of right-wing guy. Okay, 1, he's a stem cell. Okay, no understanding of humanities, probably assumes that humanities are bad. Okay. 2, the right dominates the space for political violence. They just dominate it. They own it. They dominate it. The right is so used to doing political violence that when you look at 2 of the Trump attempted assassins, Ryan Ruth, my NATO hero, okay, the #1 NATO defender, the 1 NATO voter, Ryan Ruth, and the other guy whose name I fucking forgot, the one that shot at Trump and popped him in the ear. One was a registered Republican. The other one had voted for Donald Trump. Ryan Ruth had literally voted for Donald Trump. So, like, obviously, Thomas Matthew Crooks. Yeah, that's his name. So, I feel as though the right is so used to the political violence and owning that space that they just kind of do violence to themselves. Can tell you that not a single person who went to Gilman is a leftist? I mean, it doesn't have to be. He doesn't have to be a leftist at all. It doesn't matter. This reaffirms my position. Okay? This is my point. My point is, this is not a left-right issue, okay? This is definitely a class issue, and it certainly impacts even rich people from rich families. I've talked about this before. When I was broke and I worked at the Young Turks, I had healthcare. I had healthcare that was given to me by the company that I was paying for, right? And the patchwork solution to losing my job and to moving on to, full-time streaming as a career The patchwork solution in that process was for me to be able to retain my health care, but pay for the entire premiums under what is known as COBRA. Okay? That is the Democratic Party's patchwork solution to the healthcare problem, is that, oh, at a time of financial uncertainty, we are giving you the opportunity to pay for the entirety of the premium that your work was paying for. So all of a sudden, I was paying like $600 fucking a month when I didn't make that much money. It's insane. But another thing that I also found out in this process, once my COBRA expired and I had to get my own healthcare personally, self-employed healthcare, was the reality that while my financial situation had dramatically improved, okay, at that point when I was looking for healthcare, even if you have money in this country, healthcare is still fucked. You can't even buy like the appropriate full tilt coverage as a person, as an individual, because the way that this process works is like you have to start a corporation and you have to literally get corporate healthcare. The premium healthcare is not given to you as a singular individual. It's crazy. So even if you have the money to pay for healthcare, they still do not give you the healthcare, at least in the state of California. So obviously, regardless of the fact that this kid probably comes from a relatively well-off family, he went to a private school in Baltimore, he still got fucked over. He still got fucked over by American healthcare. Okay? That's it. Yeah, his brother is seemingly a Republican politician in Maryland as well. And it's not, look, there's a very sad story here. Turns out a mutual of mine that went to high school with Mangione and was on the wrestling team with him says he was class valedictorian. Hey, are you okay? Nobody's heard from you in months, and apparently your family's looking for you. Thinking of you in prayers every day in your name. Know you are missed and loved. Hey, man, I need you to call me. I don't know if you are okay or just in a super isolated place and have no service, but I haven't heard from you in months. You made commitments to me on my wedding. Make commitments to me for my wedding, and if you can't honor them, I need to know so I can plan accordingly. Like I think he had to get back surgery and just like fell off the map. His Twitter account, I think this might have been his cousin or something, but his Twitter account literally has, his Twitter header literally has spinal surgery x-rays. Luigi Mangione's Twitter header has this x-ray. His Goodreads has these books. He must have gone through some kind of personal hell with insurance. Crooked, outwitting the back pain industry and getting on the road to recovery. Back Mechanic by Dr. Stuart McGill. He gave it a 2 stars. Crooked, outwitting the back pain industry and getting on the road to recovery. He didn't like that book. I guess he didn't like the book because it said it didn't tell him at any point that the way to outwit the healthcare industry is by taking matters into your own hands. That's why he gave it 2 stars. Where he was like, yeah, no, I am not. He was not a fan of the book. So, all jokes aside, this is a real moment of radicalization for a lot of Americans. Yeah. Mohammed says, Jim bro, who's mad at insurance for how they're covering his injuries. I get it. Yeah, this is if you guys recall, when I first went back on my fitness journey, okay, once the pandemic lockdown restrictions were lifted and I went back to working out, I had a shit ton of injuries because I had not moved my body enough. I was, not eating enough protein. Multitude of different factors at play here. But I recall going to the doctor for a slip disc. And I was very frustrated, not with the healthcare coverage in that situation, because like I am fortunate enough to be able to afford such things without even thinking about it at this point. But if you remember, I went to the doctor, and one of the things that was incredibly fucking frustrating, and now I don't have this back pain anymore, thank God. But one of the things that was incredibly frustrating was like the tendency of a lot of medical staff to, instead of subscribing physical therapy, they were just trying to medicate me. And like I am obviously pro modern medicine, as you guys know. This is something that I am not like an RFK Jr. type of person. But one thing, oh, did I say subscribing? Sorry, prescribing. But you should subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or you can get gifted a sub as well. Okay? But one thing that I personally experienced that I found to be very frustrating is that like prescribing pain relief medication when you have a injury is not addressing the like major cause of that dysfunction. Okay? And this is something that I talked about at that point as well. This isn't to say that like all pain relief is bad, and I'm not saying that at all. I think there's a time and place for that, for sure. There's chronic pain. I totally understand that. But I think the tendency, even, and this is not even like insurance related, even though insurance factors into this equation a little bit, but the tendency to overprescribe pain relief medication rather than try to address the problem and take this more complicated approach that requires you to identify where the muscular imbalance is and identify why you have injured yourself and try to fix it. Like that is a long and convoluted process. So I think that's part of the reason why people are way more, people just immediately go, yeah, just take this pain medication and just like rest it and it's fine. Also, thank you, Zylax, for the 50 community gift of subs. And this is frustrating. Every aspect of medicine in this country still, at a certain point, revolves around the profit motive. Okay? It is something that does not make sense. Even if you've taken an Econ 101 course, you understand that medicine, pharmaceuticals, and any sort of like medicine in general, any sort of medical help in general, has inelastic demand. If you don't get it, you die. So you have to get it, right? So the very fact that we still use this as an opportunity to fucking generate profits is insane to me. And I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people have distaste and distrust for healthcare in this country. And that's why you got the likes of fucking RFK Jr. and so many like anti-vaccine people in America that have this kind of attitude, because they see the issue with for-profit healthcare. They recognize the issue with for-profit pharmaceuticals, and it breaks their fucking brains. And instead of recognizing that the solution to this problem is by taking the profit motive out of this, equation, a lot of people just end up, making up their own minds about this shit and despising healthcare and despising medicine even. It's a much larger problem. But I think the important part of this, the important hinge point here to address is that profit is slammed into this sector, in every orifice of the sector that should not have anything to do with profit at all. And every single person has a story like the one I just told you. Every single person, because at a certain point you needed healthcare, okay? Unless you're like one of the most fortunate people on the planet, you still needed healthcare at a certain point, And when you got it, you were shocked at the bill. When you got it, you were shocked at the process where this healthcare that you paid for or that your parents paid for fucked you over and they denied your claims. We live in a country where there is a concept of medical bankruptcy. Europeans cannot comprehend that. They're like, what do you mean medical bankruptcy? That is an insane process. And yet it is a very real process. It's a pretty shitty position overall. What is this? What is my attorney doing, dog? What is my attorney posting? Let's not do infighting, okay? At a moment of division, I don't like that. I think in these unifying times, I see no reason to pit fellow gym bros against one another, shaking my head. You're mad he's hotter than you? I'm not mad about that at all. But he is hotter than me. That's true. My health insurance story, I specifically went into the Anthem website to find an in-network provider for an annual checkup. I go to the place. They inform me that at some point between making the appointment and the actual appointment date, their in-network negotiations fell through and they're no longer in-network. Yet I was never notified and had to pay out of pocket for that visit. Yeah. Ew, no, he's not. No, he's very hot. I think you guys are crazy. Anyway. So I wish we could get him on this. I wish we could get him on the broadcast. No, we can't. I got electrocuted at work. Company deny my claim. Still injured. Couldn't work. I lose my insurance because I'm not working. So my job starts offering me insurance. Lol, I got my health insurance taken because I got injured. Cobra was like $660 a month and to be paid with no income amount. Exactly. This is unsustainable. And anyone that tries to tell you that this is like a perfectly valid, perfectly sustainable system is insane. Also, what else? You want to know what else is insane? This motherfucker was deficit hawking at the age of 12. Luigi Mangione likes obstacle to deficit cutting, a nation on entitlements. This is exactly the type of dude I need to reach out to pull them from the throes of weirdo politics, okay? This is why I do what I do. Do you understand? This man is posting Wall Street Journal articles about deficit cutting and the obstacles to deficit cutting and entitlements. But that's from 2010 when he was like, what, 12? I suspect that he's changed his mindset since then. He was 12 years old. What a goddamn nerd. Holy shit. This guy was definitely watching the Feminist Owns compilations. Yeah. All right. Let's continue. Let's continue with this broad sweeping coverage here.
Weapon used in the murder. They also recovered clothing, including a mask consistent with those worn by our wanted individual. Also recovered was a fraudulent New Jersey ID, matching the ID our suspect used to check into his New York City hostel before the shooting incident. Additionally, officers recovered a handwritten document that speaks to both his motivation and mindset. NYPD detectives are en route to Pennsylvania as we seek to interview the subject further. This apprehension is thanks to the tireless work of the greatest detectives in the world, and of course, the strong relationships we have with our local law enforcement partners. On every level, local, state, and federal, we all serve the same public safety mission. And this case, which captured the attention of an entire nation, is another example of how connected we are and how important it is to work together, share information, and pursue every lead.
I think the best part is that the guy was far from a recluse, yet not a single soul who knew him came forward to the authorities. Apparently, they probably recognized him immediately and were just like, I ain't giving up shit. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. Straight up. Hey, do your job, okay? If you want to find him that bad, maybe figure it out, okay? But I'm not helping you.
For just over 5 days, our NYPD investigators combed through thousands of...
Yeah, the attention that the nation gave to this story is not the type of attention that she thinks is good. I will say, I don't think it was a positive. They had a positive association with him, not the victim.
Of hours of video, followed up on hundreds of tips, and processed every bit of forensic evidence, DNA, fingerprints, IP addresses, and so much more to tighten the net. We deployed drones, canine units, and scuba divers. We leveraged the domain awareness system, Argus cameras.
I love this like back patting that like all of these institutions always do after like some random fucking McDonald's employees. Like, I recognize those eyebrows. He's being kind of sus. Like, it literally is always like, we did so much. Yeah, it amounted to nothing. Like, you did so much with your domain awareness system, and the only thing, the thing that got him caught was the fact that he didn't follow BDS. He did not go to, he should not have gone to the McDonald's in what is it, Toontown, Looney Tunes Town, whatever, fucking Pennsylvania. Okay, someone was like, I recognize those eyebrows. This guy's being kind of sus. I don't know what's happening there. Yeah, they were searching in Atlanta. Italiophobia got him arrested. The guy saw his eyebrows and were like, those are too powerful.
And conducted aviation canvasses. And our detectives also went door to door, interviewing potential witnesses and doing the good old-fashioned police work that our investigators are famous for. This combination of old school detective work and new age technology is what led to this result today. And we must also acknowledge the instrumental role the media and the public played in this case. The images that we shared with the public were spread far and wide, and the tips we received led to the recovery of crucial evidence. We should never underestimate the power of the public to be our eyes and our ears in these investigations. This is the third time in 3 weeks that a member of the public has seen something and said something and done something that led to a high-profile arrest. The triple stabbing homicide in Manhattan, the gunpoint robberies in Queens during which an NYPD officer was shot, and now this. Now, the case will continue through the criminal justice process. And while we are proud of today's accomplishment, we must, of course, remember that a family is in mourning. I want to again extend my sympathies to Brian's family, his co-workers, and all who knew him. Finally, I want to thank the women and men of the NYPD, especially our Detective Bureau personnel, with a strong assist from our intelligence analysts. We also thank the SAC of the FBI's Criminal Investigative Division, Leslie Rodriguez-Bekshies. And I want to commend the staff of the Manhattan DA's office, and especially DA Alvin Bragg. He has been working with us 24/7 on this case, and I am incredibly grateful for his partnership. I'll now pass it along to our great Chief of Detectives, Joe Kenny, who will provide additional information. Chief.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon. As the commissioner stated earlier, a male was taken into.
I think it's pretty funny what they're like. The NYPD was working tirelessly around the clock. Meanwhile, this is what the NYPD actually was doing. Okay. Look, hold on. Dude. They're like, this is taking sweet time away from my valuable Candy Crush time. It's really fucked up. Making me go on a little walk, dude. You know? Look at this pic of them diving in a Central Park pond. Random guy in a rural Pennsylvania sees suspect in a public restaurant, calls the cops. NYPD diver comes out of Central Park pond 275 miles away and solemnly removes his snorkel. We did it, boys. Yeah. Tax dollars hard at work, baby. It's just like... It's so fucking ridiculous. But of course, you know... don't let these guys don't let the truth stop you from creating this narrative that we did a fantastic job and we deserve $700 billion, please.
Custody today in Altoona, Pennsylvania this morning. He has been identified as Luigi Nicholas Mangione. He's a male, 26 years old. He was born and raised in Maryland. We know he has ties to San Francisco, California, and his last known address was Honolulu, Hawaii. He has no prior arrest history in New York. Members of the NYPD Detective Bureau are currently traveling to Pennsylvania with members of the Manhattan District Attorney's Office to interview this subject. This case was brought to a successful conclusion based on the coordinated effort between numerous NYPD units, including the Intelligence and Counterterrorism.
Yeah. Felix says, wow, I can't believe the shooter was an attractive and courageous buffoon with beliefs that were all over the place. Not, what is this, your first day in America? Yeah, I mean, it is the most expected thing. Listen, once I saw in my lifetime an actual trans person do a school shooting, I was like, oh, this is like an introduction to being an American, okay? Like, that's it. Dude, America is the land of mass shootings and gun violence, okay? This is the number one thing that we do, all right? And people have no consistent, clearly defined political... What he posted off screen first? Wait, what? No, there's no way this is actual... If you see this, I'm already under arrest. Luigi Mangione? Okay, dude. No, this is a meme, isn't it? This is a fucking meme, I suspect. Yeah. I don't think this is a real I don't think this is a real account, dude. Let's look at the activity of it first. Wait, what the fuck? Join January 20th, 2024. One video, 198 subscribers. Yeah, this is like nothing on it. No, this is yeah, he's posted up with a fucking with Starbucks on the image too. I mean, not Starbucks, McDonald's on the image. No shot. Sorry to all the leftists writing reader shooter fanfics where he's super woke. No, it doesn't matter. This is something that I was trying to explain. The reception of the broad reception of this otherwise violent act, okay, did not have to be directed by someone who is a card-carrying communist or some shit like that. Okay? It doesn't matter. What matters is that this issue is uniparty. People from all different backgrounds. People from, different age groups, The Debras and the Barbaras on Facebook were celebrating this action. Ben Shapiro's viewers in the comment section were celebrating this action. Because the reality of the matter is, it doesn't matter. Unless you are literally one of the richest motherfuckers out there, you are never going to be sheltered from the lecherous nature of healthcare profiteers. It's impossible. It's virtually impossible not to be impacted in a negative fashion by the for-profit healthcare insurance industry in this country. Okay? That's why it doesn't matter what his like political background is. Okay?
Bureau, our federal partners at the FBI, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, and of course, members of the Altoona Police Department in Pennsylvania. On Thursday, one day after this crime was committed, the NYPD released a photo of the shooter in this case. This picture was obtained by the NYPD during one of their extensive video canvasses. We took that photograph and we asked for the public's help in identifying this subject, and the public responded. Hundreds of tips began to pour into our hotline. Each tip was investigated thoroughly, and we began to release additional photographs as they came into our possession.
Yeah, here, look.
The NYPD provided these photos to numerous...
Yeah, the NYPD, we did such a good fucking job. Yeah, by the way, the CEO shooter cousin is Nino Mangione, super conservative Republican member of the Maryland House of Delegates. Here's a photo from Nino's campaign website. Luigi appears to be in the back left with a checkered shirt. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Boop. Computer, enhance. Ridiculous accent. He's faking it. I agree. Italians finally getting someone better to celebrate than Christopher Columbus. Yeah, apparently he had like a 2-page manifesto as well, which we'll cover in a second. What we know about the suspect arrested in the killing of the CEO of United Healthcare, a 26-year-old Ivy League graduate from Maryland, was arrested at McDonald's in the killing of Brian Thompson. The suspect is Luigi Mangione. Thompson's murder of a Midtown Manhattan street in broad daylight shocked many Americans, but also sparked a torrent of outrage aimed at the U.S. profit-driven healthcare industry. This is something that I think people need to examine and need to understand. This doesn't happen in America, where someone very clearly in broad daylight does a crime, and that Americans that are normally so geared towards punishing every criminal, no matter what their motivation is, no matter what that criminal did, turn around and go, hold on, let's take a step back and let's really think about who the villain and who the victim is, okay? That's it. That is truly unique. Americans love law and order. They are positively Hitlerian when it comes to that sort of shit. And this was the one instance where I was like, damn, everyone, regardless of their political allegiances, regardless of their age, regardless of their culture, have been so very clearly fucked over by healthcare by for-profit healthcare companies that they just literally champion this guy as a hero. Okay?
Numerous media outlets, local, national, and international outlets released the photo via television, print, social media, and online content. Luckily, a citizen in Pennsylvania recognized our subject and called local law enforcement. Members of the Altoona Police Department responded to the call, and based on their investigation, they notified the NYPD. This investigation is still active and ongoing. Thank you very much.
We're going to take questions on shooting first, and then we'll... Mark?
I had a couple questions about the document that he was found in possession with. Can you go a little bit more in depth about those motivations that you mentioned? Was that CEO specifically named in that document? Was there anything more about him wanting to go after others? And also in that document, was there any indication that explains is how the level of detail that he went into killing him. Like, is there anything?
Like I said, that document is currently in the possession of the Altoona Police Department as part of their investigation. But just from briefly speaking with them, we don't think that there's any specific threats to other people mentioned in that document. But it does seem that he has some ill will toward corporate America.
Over here, sir.
MJ?
Chief, was the suspect wearing a mask at the time he was spotted in the McDonald's? And also, criminal cases often have a linchpin. Can you point to a single linchpin that helped crack this case?
There's numerous linchpins in this case, in the fact that we've recovered an enormous amount of forensic evidence, an enormous amount of video, and once again, with your help and the public's help. So I really couldn't put it on one thing, but if I had to, it would be the release of that photograph from the media.
You said he had a passport on him. Do you believe he was trying to flee the country? And also, are you still looking for any evidence in Central Park in regards to the bike?
We had divers in the water yesterday that came up negative results. The passport, we don't believe that he was planning on doing any traveling at this time. We don't think at this point in our investigation, we don't think he was trying to flee the country.
The person at the McDonald's, were they buying food? What were they doing at that exact moment?
He was an employee at the McDonald's.
Right. But what was the suspect doing?
He was sitting there eating.
Will the suspect be brought back to New York and charged here? And when?
We're going to have to work that out with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office in Altoona, Pennsylvania. He's going to be facing gun charges there. And at some point, we'll work out through extradition to bring him back to New York to face charges here, working with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office.
Hi, Anita from the New York Post. I was just hoping to get more details on the capture itself. Did he put up a fight? Did he say anything to cops? And we've also reported that he published online anti-health care industry rantings. Can you share with us some of the services that he posted on?
We're still working through his social media. We're going to do a complete scrub of that. Preliminarily, like I said, he seems that he has some ill will toward corporate America, but that will all come out as part of our investigation. We're not done here. We're still going to be putting this together. We're still going to be working very hard to bring this to a successful conclusion.
And the capture itself, did he put up a fight? Did he say anything to police?
I don't have that information.
Oh, sorry. Can you elaborate on how he got there, the path he took from Port Authority and on the George Washington Bridge to Altoona, PA? Same
thing. This just happened this morning. We'll be backtracking his steps from New York to Altoona, Pennsylvania.
I was going to ask if he knew anything, if he took a bus to Philadelphia first and then somehow got to Altoona. But
We're still working on that. We're still working through that.
Britain. Is there any indication that
the
anybody
McDonald's
else
employee
was
that
helping him
snitched
from the inside, you know, as far as tracking the CEO's movements?
Once again,
classic. I knew it. Maybe that was the McDonald's that Trump went to a PA McDonald's too, bro. I knew it. Fuck that guy. You know what? I'm going to fucking QRT that. That's a banger tweet right there. Thanks for the fucking hat. Thanks for the hat tip. Okay, hold on. Is that the right term? Hat tip? Is it hat trick? No, hat tip, right? I don't know. I've identified the alley-oop. Hat trick means you scored? Yeah, I mean, the assist. Why didn't bro dye his hair or shave his head? Dude, I don't fucking know, man. Why was he running around with the gun? I know what hat trick is. You claim to be a socialist and yet you extract surplus labor. Funny jokes from chat. How do you sleep at night? I know. That's going to be the next big thing. That's going to be my next big cancellation. HasanAbi steals from his hard-working, his working class fans. He steals his jokes. He steals his memes. It's unacceptable. Anyway. All right, let's finish this off.
We're still working this investigation very hard. It's not at its conclusion yet. That could come out during our investigation, but as of right now, we have no indication that that took place.
Chief, did he have any weapons or anything like that with him when he was arrested?
He was in possession of a ghost gun that had the capability of firing a 9mm round and a suppressor.
Oh, it was a ghost gun. Oh, he made it. Oh, he's such a fucking nerd, dude. Jesus Christ, this guy is such a stem cell. It's crazy.
Get into a little bit about the technical aspects of the investigation. I know you deployed an unprecedented amount of technology. You also
hat tip is correct, by the way. It is homage. Like you say hat tip to be like, I got it, like a layup, an alley oop. So I wasn't wrong for using that term.
activated the Sentry program through Intel. Can you talk about how that is going to play into actually building the case as far as cell phone and all of the other technical aspects of what you've done?
In this case, it really came down to technology was the use of drones in Central Park, and really comes down to the video canvas that we did. We used every source of video that we could collect, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours from hundreds of sources, and that helped bring this to where we are right now.
The gun is it believed to be the gun you used in the shooting? And there was some talk that it was a veterinarian type gun. Is that accurate?
No, as of right now, the information we're getting from Altoona is that the gun appears to be a ghost gun. May have been made on a 3D printer. The capability of firing a 9mm round, obviously that will come out during our ballistics testing.
Oliver?
Yeah, Oliver Barnes from the Financial Times. Do you have any indication like how long this handwritten, is it a handwritten manifesto that you found on the suspect? And then also...
So Republican shooters are 1 for 3 this year, shaking my head. Yes. They are 1 for 3. Friend activity, Luigi Mangione, B2B featuring Tinashe, Charlie XCX. Brat, and it's completely different. Oh man, he was all over the Brat Summer vibes, it seems. He was blasting Brat Summer. It's kind of funny because like this is, as someone also pointed out in the chat, like this is not the normal profile of this like, you know, weirdo shut-in that wants to make a name for themselves by like doing an either high profile assassination or just like the regular thing that Americans normally do, which is like fucking shoot up a school, right? Like this is very clearly a motivated individual. Like there is a harm that was done to him, it seems, that Americans immediately recognized as well, and he took direct action, and so it is like it's a he doesn't fit like the profile of the normal shut-in guy experiencing like, you know, a mental health care episode or some shit like that, which is why there are going to be in the upcoming days so many people that come forward to be like, I know him, I grew up with him, I went on a date with him, he's a really chill guy, you know what I mean? Like regardless of his like indecipherable politics, I think many of you, especially in this community, don't understand that like the average American has, what do I always say? The median voter has political opinions that are inherently contradictory to one another. Okay. That's why so many people, even on like the QAnon side, will be like, I hate for-profit insurance. And that's why I'm voting for the Republican Party to deregulate healthcare. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. But that's American politics, you know? That's how it is. Mangione YouTube channel video posted an hour ago. Is his real account? I don't know if it is. His Twitter had people looking for him, indicating he might have gone off the deep end mentally. Yeah. I hate the concept of ghost guns, but it makes this story much cooler. The whole thing is like a big cyberpunk vibes. No, it actually turns this into a Shinzo Abe doohickey situation, but except because in the United States of America, you can just like make your own gun. You know, he ended up having a ghost gun, rather than a Shinzo Abe doohickey. You know what I mean? In America, you don't have to make a doohickey. You could just make a gun, like a real straight up gun.
Whether or not he put it online at all?
Don't know if it's online. As of right now, it's a handwritten 3-page document.
Chief, does he have ties to that area, and was he someone who you knew by name before his arrest?
We believe he may have attended college in Pennsylvania, but like I said earlier, he has ties to Maryland and California and Hawaii.
And you knew him by name before today. Was his name on your radar?
Excuse me?
Was his name on your radar? Was he someone who you had been looking into before his arrest?
No, we did not have his name prior to today.
Brent, does he have any prior arrests? I know there were none for New York City, but is there any prior arrests anywhere else in the country?
We have not come across any arrests in the country.
Chief, hi, how are you? On two things. On the ghost gun, is it something you're going to be looking into to see if he made it himself? Can he make that himself? Or would he have to buy the gun the way it was?
No, once again, that'll be part of our investigation as we follow up.
I mean, obviously he's going to face murder charges, but is there any chance that he could face any other charges because he was targeting the CEO and because of his writings and other things that we're now finding on him? Federal charges or
that determination will be made by Alvin Bragg.
I mean, listen, all I'm saying is my man had no prior charges, okay? No prior charges, no capacity to reoffend. It seems like this is a one and done, a real crime of passion, okay? What do you mean? Like, anti-CEO being considered a part of the hate crime statute is something that you would expect from America, honestly. Like, we should put CEOs in a protected class of their own. People of means, people of wealth, POWs, you know? This is anti-CEO action, and CEOs should be classified as a protected category, protected class. Rich people across the board should be classified as a protected category. I feel like we will inevitably get there if things get even more dramatic and things escalate even harder. I fear that we will inevitably get there. But before we get there, we'll probably make cops into a protected class of their own. There has been some Republican initiatives in the past that do that. So, you know, and it has been successful in certain places. The real POCs are no longer people of color, but it's people of class. And not the working class. People of capital. POC. People of capital.
Yes, what connections does he have in Pennsylvania that you know of? Are they in Altoona specifically?
We believe he attended college in Pennsylvania.
Does he know anybody in Pennsylvania?
Wouldn't be able to tell you that.
All right, we're gonna
Shut
take
the
one
fuck
more
up. Are you trying to get me
question.
banned from Twitch? Yes.
What you talk about the manifesto having said things against corporations, but specifically United Healthcare, and do you believe that Mangione acted alone?
We believe at this point, our investigation is leaning toward he was acting alone. So, like I stated earlier, we're still working through the investigation. We're not stopping today. And as far as the manifesto, like I said, I don't have the complete details of that. It's in the possession of the Altoona Police Department.
We're gonna shift to off
Yep. Good job, Chief. Commissioner. Chief Manager.
Yeah, get back up there.
"26-year-old Luigi Mangione." A nationwide manhunt has been underway since Thompson was shot and killed outside a New York City hotel on Wednesday. Now police are saying they're questioning Mangione in Altoona, Pennsylvania, saying, among other things, he was carrying
New York City, the Altoona of America.
fake IDs, a written document, and a gun similar to the one used in the assassination-style killing. I want to bring in ABC senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky, covering the story for us from the very beginning.
Oh, shit. They found his valedictorian speech, bro.
Well set. Congratulations. Thank you.
Watch that manifesto end up being some Pulitzer Prize level critique of the American healthcare system. I doubt it. I don't think this guy is... I mean, he is definitely a big reader, but I given his STEM background, I highly doubt it. And given his political associations, I fucking highly doubt that he is a great writer.
Headmaster Smythe, Mr. Hubeck, members of the Board of Trustees, family and students, good afternoon. Thank you all for being here to celebrate Gilman's 116th Founders Day. I'm honored to be asked how they would describe the class of 2016. Many of the students characterized our class as inventive, in both imagination and initiative. At the same time, several teachers reminded me of our class's commitment to Gilman and its traditions. I came to realize that both views are correct. The class of 2016 is truly defined by its inventive, pioneering mentality that accompanies a strong commitment to Gilman tradition.
HasanAbi has, there's someone who, oh my God, the CEO shooter is getting extradited from Altoona. This is State College, PA, with New York State cops and PA State Police. Okay, guys, don't get into trouble. Like, you know what I mean? Calm down. Scare me a little bit. You know, go home. All right?
Throughout its time here at Gilman, the class of 2016 has been coming up with new ideas.
And he's being framed. I was chilling with him on Wednesday. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think this man is innocent. Okay, it seems like he's innocent. I think he's the fall guy. They found a handsome man. They found a handsome man with bushy eyebrows, and they were like, "This is the guy who did it."
Challenging the world around it. Our selling of Chick-fil-A during lunch, arguably the staple of our class.
Wait, what? Can't be class of 26 is too young. Wait, what? No, he had a master's. Oh, you found the video.
Provides a great example. In our sophomore year, when brainstorming ways to fundraise, we didn't just settle for the usual methods of selling spirit shirts and Christmas trees. In addition to this, we did what seemed impossible given the...
Yeah, he's 2016. He's 26 years old now. This is him delivering his valedictorian speech in 2016, which tracks with his age.
Scheduled the school day and began shuttling dozens of Chick-fil-A sandwiches to Gilman.
This is his high school graduation, chat.
Soon, we were selling over 100 Chick-fil-A sandwiches each day, in what became likely one of the most successful class fundraisers in Gilman's history. But our ability to come up with new ideas didn't start then. I've noticed it as long as I've been here, even in my very first year as a sixth grader. If any of you have ever been on Gilman's campus before school starts, you would have noticed that every morning, rain or shine, the turf is filled with middle school students playing soccer.
Oh my God, it's so boring. Okay, all right, I'm not going to watch this. I'm not going to watch this whole speech. All right, let's get back to some more interesting stuff, okay? No, he is not a fucking incel. This doesn't mean that he's an incel chatter. Luigi Mangione, hot damn, are you single? You make us engineers have hope, says Pen Crushes. May 1st, 2019. He says, despite all my best efforts, yup, still single. Okay? And I don't think that is I don't think that that's indicative that he was an incel. Luigi fixed 300 UI bugs for Civilization 6, by the way. He was a UI programming intern at Firaxis Games. Civ 6 team fixed over 300 UI bugs, 25% of UI bug count using LUA language, Jira software, and Perforce version control system. Work with a 10-person Scrum team in agile environment. This is from his LinkedIn. This man just keeps getting better and better. He should be freed, I think. A real hero for all the Sid Meier Civilization heads out there. Okay, remember who the true heroes of society are. Okay, remember that. What was the Malcolm X quote? Newspapers will have you thinking that your friends are your enemies. If you're not careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. You know? Just something to remember. Okay? We need a GoFundMe for his defense. Oh, dude, he will. He will pop off. If Biden really wanted to get spicy, he would pardon this guy. Unfortunately, he is not. I don't think that the jurisdiction here is federal. I think that the jurisdiction here is going to be a New York State court. So there is no. There's nothing that Joe Biden can do. If he was boycotting McDonald's, he wouldn't have gotten caught. Remember this? Hey, okay, Sean. The real person who can save him is Kathy Hochul. And Kathy Hochul already, Lolo is representing him. This is not a drill. My trial director from Suffolk County. Let's do it, Luigi. 25 plus year experience between both of us, Luigi. Want to defend this guy with me? Wait, for real? If Lolo is able to represent him, this would be the most amazing. This would be incredible. He could do it. He has the experience. He has it. He needs Jayoma. Jayoma does not represent people in New York. I will go in person. What a fucking timeline. I am so on board with Lull overruled. I'm so on board with my lawyer representing this man. This would be fantastic. Look at his lawyer, dog. This man is going to jail. Why have we had not one but two weird centrist assassins this year? Because that's just America. Okay? The very fact that his politics are all over the place is the most American thing. Okay? Anyway, CNN reports that a two-page document from Luigi Mangione was found, including the lines, which includes the lines, these parasites had it coming. I do apologize for any strife and trauma, but it had to be done. 56,000 likes from Pop Base. Okay? Now, all I'm going to say is this manifesto, if it comes out in its entirety, it will rip through. Okay? Also, it seems like he's apologetic, which is very important, especially at a time when no one really sees the need to apologize anymore. You know? I mean, that shows growth. That shows courage. That shows awareness. Release him. Your streams have prepared Lolo for this exact situation. He would literally have to defend a murder. I mean, Lolo could defend a murder, and I think he would do a great job at it. Manifesto releases December 11th. No, I don't believe that. That YouTube account I don't trust, chatters. I don't trust that YouTube account at all.
John, you have some new details about specific lines that you can quote from this two-page handwritten document that was found on Luigi Mangione's person. What was he writing about?
Well, he was railing against the healthcare industry, which of course fits into the scenario here. He talks about how these parasites had it coming. He starts off basically saying, I don't want to cause any trauma, but it had to be done. So a second page really kind of goes into problems with the health industry. He raises the question, why do we have the most expensive health care in the world, but we're 42, rated 42 in life expectancy around the world. I can't vet his facts or findings there, but it was talking about the healthcare industry and the need for violence. I mean, especially when you talk about, the opening, which is that it had to be done. These parasites, had it coming. That does kind of fit in what they're talking about. What do we know about this individual? Mr. Mangione is an engineer. He grew up in Towson, Maryland. He's 26 years old. He graduated UPenn in 2020 and then went on to a master's program where he got that master's degree in engineering. And he has addresses, as Shimon said, in Towson, where he grew up, in Philadelphia, where he went to school, in Honolulu, which we're still looking into. But he is strongly believed to be the suspect in this case.
It's Sandra's brain rot. This type of CEO is evil, but only this type, no others. Yeah, no, he like fucking enjoys Sam Altman and Peter Thiel, who are objectively just as evil as like the average fucking healthcare CEO is. Okay, and I like judging this profile of the shooter with the limited information that we have. It's obvious to me that like the pivotal moment in his life was his back surgery and all of the awful things that came after that. It seems like he fucking fell off the map, fell off the face of the earth for like 6 months, festering in his anger and resentment, and then did this deed, took matters into his own hands, right? But the reality of the matter is, it does not matter what his fucking ideological background is in this situation. It doesn't matter at all, because Americans of all different political allegiances understood instantly what was going on. They didn't need to know anything. They were like, oh, healthcare CEO killed? I know what that's about. And not only did they say, I know what that's about, before even learning a single fucking thing, nobody even thought maybe it's his wife that like, called out this hit or anything like that. Everyone immediately was like, no, it's got to be healthcare related. And not only is it healthcare related, that they thought this is good, actually. That is the level of resentment that people have. And you have to understand that this is a pivotal moment for a lot of people. The propaganda of the deed, if you will. Because you don't have to be like, it's worse if this is like a card carrying communist or some shit. You know what I mean? Because then you can just be like, oh, this is a violent ideology. Socialism is a violent ideology. Look at this. Like, this is this is a moment where a person with indecipherable politics that's like kind of right-wing associated, loves the fucking podcast bro circuit, went in and shot a healthcare CEO because of the frustration and the anger that he experienced. And almost every American that encountered the story understood what the fuck was going on. Okay? I said, it does not matter that the UHC CEO shooter has indecipherable politics. Americans of all different backgrounds immediately recognize the similar pain they've experienced and identified as motivations. This is still a story about profiteering in the healthcare system. Because that's what it is. So in the upcoming days when they say like, oh, he went crazy, like this is a crazy guy, it's like, yeah, someone who rips through the social fabric in this way and engages in an act of direct violence in this way, of course, does not have like full-blown mental clarity, but it still doesn't change the dynamic at all. And it certainly doesn't change the reception of the act, because people with the mental clarity that weren't involved in this recognize the wrong and the harm that they have also experienced in their own personal lives. So I think that's something that that is, in my opinion, the most productive way of looking at this situation. Okay? The most productive way of analyzing the situation, in my opinion, is trying to look at the systemic harm that all Americans face and why they analyzed this person's actions in the way that they did and why they were so receptive and so broadly supportive. Guys, please stop sending me the fucking fake YouTube page. I don't think he timed a video saying stay tuned. I don't think that YouTube page is real. It's going to come out to be like some fucking cryptocurrency rug pull. And I don't know. It's not confirmed, okay? Please.
Incredibly interesting. And it also speaks to the fact that he just had Josh Campbell, you're with us now, so much on his person, according to police, from a suppressor to, they're saying it's the fake ID they believe that he used at the hostel, the New Jersey fake ID, when he was in New York, and then this manifesto talking about why he did this. I mean, that tells you a lot about his maybe expectation that ultimately this was all going to catch up with him, even as he tried to get away.
Yeah, you're spot on. And, you know, sometimes these major incidents that start with a bang end with a whimper. We didn't see a dramatic, police takedown. What we saw is someone eating at a McDonald's who then had the police called on him and apparently taken into custody without incident. And, it's so interesting. John and I have been covering this. There was this consensus in looking at that initial surveillance video from outside that hotel that police weren't dealing with Carlos the Jackal here. I mean, you look at everything from his stance in holding that gun to the type of gun itself, to the mistakes that he had made, apparently leaving behind a water bottle and a burner phone. And so this was a sophisticated job in the sense that it appeared to be planned and then executed, and then he was able to successfully flee and, escape arrest.
I'm not kidding when I say this. I think like you could just learn anything off of YouTube videos at this point, dude. Like, I feel like this dude utilized YouTube videos to figure out how he could do this hit. Like, he went on Reddit Everyday Carry to figure out what like the best possible backpack is to carry out an assassination. You know what I mean? I think what's truly shocking about this process is like how calm he was. Throughout the entire process. Like, I think that is interesting because that's something you can't really learn. You know what I mean? Like, he did it like he's done it a million times. He did it like rechambering the gun over and over again and like calmly walking past the body to get on a fucking e-bike. Like, he was on, I don't know if he's on like beta blockers or something, but he just seemingly had his mental fortitude in the moment. He's locked in. Yes, he fucking locked in, chat. So let's take a look at Luigi Mangione, like the quote. America's the wealthiest nation on earth, but its people are mainly poor, and poor Americans are urged to hate themselves. To quote the American humorist Ken Hubbard, it ain't no disgrace to be poor, but it might as well be. It is in fact a crime for an American to be poor, even though America is a nation of poor. Every other nation has folk traditions of men who were poor but extremely wise and virtuous, and therefore more estimable than anyone with power and gold. No such tales are told by the American poor. He liked this Kurt Vonnegut quote. They mock themselves and glorify their betters. The meanest eating or drinking establishment owned by a man who is himself poor is very likely to have a sign on his wall asking this cruel question. If you're so smart, why ain't you rich? There will also be an American flag no larger than a child's hand, glued to a lollipop stick and flying from the cash register. Americans, like human beings everywhere, believe many things that are obviously untrue. Their most destructive untruth is that it is very easy for any American to make money. They will not acknowledge how, in fact, hard money is to come by. And therefore, those who have no money blame and blame and blame themselves. This inward blame has been a treasure for the rich and powerful, who have had to do less for their poor publicly and privately than any other ruling class since, say, Napoleonic times. Many novelties have come from America. The most startling of these, a thing without precedent, is a mass of undignified poor. They do not love one another because they do not love themselves. So he, on the one hand, he liked this quote, but on the other hand, he was like, I want to read fucking Atlas Shrugged. Okay. So who knows? But like I said, you do not need to understand what this you do not need to try and decipher this person's politics, especially because the people that have shown him support come from every different fucking political background. Okay? That's it. When I saw the Debras and the Barbaras on Facebook hitting that fucking laughing smile emoji reaction on the United Healthcare post talking about Brian Thompson's untimely demise, I was like, this is a pivotal moment. This is a moment where, like, no, Americans are openly very viscerally angry at healthcare in particular. They might not even necessarily recognize that the for-profit aspect of healthcare is the problem. Many Americans do not. Many Americans do not have class consciousness. Many Americans do not recognize the powers that control their lives and dominate their lives. Many of them might even appreciate it. Many of them might like it. Many of them are terrified of any sort of alternatives, an alternative vision for society. Having said that, however, they still know who fucked them over at the end of the day. They know that, at least in terms of healthcare, they have a direct involvement with this. Okay? They have a direct involvement with the pain. Very visceral. It's very real. It's something that they've seen. It's something that has harmed their loved ones. Maybe they're elderly. Doors open. Maybe it's harmed their children. Maybe it's harmed themselves. And that's it. That's where you see where this anger and resentment is coming from. For someone like myself, I think the goal that I have in this moment is to try to reinstill class consciousness in many Americans and try to explain to them that there is a solution out of this. And it's not to engage in vigilante justice against like random fucking CEOs, but instead to have bold, radical, sweeping legislative changes. Okay? The problem, however, is that there is no mechanism there is no mechanism that will be interested in doing such a thing. Okay? The Democratic Party, unfortunately, is woefully incompetent and not tasked for even recognizing that these problems exist. The way you talk about American healthcare makes it seem like a collective trauma, at least to an outsider. I mean, it is, technically. Yeah. Holy shit, I just realized he got surgery right after turning 26. No, I wonder if his coverage lapsed. Like, so he didn't even have his parents' insurance potentially, because 26 is a pivotal age. Pre-Obamacare, that didn't even exist. But post-Obamacare, at least you could have like your parents' health care. Being in this like legal limbo. You know? Wait, what is this? Beloved murderer canceled after old tweets resurface. He's a young man in an online space dominated by right-wing views. As a result, it is expected that he would have gone down a libertarian right-wing path. However, despite probably doing everything he was told was necessary to make money, he continues to be poor and hurt by the rich. Yeah. Yeah, this dude could have been an absolutely abysmal bootlicking groiper, but no matter who you are, getting an absolutely horrific back injury and being saddled with chronic pain and medical debt will make anyone develop class consciousness, even if he doesn't have class consciousness, which I don't think he has. I saw a tweet the other day that was like, Americans will celebrate the murder of a healthcare CEO and then turn around and call ICE when their Uber Eats driver is like 5 minutes late. Okay? Like, you don't have to be a fucking card-carrying commie or anything like that. You don't have to be a socialist. You don't even have to have any sort of class consciousness whatsoever. You still do recognize that, like, healthcare, for-profit healthcare, even if you don't have the proper terms to communicate this anger and resentment, you still recognize who's fucking you over in that situation because it's so deeply personal. And it's very obvious that he, like, still comes from, you know, a relatively well-off family in Maryland, too. An immediate cousin that is a Republican politician. He does not actually follow Connor Eats Pants, by the way. That's a meme, chatter. What's wrong with you? You guys get duped by anything. Holy shit. Like... Anyway, Shooter was a big Andrew Huberman and Lex Friedman enjoyer. Yeah. Here is his rating on industrial society and its future. Now, if you know anything about Theodore John Kaczynski's formative work, you know that it is also indecipherable, with the exception of like a lot of fascist anti-communist sentiment jumping out of the paper. Okay? Just so you understand, it's not like Ted Kaczynski was a prolific writer. It's mostly the ramblings of a madman. A lot of people only hyper focus on the first couple of sentences and basically operate off of that and think that this guy had like brilliant thoughts. Ultimately, he was a rabid anti-communist, a CIA lab rat whose brain was fucking fried, and I guess had some semblance of environmentalism. But here's how Luigi Mangione rated the book. He gave it 4 stars. Okay? Not exactly a great read overall. So the fact that he gave it 4 stars, immediate red flag. Let's take a look. It says, clearly written by a mathematics prodigy. Okay, that could be a diss. Oh, wait, this is not, he didn't write this? Saying this book was clearly written by a mathematics prodigy is like saying this man has a face for radio. Okay? No, he's quoting someone. Reads like a series of lemmas on the question of 21st century quality of life. It's easy to quickly and thoughtless write this off as the manifesto of a lunatic in order to avoid facing some of the uncomfortable problems it identifies. But it's simply impossible to ignore how prescient many of his predictions about modern society turned out. He was a violent individual, rightfully imprisoned, who maimed innocent people. While these actions tend to be characterized as those of a crazy Luddite, however, they are more accurately seen as those of an extreme political revolutionary. A take I found online that I think is interesting. Had the balls to recognize that peaceful protest has gotten us absolutely nowhere, and at the end of the day, he's probably right. Oil barons haven't listened to any environmentalists, but they feared him. When all other forms of communication fail, violence is necessary to survive. One thing I will say about Luigi Mangione is that unlike Theodore John Kaczynski, he actually did target someone who was a vector of pain, rather than random fucking, post-grads that got their shit blown off by his whimsical traps that he created, okay? Like, Ted Kaczynski was like, oh, I have this broad worldview, and what will I do to achieve my goals? I am going to blow the fingers off of Radio Shack employees. Like, Anyway. So, thank you for the 25 gifted. Brebo 2, 3, 6. Thank you for the 25 gifted. Okay. When all other forms of communication fail, violence is necessary to survive. You may not like his methods, but to see things from his perspective, it's not terrorism, it's war and revolution. Fossil fuel companies actively suppress anything that stands in their way. And within a generation or two, it will begin costing human lives by greater and greater magnitudes until the Earth is just a flaming ball orbiting third from the sun. Peaceful protest is outright ignored. Economic protest is impossible in the current system. So how long until we recognize that violence against those who lead us to such destruction is justified as self-defense? These companies don't care about you or your kids or your grandkids. They have zero qualms about burning down the planet for a buck. So why should we have any qualms about burning them down to survive? We're animals just like everything else on this planet, except we've forgotten the law of the jungle and bent over for our overlords when any other animal would recognize the threat and fight to the death for their survival. Violence never solved anything is a statement uttered by cowards and predators. So this is not his quote. This is a quote that he found interesting about industrial society and its future. And he did say some of these things in his own manifesto as well, talking about these parasites had it coming. Okay. But it had to be done. The law of the jungle quote is so tech bro sapiens reader coded. Yeah. I don't think that like anything. So glad I didn't hear Hasan is the reason why I got into socialism. Shout out from the guy. Yeah. I do not believe that he actually posted that timed YouTube video for the record. Okay? I don't think so. But hey, FYI, I'm getting an error message trying to share your stream on Facebook. Never had that happen before, and I share it all the time. I know a lot of people here don't use Facebook, so in case no one else has mentioned it, I thought that it was a little odd. Yeah, I'm also blacklisted from Instagram as well, so I don't know. It might be my my meta chickens coming home to roost because of all of the pro-Palestinian statements that I've made. Why are leftists abandoning Luigi because of his politics? He's a hero. No, I am not saying any of that. I'm simply stating that
the police in America.
I don't care about his personal politics at all. I do think it's interesting to try. I do think it's interesting to try and decipher and try to understand his point of radicalization. Okay. But overall, it doesn't matter. I think it's the more interesting story is like his broad reception, his broad positive reception from the American public. You know? So yeah. He definitely didn't post it. The profile pic is used the same in the media. It's a random photo from his Facebook. Definitely has something he would reuse as a profile pic. Yeah, I know. I do find it really funny. I will say that he follows the Lindy tradition, whatever his name is. There's does anyone have that tweet? That famous Lindy tweet? If you're a young guy with no future prospects, go ahead, do something. And the Paul Scholas tweet, yeah, the Lindy man. That famous Paul Scholas tweet, considering that Luigi Mangione actually followed him. Where is it? Yeah, I can't believe I'm typing this, but there's a non-zero chance that the CEO shooter did it because of a Paul Scalas tweet. Person of interest in fatal shooting. Brian Thompson ID'd is Luigi Mangione. Luigi Mangione's bookshelf. Want to read. Life in Lindy Effect by Paul Scalas. Here's the tweet. Look, if you don't have any kids and you're one of these guys just floating around the big cities, you got your education, but you never really used it to make money. You got a dead-end back office job, a future of just working somewhere until you're 75 and then dying. Go ahead and do something. And it seems that his high school yearbook quote was Donkey, video game Donkey. That's kind of cool. Yeah, another day, another play by Donkey. Oh my God. Mom and Dad, thanks for dealing with me the past 18 years. I cannot thank you enough for supporting me along the way. I'll admit, no matter how much. Oh, dude. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Video game Donkey. At it again, folks. Big drama. It's Drama Monday. My enemy Donkey once again rears his head. Oh no. Entered in 6th grade, aka Pepperoni, GI, Squeeze, 30 degrees, involved in robotics, Model UN, of course, Uproar Studios, Writing Center, Senior Retreat, Community Service at Lorien Health. My Gilman experience was illuminating. Another day, another play. Mom and Dad, thanks for dealing with me the past 18 years. I cannot thank you enough for supporting me along the way. I'll admit, no matter how much I hated at the time, your sending me to Gilman was the best thing that's ever happened to me. Love you, Tommy. Thank you for showing me how to push my limits. I wouldn't be the person I am today without you. Baz says, I've enjoyed our many long talks and hope to continue them for years to come. Dan, these last 3 years from a presidential speech to your yearbook announcements to your daily assembly commentary, you turned a once unbearable assembly into the funniest part of the day. To the rest of my friends, you know who you are. These last few years have been simply amazing. Mr. Hastings says, thank you for always having faith in me, even when I didn't. I truly could not have asked for a better advisor. Special thanks, Dr. Salcedo, Dr. Kelly, Mr. Algren, Ludwig, Dr. Kraft, Dr. Mo, Dr. Fitzgibbon, Memories, MS Recess Soccer, Daddy Long, Flies, Thai Wars, CT, blah, 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 blah. Okay. No, I did not watch his fucking YouTube, man. I don't think it's real. I don't think it's him. Why are people getting so... I don't understand how people are so quick to be duped and immediately want to believe that he like actually fucking put forth a timed YouTube video that is going to announce, like, it could be him, but like, you do not have any information at this point. You do not have any information at this point that YouTube video is like real, okay? That it's actually him that timed a release for a YouTube page, especially because like the YouTube page PFP is just like him holding a McDonald's. We know that you know, his Twitter, we know his Goodreads, like those are confirmed. Okay? It's fake and the PFP changed? Yeah. This is fake. The account has since changed the profile picture. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be like a fucking crypto announcement or something, dude. Bro, I feel so sad at this news. What are the chances the police got it wrong? There's always a chance that the police got it wrong. Anyway. Luigi Mangione had the deny defend to post slogan in his bio on his TikTok. His account has been deleted, presumably by TikTok. The This is what happens when even STEM milquetoast valedictorians have no upwards mobility fresh out of college. Wait, Matt. No, this isn't him, dude.
Hey, Mumsy. How you doing? Jake, go back. Change. No green jacket, no hood. This is serious now. A lot of people have been DMing me, messaging me. You have to go back and change. This is not funny. Are you listening to me? This is not a funny situation. Please listen to me. Jake. Oh my God. What? What don't you understand? Oh my God. Let him live. Crime. You need to go home and change.
It's not him, but it's funny because he does look like him a lot.
The person that it was done to did a lot worse, okay? To the entire country. I'm not negating that. To the entire country. I agree with you. However, there are 2 jackets in the back. Put one of them on. Jake, I'm going to not go where you want to go. I'm not driving you. Put the jacket on in the back now. Take that jacket off. You know what? What do you have against hoods? Jacket off. What do you have against hoods? Jake? There's only one type of hood I don't like, and it's a white one. Jake? Otherwise, I am very into the hood. I love a hooded shaft, if you will. Jake?
I feel like that was really mean of Chad to call me milquetoast. I'm concerned close to this demo. This community, that's like the majority of the community is very close to that demographic. That is how you arrived at most likely leftist politics. The fuck do you mean? Many of you are people that went to and got a decent college education and recognize how shit the job market is and that you will never be able to retire. Anyway, here are some choice tweets from this man. This is why Jordan Peterson always bothers me. Overcomplicates everything he says aloud, wasting everyone's mental bandwidth and having to decipher it. The best teachers are the best communicators. Clear, succinct, simple language. I should have added some context with this clip. I wasn't trying to contradict you, but rather bolster your point. Tucker is spot on in recognizing that modern architecture kills the spirit, but his very first line, postmodern architecture is designed to demoralize and hurt you, paints the phenomenon as intentional. In the same way that inflation is not intelligently designed to oppress people, neither is modern architecture. It's emergent. Yes, it is oppressive, but that's a fallout of selective pressures to build fast, cheap, irrespective of aesthetics. My point here is that even when people have brilliant insights, they often blatantly get the causation wrong. Modern equivalent of this drought famine was caused by the rain gods. God damn, he's a yapper. Another TikTok.
Defund the police. Yeah.
Okay. I don't want meme TikToks right now. I want more info about him. If you guys have any more choice tweets from him that can help decipher his like political leanings or whatever, that would be helpful. Okay. Especially before they like ban his shit. Because they're already the obvious thing that many social media companies do in a situation like this is just like to yeet these accounts, so you can't get a better understanding of where this person is coming from or what their background is, because people are afraid of like copycats and stuff. You know, I would like to figure out. You know, I would like to figure out his background. So, he founded a game dev club at UPenn, which UPenn apparently took down. Student club highlights interdisciplinary art of making video games. Undergraduate students Luigi Mangione and Josh Nadel led a group of 60 students who gather and collaborate weekly to develop video games at Huntsman Hall. As a high school student, Luigi Mangione's interest in video games didn't stop at playing them. He wanted to create them. Why does it matter what his political leanings were when he got radicalized? Is it really that useful? I'm more interested in what led to his radicalization, not shit he was liking when he was 12 years old. Wait, what are you talking about? That is my point. I think it creates a larger picture. There is definitely pure fascination. There is pure fascination as well. There is a bit of spectacle. Okay, but outside of that, it's you know, I'm just trying to create a clearer picture. But yeah, his entire Goodreads list, and some of these he, I assume, read. Some of these he did not or wanted to read, right? Yeah. 7 Habits of the Highly Effective People. On immunity and inoculation. Should we eat meat? Evolution and its consequences. How to lie with statistics. Oh my God. That one is a classic. What if? Serious scientific answers to absurd hypotheticals. The greatest show on earth. The evidence for evolution. The magic and reality. How we know what's really true. Richard Dawkins. Like, he had a bunch of Charles Darwin, The Origin of Species. It seemed like on his want to read list, he had a litany of different, like, there was a Mein Kampf, Adolf Hitler want to read. Oh God. Why the fuck would you put that on your Goodreads? That's crazy. His most centrist brain dead lived up take. Current era is a mass extinction event for normies. Tradition existed for the average person's psychic protection, and without it, they'll reliably go crazy. In 500 years, humanity will be a much more extreme species with the middle of the bell curve completely eradicated. Have you seen the movie Idiocracy? It predicts the opposite of what you suggest. The overall dumbing down of humanity with the entire bell curve shifting left due to reproductive dynamics. It's obviously satire, but I've always worried that that's the direction we're heading. Wait, what? Oh, he's talking about the bell curve shifting left. Here's one of his tweets from earlier this year. What are your thoughts on this quote from J. Krishnamurti? It is no measure of good health to be well-adjusted to a profoundly sick society. Yeah, I mean, it is one of my choice. Takes as well. Those who feel strong aversion to adjusting to a maladjusted society are normally deemed mentally ill. Alcoholics, substance abusers, or slackers. They're corralled into 12-step groups or mental hospitals or placed on medication or even when shunned. All in an attempt to make them conform and fit in when what really needs to change is society itself. Just as gun legislation will not end the senseless mass shootings, because what we really need to do is stop generating psychopaths as a culture. I deduce he was a Jordan Peterson listener from his book list. No, he doesn't like Jordan Peterson. But yeah, he had his sister posted this on IG stories praying for you. Which, you know, respect. Same, sis. I feel like this guy really fucked with Foucault. No, he did not. He is not. You guys, listen. I can't stress this enough, okay? This is a STEM guy whose introduction into, like, his introduction to the humanities is, many of you in this community are very similar in profile to this person. Okay? A lot of you are comp sci and other, like, a variety of different STEM majors. Okay? But unlike him, yeah, most leftists don't like Foucault. We're not talking about Foucault anyway. Unlike him, many of you, instead of going the regular, like, Andrew Huberman, Lex Friedman, enlightened centrist, Jordan Peterson is a brilliant humanities professor route, or maybe you did actually go down that route at a certain point, came here because you realized, like, maybe these guys were not actually presenting reality in a way that is true. Maybe they were, not exactly well equipped. Okay. Tim Urban, the guy he wanted to be taught in school, is a huge anti-woke guy. Exactly. And it's ironic because Tim Urban has been fucking crying about this guy killing a CEO nonstop. So many of you went on your own intellectual journey and then arrived here. Okay. Many of you went on your own intellectual journey, but it seems to me like he is more so like a possible r/atheism, Richard Dawkins appreciator, guy who thinks Sam Altman is brilliant. Sam Altman is OpenAI, for those of you who don't know. Guy who thinks Peter Thiel is brilliant. Like, he retweeted Peter Thiel. Like, this is a person who went on his own intellectual journey, and, just like many who succumb to the unlimited amount of extreme centrist, maybe center-right content out there, he found himself in the whims of these kinds of content creators. None of that actually played a role in his actions, though. None of that played even a little bit of a formative role in the actions that he took. It seems to me like, regardless of his political ideology or the way he presented himself online, this was a very direct, you can present a very direct through line from what happened in his past and the actions that he took. Like, here, he is responding to Tim Urban. My book, What's Our Problem, is now available. The book introduced a new framework for thinking about our chaotic political environment. This is from February 21st, 2023. He responded to this a year later. Do you think one day this could be taught in school curricula? What would that take? Now, I find this very interesting because Tim Urban is also consistently been chirping about how ridiculous and violent this action was. We live amongst a good number of people who are no different than those who ordered thousands of beheadings during the French Revolution. They just don't currently have the power to do what they want. Tim Urban here, quote retweeting Taylor Lorenz, and people wonder why we want these executives dead. That is the irony here, is that his actions, the irony here is that while he was directly like a Tim Urban head, right? Many of those people that he actually took notes from, the anti-woke people, like all these like Lex Friedman types, they by design play a formative role in shifting your attention away from the real vectors of pain in contemporary American society. They play a very big role in trying to deflect that attention away unconditionally every step of the way to make you say, no, it is not the rich. It is not those who are at the head of these corporations that design society in a way where I am experiencing so many pressures in the wealthiest nation on earth. Pressures like, healthcare, an industry that should not be for profit, and yet it is. It is actually your fellow man that is causing your suffering. You should be angry not at those who are in positions of power, but you should be you should not be angry at the systems that bind us, but instead you should be angry at those who are fucking annoying, or those who advocate for their own, for their own existence, those who want civil liberties, those who want equality. You should be angry at those people who have no power, right? Get mad at undocumented immigrants, get mad at trans people, get mad at those who advocate for trans people and undocumented immigrants, not the CEOs, not the corporate oligopoly that exists. And yet, it is obvious that in spite of all of that, chaos and the deliberate attempts to shift your priorities away, to shift your attention away from those who actually cause harm, especially when it comes to an issue that touches every single American in a meaningful way, okay? People go, nah, I know what happened here. And that's precisely what's going on with the story of Luigi Mangione. A person who, regardless of his like podcast consumption and books that he's read, okay, a person who has consistently, routinely quote retweeted Tim Urban, a person who very clearly, Tim Urban, very clearly hates the actions that Luigi Mangione took. No matter what, he still went through an experience that was formative, that was radicalizing, and that caused him to get mad at a CEO in the for-profit healthcare system. Okay? Bro was crying at McDonald's watching Tim Urban shit all over him. Yeah, he was logging onto his Twitter account being like, another Tim Urban tweet has hit the timeline. Fuck, he hates me. All my icons, all my idols hate me. He's going to be really sad when he finds out all these people that he has hyped up despise him for the action that he took. I believe this book will go down in history as the most important philosophical text of the early 21st century. My belief is that he's a strict Darwinist who understands the physical and social homology between man and animals, that humans aren't uniquely distinct from all other species like that major religion suggests. He believes that modern society transgresses against our natural inclinations / needs as animals ourselves, and that led to the destruction of our way of living and purpose, closest to Kaczynski. I don't know if he has a well-defined framework like the way you're suggesting. I don't. I think he's a guy who, much like many others in that same age group, had the exact same societal pressures, and the exact same fears and the exact same vulnerabilities. And there's like one philosophic work on his Goodreads. I doubt he's actually read anything himself. Wiki pages, maybe. Yeah, I think. I don't think that he was like he had like this well-defined framework or well-defined worldview. I think he was trying to find himself, just like many others do in the same age range, experiencing the societal pressures of venturing into the adult world, losing his coverage on his health care, and obviously going through this traumatic experience where he had to get healthcare, most likely had his claims denied, or went through this process that personally radicalized him. And the actions that he took had nothing to do with like all the Tim Urban books that he's read. Okay? You know what's really cute? Because this guy's profile pretty closely matches chats, everyone is just projecting their ideological engines onto this guy. Yeah. Reminds me of Ryan Ruth, the Trump golf course guy who clearly had contradictory views in politics. A man who wants to be freed from something that is so frustrating, but has no clue what that thing really is, capitalism. They end up with weird, muddied anti-politics. There's millions like that, and they don't really know what they are or what they believe in, but come very close. Exactly. Intelligent with another banger. Oh, Saul Baba. Hold on. Yeah, this was the best take I've seen on this ideology as well. Yanında beyazın olması lazım. Evet. Oops. I do not care if Luigi Mangione, assuming this is really the guy, shares my personal ideological outlook. His alleged actions were propelled by the material conditions of capitalism and can be used to advance class consciousness or struggle. Bir dakika geliyorum baba, bir saniye. No, I got it. Yapma. Yedi o. So yeah, That's important to address here. Okay. Getting back to the CNN coverage
For several days. But when you look at all of that material with him on his person, whenever he is actually taken into custody, someone who had the wherewithal to plan all of this and then to escape several law enforcement agencies would have had to have known that having all of that on his person would implicate him in this crime. As you mentioned, you have the fake ID, an ID that was matching the fake ID he used to check into that hostel. You have the mask that he had that was on these images that have been seen now around the world, and specifically the firearm itself. All of those items could have been ditched along the way as he was trying to escape, but he had them on his person. Of course, we can get into the firearms forensics if you'd like to see how how that would actually play a key role here. But when you look finally at the manifesto, that you have to raise the question: is this someone who expected to be caught and didn't mind being caught eventually? Particularly if he is someone who was railing against the industry in which this murder victim had worked, to have all that material on you and then to have essentially the motive, laying out the motive in these documents for police to find. Everyone, any good attorney will tell you that the best way to escape any type of serious charge such as murder is to create reasonable doubt, to have no evidence on your person, to try to fight every accusation that comes your way. That much harder when you have all of that with you as you're taken into custody.
Yeah, certainly an intriguing point why he would have that kind of note on him. It speaks to some form of premeditation, at least. Josh Campbell, thank you for that. We also have with us Michael Alcazar, a retired NYPD detective. And on Friday, you talked about how critical DNA evidence would be not necessarily in identifying a suspect, but tying them to the crime. And in hearing about some of these details, specifically about the water bottle that was left behind and a partial fingerprint that was on that water bottle, I'm curious how significant a piece of evidence would that be in a future prosecution?
Yeah, this is absolutely huge that we have this suspect and then we process the crime scene, as best to the ability of the NYPD. We got DNA, we got fingerprints, we have the ammunition. So now hopefully we can link all that to this suspect. We are going to get DNA from him, get fingerprints off of him. The weapon, like the other person mentioned before, we can link it to the bullets because usually the barrel will have rifling. I know this is a ghost gun. Hopefully it still produces the same marks on the ammunition. So crime scene processing, the images that we put out, the Crime Stoppers tips, that's what helped solve this crime and make this arrest.
And John Miller, back to you. We're talking about why does he have all of this potential evidence on him, so much of it, but I guess there's also a question of what was the intent of the letter. In some crimes, you have people who send in their manifesto with the expectation they may or may not get caught. Do you have an idea perhaps what the intent could be looking at cases like that?
Brianna, that's a really important question, and here's why. When you look at the note, I do apologize for any strife or trauma, but it had to be done. These parasites had it coming. This is a single homicide we're looking at. Parasites is in the plural. And the note itself, where he says, I acted alone, I'm self-funded, it suggests two potential things here. Number one, he was expecting to be caught somehow, somewhere, and wanted the note to say, I acted alone, this was just me, and here's the why, or the other even darker possibility, which is he intended to keep striking and at some point was going to release this note after he killed executives from other healthcare companies or other major corporations. We've looked at some of his other writings going back to the past on his social media and things he's posted, and he does rail against corporate America, against profiteering, against taking advantage of the consumer, and he does talk about how protest is ineffective and that violence is the next step that has to be taken. So a lot to kind of chew on there while they put together the charges, as Shimon said. And
I love the CNN coverage on this because, one, they spent most of this time glazing the cops, even though they did virtually nothing, okay? And then immediately after that, they are presenting him as this, like, ideological anarchist or something. Like it's not the case at all. I mean, look, I don't give a shit even if he was, right? one way or another. But like, it's obvious that he is not like that at all. Like, the dude was fucking constantly quote retweeting Tim Urban and you know, glazing fucking Sam Altman and Peter Thiel and shit. I don't think he was like this anti-corporatist hero, okay? The news in Australia called him an anti-capitalist shooter. I mean, his act was inherently anti-capitalist, but I don't think he was ideologically anti-capitalist. That's my point. His Goodreads must read or want to read books is not indicative of anything, in my opinion. So, I don't know how the fuck CNN can get away with just like openly stating this when it's very clearly not the case.
Others get together the physical and forensic evidence that may tie him to this New York murder.
Josh Campbell, back to you, because Michael brought up something I found interesting. Obviously, in a lot of cases, forensic experts will look at a firearm and doing an analysis of the sort of grooves that are on the bullet, the impression that is left on a bullet, and it helps to tie, obviously, guns to certain incidents. I wonder how that might change, given that this is a ghost gun that officials believe was potentially printed by a 3D printer.
Well, so the ghost gun aspect would make it more difficult to try to tie it to past crimes. And we know that the bullet shell casings obviously recovered from the scene of the crime. That could be tested. The fact that we didn't hear of any matches to past crimes tells us that, you know, this is something that he may have, you know, procured maybe recently. Maybe he put it together himself. And maybe he's never used it before in the commission of a crime that was known to law enforcement. But it is still a critical piece of evidence, because, as you mentioned, when you look at firearm testing, it's very much like a fingerprint. Whenever a projectile leaves the end of that gun, there are unique markings. You can see here, these are images of when I went inside the ATF lab to show this kind of testing. So they would take this gun into one of these facilities. They actually do a test to capture the bullet that is fired, but also the shell casing that gets ejected. And then they essentially take it under a microscope and actually look for those unique patterns. Whenever the shell casing makes contact with that gun, there are unique markings that law enforcement can look at. And what they're trying to do is see, is there a match? When you look at the shell casings found at the scene, you look at those bullets and you compare that with what was tested, all they're trying to do here is to match, was the gun found on this individual actually similar in nature to the characteristics of the rounds of ammunition left behind at the scene. And because of the unique nature of that testing, as I mentioned, somewhat like a fingerprint, that could be very strong evidence.
Daniel Penny, the former Marine charged in the chokehold.
As of now, from what I understand, we're not going to do Daniel Penny yet, but he has his first court appearance and he's in custody. It is going to be in 30 minutes and people are waiting. This was an essay that he wrote when he was 14. He believed that Christianity was what allowed the poor to be oppressed, Roman lower class to cope with their existence, and it was eventually allowed Christianity to replace paganism as the primary religion of Rome. Yeah, I don't care what he wrote it when he was 14. Did you say he reposted this? Yeah. Police revealed that finding the 26-year-old was a complete surprise, and they did not have his name on a list of suspects prior to today. Spoke with a source from Barstool Sports, doing the journalism here. Spoke with a source that had a lot of friends that went to high school with Luigi Mangione. What keeps coming back is back surgery that changed everything for him, and he went absolutely crazy. Check out his Goodreads history and the x-ray in his header. He had a back injury when he was serving in Hawaii. Surgery didn't go great. Moved to Japan. His contact with his family stopped about a year ago. Recently, family reached out to his friends from high school asking if they had info on him. So he's been pretty aloof for a while. Wait, he moved to Japan? That's why he had those like weird ass... Utilitarian ethics versus virtue ethics. Utilitarian, the action is good if the consequences are good. Virtue, the action is good if it's what a virtuous person would do. Poll results indicate respondents' moral frameworks. Homicide, worst consequence. Rape, worst virtues. Maybe he saw the Shinzo Abe assassination and his life changed. This is the guy from this picture in Japan. Bro wants to help get him arrested, though. I have been informed that the person in my previous post may be the suspect of the murder. I live in Japan and was having a fun meal with a friend at a restaurant in Tokyo that day. He came in by himself while we talked to him and treated him to a meal and drinks because we wanted him to enjoy Japan. He said he was on vacation from Hawaii. We ate together for about 30 minutes before parting ways, so I have no idea what kind of person he is, let alone his contact information. However, all I know that he was in Japan that day. And I will do my best to help him get arrested if I can. I would also like to express my deepest condolences to Mr. Thompson. What the fuck? God damn it. L snitch. Not a W, chat.
Penn State.
These guys are waiting for him to be perp
Hail
walked.
to the pit. No. Oh no, that's Pitt. What?
Ryan, question for you.
Hail to the pit. That's Pitt.
Yeah, that's Pitt.
What's Penn?
I don't know. Ask him.
I don't know. I didn't go to Penn State. I was going to. I never did. I was like, nope. And what is the Penn State slogan?
It's the We Are.
Oh, that's right. We are Penn State. Yeah. Yeah, bud.
43. Looking good. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, NBC
Fox
is
on what's
that
next?
camera right there. That's NBC, guys.
Like the clown stuff was going on. They had Penn State out on the hunt for the clown.
Retired NYPD inspector and a Fox News contributor, and James R. Fitzgerald, retired FBI supervisory special agent and co-host.
These guys are Fox News always gets the funniest like former detectives and shit on. I love those guys.
The Cold Red podcast. Great to have both of you with us today. Paul, let me start with you. Your thoughts on the latest developments in this case?
Well, let me say two things. First of all, kudos to that citizen who, off of that photo, which was not great, an above photo, that's always the case with these surveillance photos from video, remote video. They're at an angle where you don't get great shots. Off of that shot, this person looked at this person and said, you know what, this individual looks like who everybody's looking for. And when you couple that with the fact that the reporting was he's supposed to be in Atlanta, the fact that this person in Altoona made him is fairly amazing. The other thing I would just mention real quickly is, okay, that part is down, assuming this is him, and it's looking pretty good. But now something else begins, and there's the prosecution, there's the investigation, there's the discovery. The discovery laws in New York City these days, in New York State, are draconian on the prosecution. They got to gather a ton of stuff. You have the out-of-state issues here. They're going to have to gather all that. You got the extradition. So now it's another battle, and that's what the police are going to be concentrating on now as they go forward.
I like that he used draconian when talking about all the sentencing, all the guidelines that play a role in the prosecution. Oh man, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that fucking cops have to literally abide by certain standards before taking away someone's freedom. He's like, you know what sucks? Due process. I hate it. As a former cop, I hate it. I think you should be able to arrest people all the time for no reason.
Forward.
James Fitzgerald, let me bring you in, former FBI profiler. We are learning some bits and pieces about the person who is the suspect in this case. That is his status at this point. There are other outlets, including the New York Post, which is...
He didn't say that. He did. He said that the process for the prosecution here is draconian. As in, it is the standards that you need to abide by in order to take away a person's freedom, because that's what the prosecutor does, is the standards are too high, is draconian, is too rigorous.
our sister publication that is saying that he was a valedictorian at his high school, a private boys' school in the Baltimore area. Your thoughts on the profile of this young man?
Well, it's only a profile when it's an unknown subject. Once we have someone identified, now they're going to be doing a behavioral assessment. If the shooter has been deceased himself, they'd call it a psychological autopsy. But now they're going to do this behavioral assessment, this psychological assessment of just what made this person tick, what made him as mission-oriented as he was to have devoted 10 days, probably more, directly involved in the killing of Mr. Thompson of United Healthcare.
He was goal-oriented. That is
they're
true.
Going to try to find everything going back to his prep school days, his valedictorian days, any type of social media he was involved in. Certainly the web searches he's conducted, and that's going to put a total picture of this person together. And this will be evidentiary that can be entered into, a trial at some point. Defense will always fight these things, but these types of issues that
he means Lolo
suggest motivation and rationale.
Hopefully,
for
fingers
doing
crossed, Chad.
Would certainly be important. Doesn't surprise me either that this guy was somehow a fan of the Unabomber Ted Kaczynski, and he.
There is very little chance that this person is a HasanAbi head. Not at all. He strikes me as a person who was on their own intellectual journey that would have put him directly at odds with the way I see the world. If anything, he'd say stuff like, "Oh, this guy is out of his depth, out of his element." He's more so a Lex Friedman enjoyer, probably closer to a Diddy G fan than myself. As much as I would not mind that association, ultimately, I don't believe that this person was coming from this background.
He has his mini manifesto of 3 pages. We'll see if there's as much evidence in there as there was in the 56-page manifesto of the Unabomber. But I'm sure there'll be valuable evidence they can use against him in a court of law.
Yeah. Paul, what strikes me is, when I saw his face, and you can see it more clearly if we have the picture of him smiling at the woman who was, there he is, big smile on his face.
Yeah, it was a
and
Riz Lord.
I thought when I saw this picture, Paul, that he's a young man, he's smiling in this photo. I thought anyone in his family, they know that that's him as soon as they see this photo. He went to, if these reports are correct, a prestigious prep school, that's all over social media. All of those people, his professors, they also, if they saw this picture, Paul, had to have been able to identify this young man. Do we know whether or not the investigators on this case had been reached out to by people who said, that's him? They couldn't tell where he was at that point, but they identified him.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, I have not heard that. That doesn't appear to be public. One of the things I would go back to relative to that question is the Boston Marathon bombing with the Sarnia.
Nope, we do know. They didn't, which means they probably recognized those fucking eyebrows from a mile away, and we're like, nope, I'm not saying shit, dog. That's not my Pookie, okay? That right there is not my Luigi, okay? Ain't no fucking way, big dog. And it's not Penn State, it's Penn. It's UPenn, chat. Important distinction. He did not go to Penn State. He went to University of Pennsylvania. It's an Ivy League school. You know who else went to University of Pennsylvania? Donald Trump. Also, Uncle Shaky Gurga. He went to UPenn.
Brothers, we had a similar circumstance.
Exactly.
4 days, we were killing ourselves looking all.
By the way, he's not talking about the cops and prosecution standards. He's talking about the newly reformed discovery laws in New York being draconian, which are very strict and put the prosecution on a clock to turn over everything in discovery. If they don't do so, the case will be dismissed. This is a very good thing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad.
all over social media for who they were. And then we find out later, all his dorm mates knew that Joe Kartsanayev was probably that guy, but they couldn't believe it of him.
Yeah.
And everybody was afraid to accuse erroneously. So there is a little bit of a downward pressure on it. But I will say this. Think about the needle in a haystack work the PD did here. This guy comes into the city. He had a lot of planning. Apparently, according to some reporting that's out, he locked down his electronics. They're going to have a hard time getting into his phone, etc. But he took all these precautions. He came in. Apparently, he's surveilled. And yet, they found him within a couple of days at that youth hostel, got that photo. That really is what broke this.
Yes.
So kudos to them. Kudos to this woman at the McDonald's. And kudos to the Altoona PD, who went out.
Bro, stop saying kudos. I'm losing my fucking mind. Yeah, his court appearance is coming up, chat. Don't worry.
Out and took the call seriously. That would have been a very easy call to be a little dismissive of. They took her seriously. They went out. They eyeballed him. You know, they see the eyebrows, which it's almost like, you know, Koberger, the accused in Idaho. The eyebrows here are distinctive. And they put it together.
Yeah, no, it's extraordinary. We knew that he took a bus out of Upper Manhattan and that it stopped a number of places along the way, that the route was headed to Atlanta. So there was a big effort in Atlanta, but we also knew that it was making certain stops along the way. And apparently he got off in Pennsylvania, if all of this police work adds up. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. James Fitzgerald, Paul Moreau.
He retweeted this a couple years ago. Okay, dude. Shooter's dad was denied cancer treatment for the second time, allegedly. There's a GoFundMe page about that. I don't trust any of that stuff yet. Okay, this is one of those moments where you have to wait for verification to come from traditional outlets. A lot of people in this day and age on the internet will move and you know, create their own little fake YouTube profiles or GoFundMes and the like. In an effort to basically, you know, get clout or some shit like that. So you have to look at, like, you have to try to figure out if this is like verifiably him. You know, the profiles are. Blood was a debate lord? I think so. I mean, he was a model UN. He fits that profile really well. Bro, he did retweet it? Lol, why'd you close it? What? Because I don't care. What the fuck? Oh, he retweeted this. Okay, who gives a shit? It's like a fucking Twitter meme from 2022. This is like... That's the reason why I closed it. Because it's not the fucking major discovery that you think it is, chatter. No disrespect. Like, I know you guys are trying to help out here, but... It's a fucking trolley problem joke. I know the court, yeah, the court appearance is going to happen soon. Do you think he has chat logs? No, I don't think that he was like a Twitter guy. I don't think he was a Twitch guy. I think he was a YouTube guy. Through and through. Anyway. This is another thing that he apparently retweeted, is what someone was saying, but I don't know if this is true or not. I can't I can't verify it. So yeah, he reads YouTube all the way. No way you get that many right-wing pundits by being on Twitch. Yeah. Probably hard in the Telegram network. Hella far right groups on there. No, dude. I don't think this person was involved in Telegram groups or like deep in the precipice of right-wing radicalization. Like, he's not like some fucking sweaty 4chan loser. I think he was way more normie. A lot of his interests and a lot of his follows and retweets indicate that he was closer to a normie. Daily Mail at it again. Oh no, what did they do this time? Why are they doing this? Why does the dude, the Daily Mail loves this fucking killer, dude. The way that they keep posting these fucking hilarious. The Daily Mail TikTok is incredible. He's in the alt-centrist to techno-fascist pipeline. I agree. I agree with this assessment, Central Committee. I see that. Well-educated, maybe not like, not the fully fleshed out, maybe not necessarily like a fully fleshed out worldview. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Like what he did, the actions he took have nothing to do with like his political ideology, in my opinion. Yeah, and Jared Holt is right. He is he's a fantastic researcher of right-wing extremism online. He says, at the end of the day, here's the thing about Luigi Mangioni's online footprint. It cuts off 6 months ago. That means no one has any idea what he was up to or the catalyst that finally got him to the point of killing someone. Anyone who claims otherwise is lost in the sauce. The police say they found a manifesto on him when they arrested him that is likely going to tell us much more than the social media profile ever will. Yeah. So like, while we can basically create a profile for his point of radicalization leading up to his actual point of radicalization, we do not know what events took place, with the exception of like speculating on the spine surgery that he most likely got. That's it. The last quote he liked on Goodreads. Bro had enough. Unless someone who, like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. Yeah. We don't even know if he's qualifying his event, is what you're saying? Yes, we're speculating on that, but it's like, I guess we'll see if he suddenly became an insurrectionary anarchist doing propaganda of the deed. Yeah. I doubt it, but it doesn't have to be that anyway. I don't know why people are just like, I don't know why people are doing purity spirals on the fucking healthcare CEO shooter. Like, who gives a shit? Apparently his Twitch is Pepe Mangione. Check his logs. No, it's not. Where did you get that from? The account is gone anyway. It's either nuked or never existed. Yeah, a Twitch account was created 3 hours ago. If people start linking it. Nice. Classic. Anyway, I'm not doing a purity spiral, just trying to figure him out, Lamau. Yeah, I agree. No, but people are trying to present him as like, people are basically trying to present him as like a guy who had their worldview, a guy who had the same exact worldview as them, and that's why they did it. And for the reason, and the reason for why they're doing that, is specifically because like they agree with the act. So they're trying to slot him into a comfortable political background that makes sense, when that's not how the average American political operative works. You know? Family and personal healthcare involvement. Well, calling him a fascist is extremely dumb. Like, why just assume that? Why can't a person be disgruntled with the system and act exact revenge? No, Michael from Pennsylvania is not saying he's a techno-fascist. He's saying that he was on the center-right techno-fascist pipeline, which I don't disagree with necessarily, because like when you got Palantir and you know, Sam Altman, okay, when you got, guys, stop fucking linking accounts that were created today. Are you that fucking stupid? Like, really? I guess the answer is yes. You are that stupid. You literally think that on his way in the McDonald's that he got popped at, he created an account a couple hours ago in the fucking car ride. Okay? In the car ride over to the New York Public Courthouse. You know, he made a new account. He was like, this is my moment. I've never been on Twitch before, but now I am. Anyway, I feel like we've covered this extensively. I'm going to move on to Daniel Penny. And if there are more updates, I will go into that. Okay. I will go into more updates on the alleged shooter. But let's now talk about another murder. A murder that happened in broad daylight in a New York City subway station. Daniel Penny choked and killed a homeless victim that was experiencing a mental health episode in front of a bunch of other people. And as of today, he has been acquitted.
Death of Jordan Neely on a New York City subway last year was found not guilty of criminally negligent homicide by a Manhattan jury on Monday. This comes after a judge dismissed a more serious second-degree manslaughter charge last week after the jury could not come to a verdict on the count they were hung. Gloria Pazmino, tell us the latest.
Well, we are getting a live reaction right from inside that courtroom. My colleague Lauren Del Valle has been sitting there as the verdict was read. Not guilty. Visible smiles from Daniel Penny, who has just been acquitted on that second charge, the criminally negligent homicide. At the same time, the father of Jordan Neely, the victim in this case, escorted out of the room after he had an outburst with an expletive inside that courtroom as the verdict was being read. Court officers stepping in to escort Mr. Zachary Carter out of the room.
Why are they showing this,
Andrew
man?
Zachary, as his name, I should say. We are also hearing audible reaction directly in the park behind me. Protesters have been here all morning. And they are now starting to chant loudly in response to this verdict. Today,
CNN is so gross. Like, it's just, dude, in the lightest terms, it's just like a straightforward lynching. And CNN is like, remember that lynching that took place? The person who did it, he can now walk free and do it again if he wants to. Just a somber reminder of how things actually work. I wonder if the right-wingers who were chirping about the right-wingers who were chirping about the Luigi guy who shot and killed the CEO, if they have a similar attitude towards protecting life and the sanctity of life with respect to Daniel Penny, who, you know, choked and killed a homeless person. Of course they don't. Because if you're powerless and you get killed, are you asking them not to report on the facts of the situation, though? Really? Is that what you think I'm doing? You think replaying a lynching is actually important enough in this process? You think it takes away? You think me saying like, why are you even showing this footage again? Is actually, that's your takeaway from that? It's the same principle behind like the execution of George Floyd as well. The media consistently kept playing it over and over and over again. I think it's ridiculous. I'm not saying that they shouldn't report on the facts of the matter, but they don't have to be so graphic with the imagery. Oh, so they're gonna say that the blue city of New York City let him free means it's even more clear he did nothing wrong? I assume.
Today, for the first time in the past 6 weeks since we've been here, Daniel Penny also had some supporters in this crowd, but now we are hearing the chanting. In fact, it was something that his defense attorney tried to declare, ask for a mistrial on this morning because of the presence of loud supporters, which he believed could be heard by the jury inside the courtroom as they were deliberating. They are chanting, "No justice, no peace," which can be heard from inside that courtroom, according to my colleague Lauren Del Valle. So for now, 6 weeks after the fact, Daniel Penny acquitted on the second charge, criminally negligent homicide. Days after this jury initially told this judge that they were hung on the top charge, the manslaughter and the second-degree charge, the most serious of the two. The DA moved to dismiss that charge after the jury said they couldn't come to an agreement, and after the judge agreed to dismiss the
CNN didn't show the security footage of the CEO getting shot. They stopped the footage before the first shot was fired. Yeah, I mean, but that's a CEO. That's an important person. That's like an actual human, and not just like any human. That is one of the most important humans. Oh, here, he was taken inside. Let's take a look at the perp walk. Moments ago. Why are there so many people with like Penn State hoodies? They think this dude went to Penn State. Where is it? PSU has an Altoona campus. Oh, there it is. This guy looks different every time I see him, dude. What is going on? It's one of those dudes. They got the wrong guy. Let him go. Please release him. Very clearly, broad as day. You can tell that's not him, man. Just let him go. I think you got the wrong guy. It's not him. It's just not him. Yeah.
charge. He instructed the jury to go back into the deliberation room this morning and continue to deliberate. And now, just about an hour and a half after they started deliberating for the day, we are hearing back that verdict. Daniel Penny not guilty of the criminally negligent homicide charge nearly a year after he placed Jordan Neely, a homeless street artist, in a fatal chokehold in a New York City subway.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say it's worth just reemphasizing.
Law tip: New York's Defense of Others statute gives a person the authority to use physical force, and even in some other cases, deadly physical force to protect themselves and also to protect others from physical assault. There was ample testimony that witnesses feared imminent bodily harm. All this fear needs to be as reasonable under the circumstances, which it seemingly was. That's why he was acquitted. Yeah, I still think it's a terrifying precedent that it is setting, because ultimately, reasonable fear in this circumstance is like any black person that is homeless, that is having a mental health episode, is now, is now under consideration as an imminent threat, a reasonable fear, so they could just be assassinated. Great stuff. Anyway. I just don't. How did he not pose a threat? Brother, you being afraid of a dude who is like going through it and then watching someone choke them and kill them is on entirely different planets, okay? Entirely different planes of existence. Like, the conversation here isn't literally, oh no, let him like threaten someone or let him terrify someone, okay? That's not the point I'm making at all. A lot of people will look at that and go, well, Hasan, seems like you just, want people to smoke crack on the subway. I'm not one of those leftists, okay? I'm not saying like, oh, it's just a little bit of crack. Who gives a shit? Like, I understand why there is a, there's a frustration there, okay? By the way, I'm not saying that that's what Jordan Neely was doing. I'm simply stating that there is like a very common trope online of people who are like, oh, it's just a little bit of crack. Let somebody do crack. So if the shooter put the CEOs in chokeholds, he would get away with it? No. Because while the CEO in that circumstance has a lot more kills under his belt, the reality of the matter is society does not view the CEO as someone engaging in an act of killing at all, because the murder in that circumstance is socialized, social murder. Whereas a scary homeless person exhibiting a mental health episode, that is way scarier than a guy who has serialized and systematized the process of murder by way of seeking out profit more and more, better profit margins year over year by simply killing people, by denying their coverage, by relegating them to medical bankruptcy, a life of medical debt. That's just the way we interpret it. That's it. Anyway, yeah, the drug addict is not seen as a not human, and therefore it is not murder, it's purification and cleansing. Yeah. That is the unfortunate reality of the way that we interpret homeless people in this country. Homeless people are automatically considered drug addicts. Whether they are or not doesn't matter. They're automatically seen as criminals. Whether they are or not doesn't matter. That's just the way that we interpret homeless people, as an aberration that must be excised violently. And in this circumstance, Daniel Penny did just that, and he was not punished for that. This means that our legal system will show, even in a place as blue as New York City, that, yeah, if you kill a homeless person that is like very clearly exhibiting mental health crisis, there is no mechanism of apprehension there that is more meaningful, trying to engage in de-escalation or trying to even examine why this person got to this point that they're in. Jordan Neely specifically got to this point that they're in. No, it's the attitude that we have is basically, no, you just gotta kill him. You gotta remove him. You gotta cleanse this area. I think it's ridiculous that, this can be seen as like a reasonable level of force and a reasonable level of restraint that was demonstrated. And not just like Daniel Penny doesn't have to be this like white supremacist that was trying to get a fucking confirmed kill, a legal kill by killing a black person. Okay. He could have still in that very moment thought, oh, this guy is a threat to other people. I want to stop him from being a threat to other people. Okay. But what he did in that process led to the death of Jordan Neely. So obviously there has to be, if society has laws and order and a criminal justice system, like you reward certain behavior, you consider certain behavior to be permissible, and you punish certain behavior. And in this circumstance, in my opinion, this was behavior that was worthy of some semblance of punishment so that people don't think that they can take matters in their own hands in a similar fashion. Okay?
The fact that this was a hung jury on the most serious charge, the second-degree manslaughter, and that was dismissed last week. And the jury of 12, coming out today and acquitting him of the lesser charge of criminally negligent homicide. Have we heard from Daniel Penny's team?
Well, one thing I can tell you is that, you mentioned the jury. This is a jury made up of Manhattanites. I sat here watching jury selection before the trial was getting started, and I watched just how carefully every juror was being questioned and picked out. These are people who live here in Manhattan. They ride the subway nearly every day. Many of them talked about the fact that they had witnessed outbursts on the subway. Some said that they at times felt threatened by those outbursts, but others said that they weren't. They were also asked about their experiences with mental illness and homelessness. And what I think all of that encapsulates and really just paints a picture about the state of New York City and many of the...
Before people yell at me, I need you to understand something. I have a consistent principle on this, as do I on the healthcare CEO shooting. I don't believe that the solution to societal problems is by just fucking popping healthcare CEOs. Okay? I believe that that is an important anger and resentment that people feel that must be acknowledged in this circumstance. And the same goes for this execution as well. What Daniel Penny did was seen as appropriate by many people. Okay? That is fucking terrifying. That is an important indicator. It is a terrifying indicator that people have given up on any semblance of structural solutions to this issue. At least with the health insurance CEO, we know that there is no legislative outlook that even resembles a path towards change. Like, there is neither party that actually presents any sort of change whatsoever. With this circumstance, people's solutions are not to re-examine the very same structural hurdles that place them significantly closer to being Jordan Neely than an Elon Musk. Because after all, every single person in this chat, myself included, regardless of my financial success, are far closer to being homeless than we are to being Elon Musk. Like, one, ironically enough, one bad medical situation, and you will find yourself on the streets. Okay? And the reality of the matter is, although that is the truth, many people do not see it that way. And they simply look at homeless people and go, oh, gross. Like, I already have all these societal pressures that I have to deal with. And now there's a weird person that it smells bad, that is like around me and being a nuisance and maybe even behaving in a way that is scary. So how will that person be dealt with? Let us not look at the ways in which Jordan Neely's personal journey led him to be permanently in the crosshairs of the criminal justice system, in and out of jail over and over again, no future prospects whatsoever, and people still apply blanket statements like this. Look, is that the criminal with a record of 40 plus crimes? Do you know what those crimes were, brother? There's like, they pad the stats, right? Especially if you're poor. The point I'm trying to make is that you are closer to being him than you are to even, being the CEO of United Healthcare. Okay? His crime primarily is being poor. His crime is primarily being homeless. His crime is primarily being a victim of circumstance. His crimes are sleeping where he's not supposed to, fare evasion, shit like that, loitering. Okay? That's what's so frustrating. And you go, oh, well, he was threatening women and children with death. He was a mentally ill homeless person, dude. He was very obviously exhibiting a mental health episode. I'm not even saying that I don't even know the full details of or the veracity of the statement. But even if that is the case, you have to understand that, like, you can try to apprehend a person like this. You can try to talk down a person like this. Obviously, it shouldn't even get to that point. That person should not be, running around at the subway station, like, obviously going through this mental health episode. Okay? The issue is, there's two ways to fix this problem. You either fucking randomly task people with the goal of going out and just executing people like Jordan Neely in the crowded subway carts. Okay? You either do that and you basically democratize this process and everyone takes matters in their own hands. Or you recognize that these people are victims of circumstance and try to solve it, and try to ensure that there aren't more new homeless people being created every single day because they get priced out of the housing market. Okay? If you live in a big city, and I do, you have been in a situation now where you have been fearful of your safety in the presence of a homeless person. And no, that doesn't mean you saw a homeless guy and got scared. That means, like, a homeless person has threatened you, okay? It happens literally every fucking day. It has happened to me on numerous occasions. Now, of course, I'm a big dude. I'm a guy. I'm 6'4". I'm jacked. So the threat does not actually carry the same weight as, like, if you are a tinier person or you have a hard time defending yourself. Like, I understand that. I understand the very real fear that someone might exhibit in that moment. Okay? And my solution in that moment isn't even to say, like, well, analyze the conditions and how this person got there. I'm not expecting you to do that. But even if there are methods of restraint or methods of talking someone down, talking to them as a human being and trying to de-escalate, those are the methods that should be applied. That's what I think. And not only do I expect that from police, I expect that from random people as well if push comes to shove. Okay?
Issues that the city is grappling with. Mentally ill people, homelessness, public safety, and the perception of public safety, especially in the city's subways. This was something that was really happening a lot at the time of the incident, and people continue to be concerned about. We are seeing that play out here by this jury.
If we would be allowed to kill people who threaten us with death, League of Legends would be empty. I know. It is kind of funny that people come to me and they're like, well, he's threatening death. What should people do? I don't know, man. As someone who, I promise you, receives way more death threats, credible death threats than you do on a daily fucking basis, you do what I do, okay? You live your goddamn life. Shut the fuck up. This doesn't mean it's appropriate, okay? But you're not... I don't know why people just... You always think your solutions will be more effective over the communities you claim to advocate for. Is too respectable or generous at times than others. The takes are wrong, but your audience isn't educated enough to correct you. His crime was being black as well. You don't think race is an issue? What? His crime was being black as well, but you don't think race issues are real enough to be a primary source of issue that needs to be solved? Congratulations, chatter. You did it. You, my friend, you won woke of the day today. Congratulations. Really, James Smith, you have won woke of the day. Now, your crime, okay, your one friend who's too woke in the situation is coming at this conversation with the understanding that I do not consider Jordan Neely being black a very important part of this equation. Not only did you assume that I did not bring that up when I said that this was a lynching, okay, but also simultaneously, you also moved on from me not bringing this up, even though, of course, it's a factor, and I did bring it up. But also, you then followed through with additional inferences that you made off the faulty premise. Okay? There were numerous occasions where I actually brought forward the victim's race and also how it factored in. You refused to understand that I did. But then you said the audience of 44,000 in here are too stupid to correct me on this. Or maybe they were just listening better than you were. But congratulations, you win woke of the day. You did it. You are the one friend who is too woke. Anyway.
All right, Gloria, thank you so much. I want to go to Joey Jackson now for some legal analysis. Joey, are you surprised by this? What's your reaction?
Yeah, Pamela, I'm not surprised by it. Certainly, we saw just last week that they were hung up on the reckless charge. That was the manslaughter charge that carried the 15 years. And I think that there were concerns as to why they were hung up. I think when you look at this, what does it tell us? First of all, we have to look at what criminally negligent homicide means. It means that the jury would conclude that he was negligent. That is, that he failed to perceive the risk that his activities could cause the death of Jordan Neely. However, I think that there are two issues that you look at that are critical. Number one, was it self-defense? Certainly, that's what the defense argued, that he, that is Jordan Neely, represented an immediate threat. And as a result of representing that immediate threat of death or serious physical injury, that restraining him in the way that he did was reasonable and appropriate. And so that was the one issue. I think the second issue was the dealing with causation. What does causation mean? It means that the prosecution had to establish that he caused, that is the defendant in this case, Mr. Perry, the death of Jordan Neely. And there was really dispute on the medical evidence. On the one hand, you had the prosecutor's medical examiner saying, in fact, it was the chokehold that caused it. On the other hand, you had the defense saying a number of things. Number one, that there wasn't sufficient pressure applied such that it could be the chokehold. Number two, that schizophrenia diagnosis, that the issue with the synthetic marijuana, et cetera, caused it. So I think there were plenty of issues for the jury to conclude that just beyond a reasonable doubt, either A, it was self-defense, and B, that he wasn't the cause. So those were two good reasons as to why they could have quit, and that's exactly what they did.
We need some black. I don't understand, because, like, didn't he choke him for 5 minutes straight? And he died. Like, how come every time a black person gets choked to death, it's always, every time a black person gets choked to death, the media's like, well, you know, there was drugs in his system. Like, the fuck? People do drugs all the time. What are we talking about? The point is, if this was a rich person, if this was a white person, if this was a white rich person who had smoked synthetic marijuana and maybe had unexamined or undiagnosed schizophrenia, would society's approach to the subject matter be different? If it was a white man who was wealthy, dressed nice, having a mental health episode on a crowded fucking subway station, and somebody choked them to death. Let's say a black man choked him to death. I don't believe that people would approach the situation in the same way. I don't. I think that they would. I think that he would get the book thrown at him. look no further than what will happen to Luigi, our boy Luigi, and the way that he will be treated by the criminal justice system. You can be driven into homelessness by someone like Brian Thompson, then legally murdered by someone like Daniel Penny, while the money that could have saved you is spent on murdering children in Gaza. This is Sol Khan. Yeah. The Waffle House shooter was literally a wealthy white, vape, pot smoking, undiagnosed schizophrenic. I knew him as a teenager. He lived to see a trial. Yeah. My point is, I think personally that the standard for killing a human being, for taking another human being's life, should be unimaginably high. Unimaginably high for someone who is unimaginably high for someone who is of a police background, and even higher for like the random citizen, because the entire point is, I mean, just unimaginably high for both. The point is, you can't fucking let people get away with just like murking people, okay? You are setting a very dangerous precedent. You're like, no, it's open season. And the worst part about this is like deterrence, right? If your expectation is like, well, this creates a deterrence for people to act out on the subway stations, you think the motherfucker that's going through a mental health episode gives a shit about the legal precedent set forth by Daniel Penny? If he's going through a schizophrenic attack, he's going to do it regardless. Like, that's not stopping people. You know what I mean? This is simply just giving you a reason, or this is just giving you a little bit of happiness in this moment, because you're like, oh, these criminal nuisances that are consistently around me on my daily commute will now be murdered sometimes, and the murderers will be able to get away with it. It's crazy. And then you have this guy, and I think this guy is also like, he's like a charlatan, right? This Hawk Newsome guy. Am I crazy? I feel like BLM is so, like, BLM as a institution is so fucking, so unimaginably busted. I don't know if it's the same guy, but like, guys, stop making jokes about Hawk Tua. Okay. It's just at this point in 2024, whenever I see someone who is like an organizer of Black Lives Matter openly say that they're an organizer of Black Lives Matter, it's almost always some dude who is like going to say some unhinged shit. This does not mean that they're actually this does not mean that they're actually a part of the Black Lives Matter movement in general. Oh, it is the guy who protested the restaurant that one time. BLM protest Planet New York restaurant where brawl over vaccination proof occurred. Yeah. BLM Greater New York. Yeah. Hawk Newsome, the co-founder and chairman of BLM Greater New York. Yeah, they're, I think these guys are, I don't think these guys are valid. Okay. Just letting you know before we start this process, before we go down this route and listen to what he has to say.
Black vigilantes.
That's right.
People want to jump up and choke us and kill us for being loud. How about we do the same when they...
Oh, yeah. Sure, man. 2-minute preface to a 19-second clip. Yeah, dude. Yeah, this is how all black people are. They all want to do vigilante justice against random white people. Stop saying he's not wrong. You're a fucking idiot. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut your bitch ass up. So many of these goddamn fucking morons in this community, as well as every other community, are the first to go the Black Hammer route. So many of you are so rudderless and so fucking dumb, so broken in the way that you approach society that you are so susceptible to the likes of Black Hammer as an organization. Okay, your white privilege is showing. Shut the fuck up. White privilege is showing. Yeah, no, go join this fucking very clear Fed operation. God, I hate some of you motherfuckers so bad. You're so quick. You're so quick to just like grab onto the fucking bait. So susceptible. Ban this one. Black people have always been killed this way in this country. Has never stopped. You shut up. You are not black or connected to us to understand. Here, take a ban. All right. Woke of the day. You got it. No, go ahead, guys. Go ahead. You're right. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know anything. This guy, let's not look into his background at all. Let's not assume that Hasan knows anything more about this person and what they represent and how their entire goal is to say these sorts of eye-catching things in an effort to sometimes fundraise, but most importantly, to play a role of the angry black man that conservatives will play on the fucking Facebook orbit nonstop, endlessly. Okay? You're right. You're right, man. What do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know. You're right. I'm just my woke privileges speaking, sweetie.
They attempt to oppress us.
Right.
I'm tired.
Tired.
We're devastated.
Folks like this would fall for Dr. Umar if they didn't know better. No, Dr. Umar wouldn't fucking. No, Dr. Umar is a. How Hawk Newsom went from failed politician to rogue BLM boss. Hawk Newsom, the activist who threatened bloodshed after a sit-down with Mayor-elect Eric Adams earlier this week, is a rogue militant and failed politician who likes to wear a bulletproof vest and chew on a fast cigar as he strolls through his Bronx neighborhood. Newsom's incendiary statements and criticism of the national Black Lives Matter movement have earned him international headlines, but also made him a pariah among leaders of the civil rights cause. And the IRS yanked his group's charitable status for failing to file financial reports, the Post has learned. Oh, wow. That's crazy. On Wednesday, when Adams, a former New York PD captain, Eric Adams, vowed to bring back the force's controversial anti-crime unit, which was disbanded after widespread anti-police protests last year, Newsom, 44, threatened total anarchy. There will be riots, he said, outside the Borough Hall in Brooklyn after their closed-door discussions. There will be fire and there will be bloodshed. Now, did that happen? No, of course it didn't fucking happen. Why did he say this? Not because he's a fucking organizer, but because he has a failed charity that he's using to make it, to enrich himself. And his entire purpose is a singular one, okay? His entire goal is to go out and say these insightful things, okay? With the hopes that he gets coverage from these right-wing dish rags like the New York Post that will then present black people that are community organizers actually tasked with dealing with gun violence in their neighborhoods or police brutality in their neighborhoods as the same as him. Someone with no interest in real solutions, and instead someone who is, inciting violence. I didn't mean insightful. I said like incite, not like insight. I don't know how to describe it. It's not SIGHT. It's CITE. Incitement. Okay? Incisive. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Incendiary. Yeah. Newsom followed up with the threats of the social media post on Thursday while waiting for a flight at JFK Airport. Mayor-elect Adams want to bring back the NYPD anti-crime unit that murdered Sean Bell, Amadou Diallo, and Eric Garner. Newsom said in the post with his 29,000 Instagram followers, referring to some New York City victims of police violence. We can't let that slide. You and I both know we are up against an evil and violent system. The imposing former paralegal for the Bronx DA, who stands more than 6'6" tall and weighs 250 pounds, now runs a political consulting company with his younger sister, Shavonna Newsom. In 2016, the two also founded New York Black Lives Matter, Inc., a charity which lists its address as a Bronx apartment. The nonprofit had its charitable status revoked 2 years ago after it failed to file financial reports to the IRS over 3 consecutive years, public records show. But the group continues to seek donations on its website, instructing visitors to donate through the one-time payments or monthly sums using PayPal or debit cards. The group sells sweatshirts with the BLM New York logo and Donald Trump is a white supremacist, noting that buying them is the best way to support our organization. Newsom, whose birth name is Walter, has never been a member of the Black Lives Matter Global Network, the national arm of the movement, which has no time for his brand of sales-style leadership. Also, the Black Lives Matter Global Network is not great either, but that's a totally separate point. Oh my God. Meanwhile, Newsom has rallied against the Global Network's leadership, blasting former co-founder Patrice Khan-Cullors. After the post revealed in April, she went on a real estate shopping spree, snagging 4 high-end homes in the U.S. for $3.2 million. If you go around calling yourself a socialist, you have to ask how much of our own personal money is going to charitable causes, he told the Post. It's literally 2 grifters, both using Black Lives Matter to benefit their own personal to benefit their own personal coffers. Okay? That's it. They're both grifters. Newsom, a high school dropout who has spoken openly about his battles with alcoholism, domestic abuse, and anger issues, managed to obtain his GED and attended Concordia College in Bronxville before completing his law degree in Touro College. He's the father of William, a teenager who lives with him, and has a 4-year-old daughter, Asada. We don't want white people coming in and raising our rents, he told the Post last year about the neighborhood near Yankee Stadium in South Bronx. You can't be a supporter of black people if you come gentrify the neighborhood. Stay the fuck out of our community. Newsom has worked as a community organizer in the Bronx and ran for a city council seat in the borough in 2013. He managed only 3% of the vote in the race, losing to Vanessa Gibson, the current city council member for West Bronx. His sister lost her own bid for the 15th congressional district in the 2020 primary. After Newsom's own loss of the polls, he changed his name to Hawk and began protesting against the police after the acquittal of George Zimmerman in the shooting death of Trayvon Martin in Florida in 2013. He said it was Garner's July 2014 death, which led the NYPD officer Daniel Pantaleo's expulsion from the force that compelled him to become a full-time activist. After his death, we marched. He wrote an opinion piece for USA Today in 2019. When a grand jury decided to not indict Officer Daniel Pantaleo, we marched. For the countless other black men and women who have died at the hands of police and have received no justice, mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, we have marched. We still march and we still see no justice. Now, the question remains, is this a person who actually went through his own political journey and became radicalized because he saw that there was no solutions to police brutality? Or is this a person who set up a fake charity that was targeted by the IRS for being a fake charity and not a real 501c3 in an effort to fill his own personal coffers, and is routinely known to say, explosive, incendiary things with an effort to get this kind of media coverage that obviously right-wing newspapers are very excited to use to present all black activists as like violent people with no interest in real solutions whatsoever. Huh. That's it. His rhetoric has grown increasingly incendiary. If this country doesn't give us what we want, then we'll burn down the system and replace it, said Newsom in a Fox News interview last year. All right? And I could be speaking figuratively. I could be speaking literally. It's a matter of interpretation. Newsom, who has referred to the U.S. government as terrorists, managed to temporarily shut down the George Washington Bridge last year, rallying 100 demonstrators to protest police violence. Unless he's a Fed, there's a chance he saw himself as a genuine activist and justified the grifting behavior to himself. Yeah. He called himself a grassroots organizer who's rallied against vaccine mandates, which he has labeled racist. And notes on his website that his organization was the first group in New York City to endorse Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Yeah, we have the press conference that we're awaiting on for the shooter in the United Healthcare CEO shooting. Do you guys now understand? Hey, do you now understand why my immediate reaction to that guy, knowing his background, knowing what he had done before, like this protest where he planned at a New York restaurant, claiming that vaccine mandates were racist? Do you understand why I immediately said, oh, I know who this person is. I know what he does. And some of you still very clearly were so motivated to jump on board. Sometimes people can say things that you agree with, okay? Sometimes people can say things you agree with. Maybe you're emotional. Maybe you're passionate, okay? And they say shit that you might immediately agree with. Just because someone is saying those things should not immediately cause you to go, no, this guy is woke and you're actually stupid and maybe secretly a white supremacist for not agreeing with his message. Okay? There's a difference. There are plenty of people who say radical things or represent a radical, dare I say, revolutionary politics that I actually appreciate. Okay? And defend regularly. Then there are people who engage in reactionary and, dare I say, ridiculous statements. Okay? That's why he is so, he's so quick to say this stuff in front of fucking Fox News and mainstream media.
Upset, angry, hurt. Over and over again, we keep coming to the system, asking the system to let us know that our lives have value.
Just like everybody else has vigilantes, we need some black vigilantes. That's right. People want to jump up and choke us and kill us for being loud. How about we do the same?
That was a lawyer for Jordan Neely's family, followed by a founder of Black Lives Matter New York. Breaking today, a jury has found retired Marine Daniel Penny not guilty of negligent homicide in the death of Neely on a New York City subway last year. Judge Janine Pirro has jumped in the chair for us to react. Co-host of The Five. Judge, welcome. You have been on every minute of this trial. Yeah. What are your initial thoughts and reaction?
Well, my initial thoughts were when they said that they had a verdict, I said, oh my gosh, this is...
Altoona wept. Thank you for the 5 community to give the subs. I thought it was Tacoma that wept, but I think Altoona wept today.
Too soon. They were conflicted on the man, too. They couldn't reach an agreement. And then all of a sudden, I find out it was not guilty, which tells me that, whatever questions they had on Friday, they resolved. And look, New York needed this and America needed this. People need to be able, in a society where we readily admit that we don't have the police that we need, that they've been defunded, they are not everywhere, they're certainly not in the subway. And if someone comes in the subway.
Okay. That's how you know Janine Pirro is so rich that despite the fact that she lives in New York, she has never taken the goddamn subway. The fuck do you mean the police are nowhere near at the subway? Like, obviously the idea that they are defunded is ridiculous, okay? Just the most ridiculous. But somehow somehow she doubles down on the fucking stupidity by claiming that this standing military, one of the largest standing militaries on the planet, the NYPD, with its own submarine, that's like what, $6.3 billion a year in budget, that is in every fucking subway station, is not there actually. And it's not even that yet. The National Guard is in the subway too, on top of the fucking police. The mayor is a cop. That's how fucking police-minded New York City is. They fucking elected a cop mayor. What do you want? What a beautiful story from Fox News. This angle is hilarious because it's like the mayor is a cop. The NYPD is in every fucking subway station, you know, twiddling their thumbs and you know, playing Candy Crush. They're shooting fare evaders for the crime of like skipping out on $2.90 of fare. Okay. Sometimes they're shooting each other when they're trying to shoot the fare evaders. And also random people that get shot in the head in the process. But it's not enough that this $6.3 billion budgeted standing military is in every fucking corner of New York and is a part of your life every day, okay? Regardless of whether they're doing their job or not, doesn't matter. They're there. The mayor is a fucking cop, but now it's not enough. You know who else needs to be a cop? Random people that are also commuting alongside you. We need them to be cops too. Because that's what this is. Daniel Penny became a cop. He was deputized on the spot the moment that he fucking started choke slamming and started the process of murdering Jordan Neely. He became a cop in that moment. And that's what she wants. She's like, no, it's not enough that we have a mayor that's a cop. We have a standing military that's like, there's cops at every corner. You have to also become a cop. Every single American must become deputized and become a cop in the moment where they feel like there's a crime that might be occurring. Oh. I just got a full page Twitch warning. What do you mean? I assume Fox News was filmed and broadcasted from Florida. Is that not true? No. They do have Florida vibes, but they are definitely in New York City.
And says, I'm going to kill an MF for today, and I don't care if I go to jail for the rest of my life. And people are so petrified that they feel like they're going to pass out, or they hide their head, or a woman takes a carriage to bring her baby closer to her. You hope that you've got Danny Penny on that subway car to protect you. And, you know, I'm really outraged at these people who are saying, we need someone back. How about we do some vigilantism? You know what? Where were you when Jordan Neely was on the list of 50 of the most needy, homeless, and mentally ill people in New York City, a city of 8 million people? This guy had open warrants for assaulting people on the subway. He had 42 arrests in 7 years. Where were you? And let's not kid ourselves. The guy was 30 years old. He was 6'2". He was taller than Danny Penny. He was crouched, threatening to kill on a moving, locked subway car underground. What are you supposed to do? Just let him attack people? Yeah. And in the end, Danny Penny did not believe that he had used deadly physical force. He held him until the police came.
I think, like, well, first of all, I mean, he died. So what? Like, that's the part that's like really frustrating. And yes, as I said before, a lot of his arrests stem from subway fraud, which is literally just fare evasion. So that's why 42 plus is like ridiculous. There are some assaults in there too, but I like that she turned back at the Hawk guy, okay, and was like, where were you when Jordan Neely was scaring people? Like, you should do vigilante justice to him yourself. Again, not the solution to the problem at all, okay? Oh my God. Yeah, he just held him. He just held his hand and he just fucking seemed to die is a wild way to look at this.
Perhaps that's why this is so important. This is a Black Lives Matter activist slamming the white jury in this Penny case. And I want to get your thoughts on it.
Forgive me for being jaded and cynical, but once we saw those non-white jurors, we knew that this case was over. Luckily for Daniel Penny, his skin was not like Jordan's. These wonderful white people, I hope they celebrate their Christmas while the Neely family is praying and asking God for comfort.
You know, I'll tell you, right off the bat, what she said 9, I mean, there were black, there were Hispanics on the jury. But maybe the better question is, why did Danny Penny make a decision to protect the African Americans on that subway car, the Hispanics on the subway car? Why did they jump in to hold Jordan Neely down? Because they felt that he was a danger. She's got it backwards. It's about time that instead of denigrating a Good Samaritan, we thank God and hope that there's a Danny Penny on a subway car when we're on it confronted with deadly physical force, imminent deadly physical force.
Yeah, I mean, at this.
I think what's crazy is the assumption that that Jordan Neely, Jordan Neely was presenting imminent deadly physical force and not Daniel Penny, who literally did do the deadly physical force. Like, what is happening? Thank goodness the killer of a poor schizophrenic black man is free and the killer of a wealthy white death merchant is in custody. Yeah, it's interesting who gets to be a hero is right. David is right. We are so cooked. Yeah. Back in the day, Good Samaritans used to help old ladies cross the street. Now, Good Samaritans are the ones who are doing extrajudicial executions of mentally ill black homeless people. Good stuff. Good stuff overall. Wonderful stuff.
In this particular case, implications for how this will be handled in the future, especially in a very dangerous, crime-ridden New York City where people.
One of the most annoying aspects of any kind of commentary that I engage in is when people immediately misunderstand my position, especially on this issue, where people will come to me and say, Hasan, you don't think black people can do any wrong? Oh, you think that black people should be able to get, a free slate to do crimes or whatever, which is immediately racist as fuck. Okay. You're just a ridiculous person. I want solutions. I want real solutions, long lasting solutions. I don't want the solution to be deputizing random people that are going to murk poor people for the crime of having a psychotic break, a psychotic episode. Many of you do not think that you or a loved one would ever find themselves in that position, which is why you're so comfortable with this attitude where you're like, none of my loved ones were ever going to have a fucking mental health episode. I promise you, if Daniel Penny choke slammed and killed your immediate relative that might be exhibiting like a mental health problem, okay, you would not have this attitude. It's ridiculous. Only a racist would put those words in your mouth. Yes, it is racist people. It is LSF commenters. They literally say this. I remember them saying this when I was talking about the Kai Cenat stuff with the PlayStation 5. They literally would. So many people's open commentary in this process was, Hasan just will never criticize a black person. Okay? Like that isn't real political commentary. You're just a fucking white supremacist. You know what I mean? Anyway, I don't care that like self-defense law and defense of others law is pretty clear cut, even if the person you're afraid of doesn't actually intend to harm you. All that matters is you're in fear, and that fear could be considered reasonable under circumstances. See Trayvon Martin. It's really, really shitty and has massive racial undertones because obviously, as a lot of white people have that implicit racial bias. Exactly. Not just white people. Everybody has that implicit racial bias. Black people even have it. Black people have internalized white supremacist bias as well. It is a white supremacist society after all. So that is a very clear-cut outcome that in that circumstance, black people are disproportionately going to be punished by this. Or at least like the people that kill them are going to disproportionately get away with the crime. Can I just say something that is never brought up in any circumstance? As a brown woman, I feel exponentially less safe in the presence of white men than I do with any other demographic. And this constant emphasis that white men are these patriarchal protectors doing this violence out of their need to be patriarchs is mind-boggling to me. Yeah, except in a circumstance where you, as a brown woman, engage in an act of self-defense against a white man, okay, you would not have this same exact fucking process. You would go to jail. 100%. And all those fucking same people that are like demanding Daniel Penny be free and hailing him as a champion would literally say, if you don't go to jail, that's evidence further. That's further evidence that like feminism is alive and well in the criminal justice system and that this is an act of misandry. Once again, anti-male sentiment is completely out of control. Black victims of people who plead self-defense are less likely to see justice. Yes. Not guilty by jury. You are not the jury. Just move on. You're right. I should never do political commentary on any given issue unless I'm directly involved in the legal process. That's cool. I'm done now. Going forward, this is no longer a political commentary channel. Thank you for that brilliant insight, my good friend.
People are very scared to get on those train cars.
Well, do you remember they had AR-15s? They had the National Guard down there.
Absolutely.
Dangerous.
Still see it every day when some of us go down there. Judge, the latest on this suspect on the run in the case of the murder right here in Midtown Manhattan of this healthcare CEO. We are told that they've got this guy. They're questioning him. It's about 270 miles from where we're sitting right now and about equal distance from where he murdered that healthcare CEO outside the Hilton here in Midtown Manhattan. Your thoughts as we learn more and see these brand new pictures, which as you were sitting down, we discussed. Some of these pictures, this looks like a completely different person. Is this the person?
Well, look, when you've got experts and facial recognition people and they say it's the same person, I agree. Yeah. Okay, it's not up to me as a layperson to make the assessment that an expert can. But you know, the hairs on the back of my neck went up when they said that they found this person of interest in Pennsylvania. We were looking for Robert Durst, the serial murderer, and we found him in Pennsylvania. But I think that when you've got state, local, federal, NYPD is the best law enforcement agency in the country. I've always said that. But working together, they're going to find the guy. There is no question about it. They probably know who he is, and they're not going to do it and make the arrest until they've got everything they need.
It has the markings of this particular suspect, of somebody who wanted to leave a trail. You look at the markings on the shell casings. You look at what was left in this backpack that allegedly belongs to this person. Any of that send a message to you?
Oh, it absolutely does. There's a game going on here. I think that there is an undercurrent of something else, and I don't want to say yet, but I've got people who've contacted me and said there's more to this than you think. But then you've got this young guy who was dumb enough to flirt with a girl at the hostel and take his mask down.
Right.
I mean, that's like an amateur.
Wait. Oh, that's so perfect. I missed it. So there is vigilante justice that Judge Janine Perot is against. Or is she also defending this guy as well? Because like in both circumstances, I look to what is causing people to not necessarily just react, but also what's causing the problems to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think this is a solution to America's healthcare problems, okay? Even though for a brief moment it did seem like a solution, at least with Blue Cross Blue Shield coming out and reversing their decision to limit how much anesthesia they'll cover. That was a very quick turnaround on that. They released the decision that they were no longer going to cover anesthesia beyond a certain point, and then this happened, and then the next day they were like, just kidding. Who said that? What? Not me. Not I. I would never. You can take as much anesthesia as you want, kings, okay? You can go under for days. I will protect you. I will never deny that. Not us. We would never do that, please. You know? But outside of that, like, this is not going to actually lead, like, this kind of action is not going to lead to long-standing changes. But having said that, however, yeah, now that the killer is packed up, they might go back to that. Now that the killer is packed up, they're like, oh, thank God, never mind. He's no longer at large. Actually, we're back. We're back on that anesthesia thing. Actually, now that there is no imminent threat to the safety of our CEOs or our board of executives, I think we will go back to that decision on limiting the anesthesia coverage. Like, my point is this, right? If this person or any number of different people went out and started murking healthcare CEOs left and right, that still would not solve the problem. Because CEOs are still replaceable. They're endlessly replaceable. Dare I say, more replaceable than the average worker, in my opinion. Okay? What would actually solve the problem is legislative action that took place. You feel me? Anyway, let's get to the press conference. Oh, there's my goat, Josh Shapiro.
My name is Deputy Chief Derek Swope with the Altoona Police Department. Today we're going to go through an incident that occurred in the city of Altoona. This morning at approximately 9:14 a.m., Altoona police officers received a call of a suspicious male at a local restaurant. It was reported that the male matched the description of the United Healthcare murderer in New York City. When officers arrived, they made contact with the male who had a face mask on. That male was asked to remove his face mask, and officers immediately recognized him as a suspect in the New York City shooting in recent days. That male was asked for a form of...
If only Luigi was like the nephew of a prominent donor of Josh Shapiro, maybe Josh Shapiro would have very different opinions on the matter. You know what I'm saying? And maybe used a knife and was immediately related to the victim. They could pack it up as a suicide by knife to the back of the dome 32 fucking times.
Once he was taken into custody for that forgery charge, he was transported to the Altoona Police Department. Once at the Altoona Police Department, that male was searched instant to arrest. It was discovered they had a United States passport that identified him as Luigi Mangione. From there,
wow, he took a deep breath, not the fucking disrespect Italians there. I get it. I've been there.
There were also other items of evidentiary value that were located that would assist in this investigation. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Governor Shapiro for some words.
Is he going to do Obama voice? Is he going to do Obama voice? Check, quick.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Swope, and let me acknowledge and thank the law enforcement.
Damn, he's not doing it.
Joined with today, beginning with Lieutenant Colonel Bivens of the Pennsylvania State Police. I want to thank Senior Special Supervisory Agent Szabo from the FBI, and acknowledge NYPD Commissioner Daughtry and the women and men of the NYPD who join us here today, District Attorney Weeks, who you will hear from shortly, and I just concluded a briefing with Mayor Adams and Commissioner Tisch from New York. I want to begin by thanking our fellow Pennsylvania resident who acted as a hero today. Pennsylvania resident saw something early this morning at McDonald's and said something to our local police. Our local police here in Altoona acted swiftly. I want to say a special thanks to Officer Tyler Fry of the Altoona Police Department. Officer Fry is about 6 months into his time serving his fellow people here in Pennsylvania, and he acted swiftly. He acted with smarts.
That's a class traitor right there.
With calm.
You know,
safety often turns on the strength of the relationship between the community and law enforcement. We have that strong relationship here in Altoona, and it was proven here today. I want to ask all of our fellow Pennsylvanians to demonstrate the same type of thoughtfulness and courage and smarts as the individual at McDonald's did this morning, and help law enforcement here in Pennsylvania as we continue with our investigation. You'll see photos of the suspect who was here, and you should know that this suspect traveled between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, making stops in between, obviously here in Altoona. I want to ask all of our fellow Pennsylvanians to help us with any tips that they might have by contacting us at 800-4PA-TIPS. Again, that number is 800-4PA-TIPS. The suspect was just arraigned here in the courthouse, and presumably New York will file charges very, very soon. That process will continue to play out, and justice will be delivered in this case. This case is hinged on attention. In fact, the attention in this case and the killing of Brian Thompson was helpful, no doubt, in allowing us to capture this killer, in alerting that individual at McDonald's this morning, and then having that individual contact police. But some attention in this case, especially online, has been deeply disturbing, as some have looked to celebrate instead of condemning this killer. Brian Thompson was a father to two. He was a husband, and he was a friend to many. And yes, he was the CEO of a health insurance company. In America, we do not kill people in cold blood to resolve policy differences or express a viewpoint. I understand people have real frustration with our healthcare system, and I have worked to address that throughout my career. But I have no tolerance, nor should anyone, for one man using an illegal ghost gun to murder someone.
He's like, he should have used a better weapon.
His opinion matters most. In a civil society, we are all less safe when ideologues engage in vigilante
Please do not use a ghost gun next time, is what Josh Shapiro is saying.
This killer is being hailed as a hero. Hear me on this. He is no hero. The real hero in this story is the person who called 911.
Good luck.
The real heroes every day in our society are the women and men who put on uniforms like these and go out in our communities.
Bro, you can't do these, you can't Aaron Sorkin-esque speech your way out of this, okay? Ain't nobody thinks that way.
Mr. Thompson, I understand, was laid to rest earlier today in Minnesota in a private setting. As the conversation continues about this case.
By the way, the Obama voice is coming out a little bit.
Not to dehumanize him and make him just an avatar of a system that is disliked by many. He was a father. He was a husband. He did not deserve to die like this on a sidewalk in New York City. I again want to thank all law enforcement who's present here this evening. Law enforcement works best when it works together. In this case, you have the New York Police Department working together with the Altoona Police Department, working together with our Pennsylvania State Police and our partners at the federal level as well. Everyone came together to solve this case and keep the public safe. I again want to ask my fellow Pennsylvanians, if you have any information regarding this suspect or his travels throughout Pennsylvania, please share those tips with us immediately. And with that, I want to thank District Attorney Weeks for his important work today and invite him to the microphone to say a few words.
No, he didn't. No, he did not.
I would echo the governor's sentiments. Law enforcement does work at its best when they work together. I'd also like to thank District Attorney Seidel. He and his staff came down from the Manhattan District Attorney's office today in record time to assist us at the Altoona Police Department. And as the governor stated, the state police, the Altoona Police Department, the FBI, the New York City Police Department, Logan Township Police Department, the Blair County Sheriff's Department, and other agencies all work together today
Bro,
to do what needs.
This could be perhaps the baldest police force I've ever encountered.
I not often brag about how the community in Blair County isn't afraid to say something, to report a crime, to contact local law enforcement.
That's crazy.
And I've often touted how they've made their community, whether it be Altoona or somewhere else, a safer place to live. And today I submit that a resident from Altoona and the Altoona Police Department helped make New York City a safer place to live and helped kickstart the process to seek justice for a senseless killing. So again, I'd like to thank everybody, and it's my honor to introduce Deputy Commissioner Daugherty at this time.
Thank you, Mr. DA. On behalf of the New York City Mayor Eric Adams, my boss, Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, wants to extend once again your appreciation to the Altoona Police Department, to your leadership team, federal, state, local authorities, and especially to the customer at the McDonald's that seen something, said something, to the McDonald's employee that called 911 and reported this individual inside of their restaurant. The men and women behind me, detectives. Some of these detectives that are standing behind me haven't been home since Tuesday when this incident happened. They've been working this case tirelessly around the clock. And when they got that phone call, immediately they jumped in their car, to the police car, and raced down here to go see if this was the individual they were looking for. That's dedication. That's their commitment to bringing this individual to justice. Is just standing behind them. And on behalf of the mayor and the police commissioner, they extend their thanks and appreciation to you as well. Here's a message to the criminal element that they want to commit a crime in New York City and cross state lines, county lines. The message is very clear. Police Commissioner Tisch's police department will find you and bring you to justice. Just look behind you. Thank you.
I think with that, we'll be happy to try and take a few questions.
Governor, question, I guess maybe for the local law enforcement about the arrest specifically today. I don't know who that would be. I guess I'm curious if we could hear a little bit more about the dynamics, if you could step to the podium, sir. We could hear a little bit more about the dynamics inside that McDonald's. I know there was some detail in the affidavit about what happened when the individual was asked if he'd been to New York. Could you speak a little bit to his demeanor and how that played out?
Sure. So it was a peaceful arrest, first and foremost. The officer quickly recognized the male as the suspect from the shooting. And within several seconds of the first contact, he had asked the suspect if he had been in New York City recently. And that really invoked a physical reaction from the suspect. He became visibly nervous, kind of shaking at that question. And he didn't really answer it directly. So that statement alone really said a lot. And the suspect didn't have to say a lot after that question.
The fucking vibe police, bro. Yeah, immediately, every man a cop. Okay.
Was that the officer that the governor mentioned, who's new on the job, who was involved in that?
Yes, so Officer Fry's here to my left. Officer Fry can step this way a little bit, and then his partner that he was with, Officer Joe Detweiler.
Officer, could you?
You're making minimum wage at McDonald's station on the assassin of an evil corporate CEO.
What played out?
Spell your name.
Yeah, Joel Fry, Tylerfrye. So whenever we got on scene there, we were able to pretty much find where he was at in the restaurant.
Did you know?
As soon as he was wearing a blue medical mask, as soon as we pulled that down, or we absolutely pulled it down, me and my partner and I recognized that.
I don't know where this photo came from, but it was a lie back then. He's gonna get 50K. Hard to say who wouldn't snitch in that situation. Yeah, I mean, this is how you get. This is how you create. This is how you create collaborators. Okay, class traders in general. Ironic because like post taxes, motherfucker's not even gonna be able to pay for his healthcare. You know what I'm saying? Also, this looks fake. What the fuck? Like, what are you gonna do with the 50K? Maybe you'll be able to pay your medical debt. You know.
Where was he staying? And then was the gun on himself, or was he in another car somewhere?
We are still investigating how long he's been in Altoona. There's still a lot of follow-up to do on this case. Again, the men and women behind me are assisting with that.
Can you tell
we're
us?
still looking into it.
I'm going to ask Lieutenant Colonel Bivens of the Pennsylvania State Police to address the question you just raised.
So there are a lot of things that need to be followed up yet in this investigation. Certainly, there were a number of items that were found on his person, in his backpack.
They called 911, not Crime Stoppers, no reward. Wait, what?
We've begun to do an analysis of some of those. There were written documents.
What is happening?
There are electronic devices that are in the process of being downloaded. Search warrants are obtained. And so over the next hours and days, those efforts will continue. We're going to take a closer look at all of the information that we can glean from that regarding his activities up until and during the time of the homicide, his flight from New York, and we know that he has been in Pennsylvania, excuse me, for several days. And so,
bro snitched for free? That's crazy. That's crazy. They do not pay these rewards. They, like insurance companies, use every excuse not to pay.
That led us to more evidence. And so all of that is
that's crazy.
A mountain of evidence that has to be analyzed and looked at. I'm confident we'll have a much better idea of his activities over the past number of days in New York and in Pennsylvania. Additionally, we're also trying to determine that we don't have another actor or an accomplice out there. So this information will all be used to help us prove or disprove whether that exists and whether there were any other intended targets. So a lot of questions that are out there that are unanswered yet, but we have a lot of information that we can examine that hopefully will give us some of those pieces of data that we need. You asked, or someone asked about the interview. He was initially cooperative. He is not now. And so he has been arraigned and transported and will be securely housed pending the filing of additional charges in New York.
So you said he is an actual suspect in the governor you mentioned that he was in Pittsburgh at some point. Is that correct? What do you know about that time in Pittsburgh?
We're not going to get into any more details at this time. We would like to hear from any Pennsylvanian, any Pittsburgher who had any sightings or any dealings with the individual. That's why I specifically asked for anyone with tips to share that.
But
Can you talk about the extradition to New York? How does that process work? I know that you have your case here, but what happens with the New York market?
And how long does it take?
Thank you.
So that answer depends. Once the charging documents are filed in the state of New York, we will file a fugitive justice complaint against the defendant. It'll be brought before a common pleas judge shortly thereafter, and the defendant will be presented with the option.
Free Luigi school walkout tomorrow at 4 p.m. Free Luigi.
Additionally, of course, will make him available to the NYPD and the Manhattan District Attorney's Office as soon as,
Free my boy Luigi school walkout.
his transportation there. If he contests it, that process typically takes between 30 and 45 days to do the requisite paperwork, but we do that all the time in our office, and that's kind of a normal procedure.
Was there any indication of the backpack itself right now? The backpack itself. You had the one that was in New York. Do we know if that's
School's already out at 4 p.m. That's a joke, Chad. Shut up.
Or is this backpack that he had here one that he may have acquired? And the findings inside, the gun, the silencer, and cash, some foreign currency as well. Is that correct?
I'll defer to someone else. I'm not going to speculate on any of the interpretation of the evidence. I'm going to rely on the officers doing the investigation to complete that and reach their conclusions.
Can you say more about
Any
possible motives in this case?
At this point, he is a suspect in the hit on the United CEO. Can we call him a suspect at this point? Obviously, he was arrested on other.
Yes, as we confirmed at his preliminary arraignment, with the permission of District Attorney Seidel, we expect charges to be filed forthwith, and obviously that I'm not going to speculate on that timing, but tonight or tomorrow or sometime in the very near future for homicide.
Sorry, sir, can I just ask, in terms of the officers investigating this case, can you say any more about a suspected possible motive?
So at this point, we're not going to comment on that. I mentioned that there is a lot of information to go through. Certainly everything has been or will be shared with NYPD, but there is other information that really doesn't even pertain to that investigation. It, again, focuses more on his activities here in Pennsylvania and other travels. So all of that hopefully will shine more light on it. There is some information that gives us some insight into his thinking, but again, all part of the ongoing investigation. Way too early.
Can you say anything more about the document that was found, the handwritten document?
As far as the NYPD, we're not going to be commenting on the investigation steps here. For the next couple of days, there'll be immediate availability at One Police Plaza, and Commissioner Tisch will update. Commissioner Tisch and the Chief of Detectives, Joe Kinney, will update the media at One Police Plaza. But I will be happy to talk about that. The Commissioner Tisch and the New York City Mayor did FaceTime Officer Fry, and then thanked them for their service.
I'm not kidding. I think this is going to fucking break people's brains. I think people are going to start conspiring and saying that this guy was actually a patsy and that he's not the real guy. I see like world-changing events like this that cause a lot of people to pay attention to mainstream media narratives, oftentimes creating a lot of fissure, a lot of chaos, and a lot of disinformation. I suspect that people will say like he was a fall guy or a patsy. I'm sure there's people even in this community that have brain broken tendencies like that. On the other side, it won't help that the media narratives will, I suspect, move away from the actual points of radicalization, like a spinal surgery and it's the implications that it had. This like life-altering event for him, and will cover it as like a guy who went crazy. We don't know why. People are saying because he was found with everything, it's clearly a fake. No, I mean I think that I don't think that is a. I don't think that that's a. I want to say that in and of itself is indicative that it's like a fall guy or a patsy. I think that's just indicative of a guy who literally was able to pull off a hit in a very cool, calm, and collected way, but wasn't actually a hitter. You know what I mean? But as is the case, usually as is the case usually with these sorts of big events that a lot of people pay attention to, especially in this day and age when anyone and everyone can have an opinion and promote it and maybe even advocate for it as though it is like the legitimate point of view. A lot of people will find themselves victims of these false narratives, and it won't help if the media also moves away from the very real vectors of pain that people feel, that people experience on a daily basis, that they have ascribed as the motive, that they understood what the motive was. So we shall see. But I suspect that this will be yet another instance where people just like find themselves in the throes of misinformation.
No, not at this point. Again, I've spoken generally about what's there, but at this point, everything remains under investigation, and we'll have much more information, and New York will certainly have information for you in the future.
Can we just clarify, sir? Sorry, can we just clarify something?
No, the guy made a ghost gun, dished his most identifiable item backpack, kept the ghost gun, and sat in a public location with his written confession of waiting the cops. I mean, I don't know why he kept the weapon. Maybe he wanted to fucking pop more. Who knows?
Like I said before, we're going to provide an update in a couple of days by the police commissioner and the chief of detectives back at New York. I will say this though, if anybody out there that has any information that they think that will help this case, to please contact our tip line, which is 1-800-577-TIPS. Remember, all calls are kept confidential.
And can we just
to
clarify something?
clarify,
Can we
the
just
customer
clarify?
spoke with the employee called 911.
That is my understanding.
Was it a customer that recognised the suspect first, told an employee, and the employee rang the police? Is that correct?
Yes, my understanding, I was just confirming, but my understanding is the employee became suspicious, thought they recognized, and wanted someone to check it out first.
Oh, because someone referred to a customer earlier, but there was...
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, did I say the employee? The customer recognized, notified the employee, and wanted someone to check it out.
So it's a problem.
He might have been a Cumtown fan. No shot.
I'm not familiar with the address of that. It's a McDonald's.
The suspect disputed the currency. Can you explain why there was a discrepancy or how much he was found to have?
Again, we're not going to talk about what was found in the bag. We have accurately cataloged everything that was in there, and that will be a matter of
DA Weeks, could you repeat what you said in court about that money?
I certainly stand by all the comments I made at the preliminary arraignment, but I'm not going to comment any more on the evidence at this time. My comments at preliminary arraignment were in support of my argument for bail. Thank you.
We probably have time for one or two more questions.
Is he being held in a county or state facility?
He will likely be taken to a state correctional institution later this evening.
Can I just say specifically for Pennsylvania law enforcement, over the past few months, you've had an attempted assassination of former president, now president-elect. Now you've had this. What do you think about that?
Violence can never be used to address political differences or to address a substantive difference or to try and prove some ideological point. That is not what we do in a civilized society. That was true in Butler. It was true in New York City. And it's true anywhere. That is not how you make progress in this country. The suspect here who shot at that...
Yes, violence is never the answer, which is why I'm standing in front of a notoriously violent criminal gang of people that get away with doing said violence. But the state has the monopoly of that violence, so it's appropriate when they do it, when they dish that out.
Coming out of Pennsylvania, and it is one that I think the rest of the nation needs to hear as well. On a law enforcement side...
In a civilized society, if you're sick and you pay, sometimes thousands of dollars a month so that like this other pool of money can cover your insane medical expenses, you're supposed to sit aside, idly by, and just take it. You're supposed to take it. You're not supposed to do anything about it. Okay? It's just...
Had that
Please
wonderful
do
police
not
officer who's been on this job for 6
do not
months.
focus on the violence that is dished out by the systems on a daily fucking basis. Okay?
Coming out of Pennsylvania, that violence is not a way to answer questions and address problems, and that we have the gift of law enforcement here in this Commonwealth who care deeply about the safety and well-being of our fellow Pennsylvanians and our fellow Americans, and I commend you for that.
Thank you all.
Oh, Andrew changed his name to Andrew Episode 1.
Somebody missing the AirPods?
Wait, what is this? Oh my God, the Playboy Cardi subreddit is about to go wild. The United Healthcare assassin was seen throwing up Playboy Cardi's YVL sign in old photo. Dude. The opium heads are so funny. They are worse than LeBron stands, dude. They somehow find a way to turn everything into vamp life. Like, no matter what it is. I think it is important to acknowledge that a press conference about a killer, okay, not my understanding of the matter, but like I'm speaking as though I am, you know, a institutionalist. A press conference of a killer, right, actually featured so much commentary from the likes of Josh Shapiro, the governor of the beautiful state of Pennsylvania, about the motivations and how, please don't do more of this. Like, as though they understand. Sorry, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I know I've made a egregious error here. I find it quite interesting that they spent a decent amount of time being like, violence is never the answer, and we see you, we hear you. It seems like a lot of people are frustrated about healthcare. Please do not do something. Please do not make, please do not repeat the actions of this guy.
And they said at that point that was all they needed to know.
Seemingly
at
unique,
this point, no.
Seemingly a unique approach. They didn't just turn around and go, "Hey, this guy's a real piece of shit." Chuck dies. Thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Hype train level 2.
You can imagine, obviously, the cameras and the lights and all of the press and everything there as you saw him. What was his demeanor like, and what is the very latest that you know here coming out of this important press conference?
Sure thing, Aaron. Well, yeah, I'll say just about an hour ago, I was there inside that courthouse watching as Luigi Mangione walked right past myself and a number of other reporters. He was wearing a blue shirt, blue jeans. He was, of course, handcuffed, and he looked, even in this court appearance, visibly distressed, but he kept his brow furrowed through the duration of this arraignment hearing. And I should say what was interesting, though, Aaron, is you said we haven't heard a statement from the suspect. He did actually speak inside of that courtroom to the judge and to all the folks who were in there. But it was on very selective issues, and I'll just kind of go through what we heard. The judge asked Luigi Mangione a number of questions, first about his identity. So Mr. Mangione confirmed that that is his real name. He initially said that his residence was in Maryland, but then the judge actually pressed him on that. And then he said, actually, I have lived at various addresses before then ultimately giving an address in Honolulu, Hawaii. Then he also said that he's worked for 3 years as a data engineer up until about a year ago.
Yeah, by the way, they're review bombing the McDonald's where the healthcare assassin was snitched on. Oh, man, people are mad, dude.
After the conversation about bail.
This is one of the first times where I'm seeing like so much motion in a way that in a way that Americans don't normally operate. Okay.
From New York City is one of the major reasons. But they also said that prosecutors noted that they found him with $8,000 in U.S. cash, $2,000 in foreign currency, his passport, and also a Faraday bag, which is basically a bag designed to stop transmission of cell service or other sort of things like that. At the end of his speech, the prosecutor's speech, Luigi Mangione said, I actually want to address two of the things that you said. He said, I don't know where that money came from. I'm not sure if it was planted. And then he also said that that bag was waterproof. And the term that the prosecutors used when discussing the Faraday bag, the ghost guns, the 3D printed silencer, was the prosecutors used a phrase saying this is criminal sophistication. Luigi Mangione said, I don't know about any of this criminal sophistication when addressing that. But it's just interesting, Aaron, that of all of the things that were mentioned in that court appearance, the two that he noted or took issue with was the currency and then that bag. Aaron?
Quite fascinating, especially insofar as we know that the backpack found in Central Park had Monopoly money in it. All right, Danny, thank you very much. Danny, as we said just an hour ago, was there as Luigi Mangione walked by for his arraignment in Pennsylvania. All right, everyone's here with me here to talk about Danny's reporting and what he saw, as well as what we just heard from NYPD, Pennsylvania, state law enforcement, governor of Pennsylvania. So, John, what stands out to you from all of these details? Obviously, he did have a manifesto on him, but they're being quiet on motive, quiet on how he got to Altoona, quiet on how long he was there, although it was days. But there is a lot of information in here. What stands out to you?
Well, so many things, but so much that we just discussed. So let's talk about the things we didn't touch on, which is, George Bivens, the lieutenant colonel of the state police, who we know well on this show because he's involved in all the major incidents there, talks about he traveled around the state for several days, presumably since his escape from New York City after the shooting last Wednesday, and has been traveling between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh and places in between, which is not a short distance. So we have to ask ourselves a couple of things. Is he beginning to effectuate a second stage of his plan where he's going to go on the run? Is he planning to figure out how can I now get involved in international travel with his foreign currency and his passport? Or as an individual who's carrying a manifesto that says, in the plural, that these parasites, must be killed and things like that.
These parasites must be killed. Parasites, plural.
He is armed with a weapon and ammunition and cash. So was he going to do another job, hit another person, perhaps another executive from the healthcare field or another field in his kind of anti-capitalist, anti-profiteer genre?
They're presenting him as
they
a
dodged
fucking
a bullet by finding him
socialist
because of this publicity and that alert employee and customer.
Perhaps quite literally so. Kirk, when we hear that, 3D printed gun, ammunition, loaded Glock magazine, as well as 6.9 millimeter full jacketed rounds found. When you think about the ammunition that he used prior, when you hear what John's saying and what we see in this, does it seem to you that perhaps he was preparing for another one?
I think so. I think John hit the nail on the head here. In particular, hearing about the cash, that's a fairly large amount of cash somebody can survive on for some time, and the Faraday bag. So it seems that he was not prepared to return to a particular location, but to move around. When I first heard about the weapon, I thought perhaps he retained the gun in order to elude capture and perhaps battle it out with the police.
Right, if police arrest him, he has it to shoot back.
Yes, but clearly he wasn't prepared to do so when these police officers approached him because he knew who they were. He could see them coming. And also he didn't have the gun on his person. So it does sound like he...
Why are you laughing? That will only hurt us. I'm not gonna begin to even stress how much positive motion that this shooter has in the hearts and minds of regular Americans. I think you're wrong. Okay. I'm laughing because it's just not real. It's not correct. I don't think he is a card carrying anti-capitalist or anything like that. I think the reason why they're doing it matters. The reason why they're doing this, I think, is important. I think that the reason why they're doing this is to present him as an enemy of the state. And they're utilizing like old rhetorical tricks. Americans hate socialism, capitalism, or I mean anti-capitalism. So they're just being like, oh, he's an anti-capitalist terrorist.
Like that's really part of what he intended to do, is to continue on with the
You're laughing. A CEO got whacked by a tight, fit-looking centrist, and you're laughing. I don't care if they fucking present him as a socialist hero or some shit. Okay.
All right, all of you stay with me. We, of course, just everyone know our coverage will continue through the evening. Laura Coates has a special report as well tonight at 11 o'clock. You heard just a moment ago, though, they mentioned that he had been in Honolulu, that was an address, Honolulu, where he had been living. Well, we have been able to track down the person with whom he was living in Honolulu. A friend of Luigi Mangione lived with him, is going to talk about what they talked about, how they spent their time, and also about how he complained about chronic back pain. So that interview is after this. And then let me just show you this here. We'll have more on it. The gun found on the site.
Wait, that's not a ghost
gun. Put together with 3D printed parts.
It is?
So was this the same gun used in the CEO assassination?
That don't look like the gun.
And tonight, the Middle East in complete disarray. Syria now in the hands of rebels. Bashar al-Assad and his family, though, tonight are in Moscow.
Dude, Assad's car collection is so weak, by the way. Like, what a disappointing car collection he has. He had like one cool old Ferrari in the bunch. It was kind of shocking. Like, no taste, no riz. Half of his cars in the car collection are like fucking Toyota FXs or whatever. It is kind of wild how weak his car collection is for being such a long-standing regime enjoyer. He has a Ferrari F40 that's legit elite. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He had like one. Dude, the average fucking oil sheik in one of the many different Gulf client states has like cars that they've forgotten about in their collection that would make you look at Bashar al-Assad's fucking Toyota, his entire fucking room full of Toyotas as a joke. FJ Cruisers are literally gold bricks. He has so many FJ Cruisers. It's kind of crazy. It's like I said, it's just kind of shocking. Isn't Syria better under Assad? America certainly wanted him gone. Okay, I do not like Bashar al-Assad, and no, I don't think he was a competent leader. Okay, only time will tell what happens to Syria. It can, it can move in a positive direction, but that's less likely than that's less likely than what will most likely happen. But no, he was not a he was not even remotely good at keeping things together. Thanks for signing my copy of the Communist Manifesto. A boss says was a great talk. Oh yeah, hell yeah. I think because of the embargo, my dad was told to bring in Maybachs for Saddam's sons, but the embargo made it difficult. I thought about what you said yesterday and I have the same fear now. I mean, I think it's a reasonable and healthy fear to have, especially considering like who are the power players here. But, Assad is far from a good guy. I mean, he is in the same vein as Saddam, but even worse. And it's not like Saddam was a good guy either. Ancient Rome. Oh, this is the thing that he retweeted. Luigi Mangione. Oh, we're going to do another deeper dive into Luigi Mangione's background. Sprawling family found success after patriarch's rise. Nick Mangione Sr. had a ready retort when people questioned how he had purchased a high-profile local country club in the 1970s. They asked me what my family I belonged to. I told them I belonged to the Mangione family. The Mangione family of Baltimore County, he told the Baltimore Sun in 1995. The patriarch of a sprawling Italian-American family who died in 2008 was a self-made multimillionaire real estate developer who owned country clubs, nursing homes, and radio stations while supporting an array of civic causes. His descendants, he and his wife Mary, had 10 children, went on to be successful in their own right, including excelling in athletics at Loyola University and taking over the family business, while a grandchild is a state delegate. One of his 37 grandchildren is now a person of interest in the shocking killing of Manhattan United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. I will say, it seems like, this is a family of go-getters. You know, they are upstarts, and they are, it seems like they are, they seize on opportunities. It seems like they see something and they take it. If that makes sense. Yeah, real movers and shakers, okay? His descendants, he and his wife Mary, had 10 children, okay? Luigi Mangione, 26-year-old, whose father led the Mangione family enterprises, was himself off to a prominent start, valedictorian at the Gilman School, which is, from what I understand, a Baltimore private school that's like relatively expensive. A graduate of UPenn and an early career data engineer. Luigi Mangione was taken into custody for questioning Monday after being recognized at a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania, police said. Thompson's killer allegedly wrote, "Deny, defend, depose" on bullet cases recorded reports, and when Mangione was detained, the NYPD said in a press briefing that he had handwritten manifesto denouncing healthcare companies. Yet the Mangiones have a long history of supporting local healthcare companies in Baltimore. For decades, the Mangione family has been a cornerstone supporter of the Greater Baltimore Medical Center, contributing to more than $1 million to the hospital starting in 1983. Every one of the family's grandchildren, including Luigi Mangione, was born at GBMC, a tradition so ingrained that, as one family member noted in a hospital blog post, it becomes subconscious. Delivering at GBMC is not even a thought. In recognition of their enduring support, the hospital's high-risk obstetrics unit bears the Mangione name. Goddamn. Yeah, we need to... Oh, CNN interview with Luigi's close friend is live right now. Okay, let's get to it.
So when did you meet him?
Well, actually, we have an interview process because when you throw a bunch of people living together, you need to hopefully make sure they work well. And I interviewed him before he moved in. He works in tech. He has a remote position. He was looking forward to living in Hawaii and being healthy. He was excited about getting new people, experiencing new culture.
And did he, all right, so I know this was back in around 2022, so you're coming out of COVID. I'm curious, RJ, did you know where he was working remotely or why he had suddenly decided to decamp to Honolulu? Was there sort of any break in his life or anything that you ever became aware of?
No. It's very natural. Our members all have remote jobs, and Hawaii is one of those places that many people would love to live. So we provide kind of an all-inclusive living experience, so it makes it easy for them to move to the islands. Okay, so I know you considered him, from your interactions with him, the time you spent together, as someone who would be a lifelong friend. What was he like when you knew him? And I know you've shared some pictures with us as well. I mean, in terms of how social he was and the sort of interactions that he would have had with the other people in your co-living community. He was a very thoughtful person, communicated really well, was friendly, had good relationships with everyone. He was even, in some ways, a bit of a leader. He helped spearhead a book club that we started just so we could, keep those intellectual pursuits alive from back when we were in school. So you mentioned that he was into health.
How did that manifest himself? And you mentioned you went hiking together, things like that. Can you tell us more about that? Why he cared about health? And I understand also that at one point you did become aware of some issues with his back.
Yeah, so when I first interviewed him before he moved in, I remember he said he had a back issue and he was hoping to get stronger in Hawaii. So he's always focused on trying. When he first came, he went on a surf lesson with other members, and unfortunately, just a basic surf lesson, he was in bed for about a week. We had to get a different bed for him that was more firm, and I know it was really traumatic and difficult. You know, when you're in your early 20s and you can't, do some basic things, it can be really, really difficult.
Did he have any conversations with you then or even afterwards about that issue? And I mean, his back, how he hurt it? I mean, obviously anything to do with the insurance process of it?
The only thing he ever mentioned, he mentioned, I need to go back to see my doctor and then I'm going to have surgery. I encouraged him and brought him to yoga classes. He would do calisthenics on his own. I know he was really focused on being strong and healthy, but it also weighed on him that he knew that there was an impending surgery. So
did you, in the context of all the books that you were reading and the book club that he was leading, did you have conversations about any of the issues that, we now even see in the writings that he had on him when he was arrested? I mean, did he talk about, not even as maybe as specific as health insurance, but capitalism, anything of that nature?
I apologize. I haven't read any of the media that's happened. I heard about it when a reporter called me.
Come on. Tell us he was radicalized by Carl.
What his writings were, but I know we talked about social issues.
Come on, give us a good narrative.
How to improve the world.
Dumbass.
And we talked about, issues that are, say with capitalism or with the healthcare system or with housing or the food systems. It wasn't, anything specific. It wasn't like he had an axe to grind or he was even upset or angry about a particular issue. They were just natural intellectual conversations that you have when you're inquisitive.
So you stayed in touch with him. I know you spoke to him earlier this year, although I understand, RJ, that you tried to reach out to him multiple times even since then, but that he had not responded in those cases. Can you tell me about your last conversation with him?
Mostly just text messages. So I knew he was going to have a surgery. So earlier this year, I checked in with him. He confirmed that he had surgery and he sent me the x-rays. It looked heinous with just giant screws going into his spine. After that, he called me once. I didn't pick up. We kind of texted a little bit, but unfortunately, I feel terrible now. I wish, I would have made more of an effort to communicate with him.
Did you ever have any conversation with him where he brought up anything like guns or anything in that area?
Dude, it is crazy. He looks like Joseph Gordon-Levitt, and Mangione looks like fucking Dave Franco.
He was absolutely
they all look like
person, as far as I could tell.
Fucked up versions of actors.
RJ, in all of this, as you're just struggling to get your head around what happened here with someone, that you had considered would be a lifelong friend. And I know you've only had a few hours to even try to comprehend it. But just in these initial hours, do you have any idea why or how someone that you knew
natty, Chad.
In the way you knew him
He's a natty
could have
baddie.
done this?
Personally, I can make zero sense of it. There's never justification for violence. We live in a democratic system with processes and procedures to address, our issues. And I can make no sense of it.
Well, RJ, I appreciate your taking the time to share all this with us. I know you're in shock about what happened.
Still natty because the TRT claim was denied by his HMO.
And trying to help everyone understand a little bit more here about this, what happened. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Lived up friend.
Well, now you listen to RJ talking about the person that he had considered a very close friend, Luigi Mangione. I want to show you the gun that Mangione had on him when he was arrested today. Okay, so this is what was found in his backpack. So let's just hold it up here. We'll tell you what you know about it. We know that police say that gun was made on a 3D printer, that it also had a suppressor.
Meat pigs leaked, so be careful. I doubt it. Those aren't real meat pigs, dude. That's insane. Everybody shut up.
9mm full metal jacketed rounds. Out front now, our security correspondent, Josh Campbell, former FBI. And Josh, The suspect today was arrested with this made on a 3D printer. We do know that he had an undergraduate
That doesn't
degree as
look
well
like
as
a
a
3D
master's
printed
degree,
gun. I'm not gonna, I mean,
engineering, AI.
Ghost guns look exactly like normal guns. It's just the lower is it's like a 80% finish lower that you're supposed to like you can purchase the lower and then 3D print the rest of it. That's what a ghost gun is. That way it doesn't have a serial number.
A lot of these gun parts you can buy online and essentially assemble them yourself. And of course, the big concern, they don't come with serial numbers. That makes it difficult for law enforcement to trace, and they don't require background checks.
But it just
now,
doesn't
the Biden
look like the
administration
same gun.
has recently tried to increase penalties and stop the distribution of some of these types of guns. Of course, someone intent on causing a homicide is probably not going to be, worried about serial number violations. But the key question now is tying that gun to that crime scene. And here's how it's done. I went inside an ATF laboratory, which showed how this
I
forensic
know
testing
you're 3D printing the lower and buying the upper part. 3D printing guns have come a long way, and they look amazing now. I've shot 3D printed guns. I know. It just doesn't look like the same gun from the CCTV footage. That's what I'm saying. It looks like a regular standard Glock, which you can definitely you can definitely make with a 3D printer.
Similar characteristic to the shell casings found at the crime scene.
All right, Josh, thank you very much. I want to bring in firearms expert Steve Wolf. So, Steve, we've got a picture of the ghost gun found in the shooting. Found on the suspect. I'm sorry. So this is what he had, and I just want to note here: you've got a gun, and you have a silencer. They say on a 3D printed machine. But I just want to emphasize one other thing that I had said.
All you need to do is drill the holes for the push pins that hold the internal mechanisms of the lower. The upper is the Glock
full
part.
metal jacketed rounds. Now, John Miller was just discussing that he thought that could mean, and very much would leave open the possibility, that Luigi Mangione was intending to continue and perhaps assassinate somebody else. What stands out to you about all of this?
Well, I think if he used the ammo that he needed in New York and he had extra, that doesn't necessarily indicate he was going.
Ghost guns are protected under I think a blacksmithing provision or something. It's not even just like the Second Amendment. Oh, what the fuck? He pulled out
This
the blicky.
is very similar to the B&T, and you see this is round over here, and this slide pulls back. If you take a close look at the slide on that, you'll see it looks nothing like the slide on the 3D printed gun, which is got a square slide.
He pulled out
extends
double
back
blicky.
and holds itself
He's
open.
double blicked
So
up.
there's really no comparison in my mind that the B&T Station 6 that was claimed to be the gun used is the same gun that was in his backpack.
So you think it's possible that it had been described as sort of a veterinary gun, that may indeed be the gun still that he used in the shooting in Midtown Manhattan. Maybe he disposed of it. I know they've been dredging waters in Central Park, but that this would be separate. That the gun that was today was a different gun.
That's my belief based on what I've seen of the guns, yes. The gun that was recovered on him today doesn't look anything like a B&T Station 6, which is the gun that they said was used in the murder.
I'm curious because people have been talking about his background, his technology, engineering degrees. Would that make it easier, as you see it, for someone who, at this point, we don't know whether he had shooting range experience or anything like that, although we've heard nothing about that to this point. Would it be easier for someone with that kind of just general background to be able to print a gun like this and actually use it successfully to kill somebody?
Well, the B&T wasn't printed. The gun that was
Wait,
that
he
he was
did
found
not
with
shit
today
on
is the
Matty
one that had a
Glacius.
printed
No
frame.
way. That's
Most of
too
those
good.
parts, though, are not printed. They're metal. So we're just talking about the plastic frame, which not a huge consequence as a function of the gun in total.
All right. Well, Steve, I appreciate your time, and thank you very much for explaining some of this. Thank you.
Absolutely, Aaron. Thank you.
All right. I'm glad to talk to you. And next, the crisis going on.
Yeah, it wasn't just me. The gun expert that had not one but two blickies said that it doesn't look like the same gun. So what's up? Okay. I do want to go really quickly to Fox News and their commentary on this because they're losing their fucking minds. It seems Laura Ingraham is very upset. Very, very upset at the way that Luigi's actions are being received by the broader American public.
We'll dig into it later. The Instagram posts from nutbag people, which I was sent in the commercial break earlier.
The Instagram posts I've seen from nutbag people. CEO slaying suspect. Bro, they just keep making him. If their goal is to make this guy look bad and look crazy, I feel like they're doing a bad job at it. Okay, explain this. Oh, oh, Your Honor, this is from the latest episode of the Fear End podcast.
Crazy. Like, he's cute. He's and people celebrating this. This is a sickness. Honestly, it's so disappointing, but I guess we shouldn't be surprised. Gentlemen, thank you so much. And up next, the other big news out of New York, Daniel Penny. A lot of people think he's a hero, and tonight he's not guilty. My take.
Wait, not even a shred of irony. I like that they do basically what I do, but the opposite, where I always will be like, there's a difference between good things and bad things, guys. Okay. Like, there's a difference between someone with an understandable position, an understandable point of radicalization, or like someone who's like addressing, you might not appreciate the methods there. And I understand that. But like, she literally is basically saying like, no, when you kill a homeless person, that's fucking awesome. When you kill a CEO, how dare people celebrate this without even a shred of irony? I believe both of these problems require not vigilante justice, but actual, legislative changes. I believe that we need broad, sweeping legislative changes that will make sure that people are no longer hurting. Okay? When you murder a homeless person, they let you go. When you kill a CEO, they launch a nationwide manhunt. It's kind of crazy. This is almost a similar instance to like, America's reception and the American government's attitude towards the ICC and international courts of international organs of justice, and the way that they've collaborated and cooperated with the ICC in the process after Russia's unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, versus the way that they're operating for the past year, and their reception and their attitude and resentment, dare I say, towards those very same instruments of justice, when they're telling America that they might be in the wrong for their unconditional loyalty and support to Israel. It's like having these two situations. Is wild. I know. I have a mic mute situation. I know. It's just fine. It's not that fucked. I fixed it. The mic wire is cooked, but I fixed it. Kaya is drinking water. She's fine. All right. Ken Klippenstein found Luigi's resume, but there isn't anything that we have seen on there that is different than what we knew already. Oh, all right. Interesting that this is the Ingram angle. Also, I don't think that Luigi wrote that. Manifesto found on Luigi Mangione. Mangione mentions United Healthcare by name, noting the size of the company and how much money it makes, according to a senior law enforcement official who saw the document. The manifesto also broadly condemns healthcare companies for placing profits over care, the official said. I think it's going to be really funny when people realize that his attitude is also similar to that deny, defend, depose book, where it's like, I'm not against profit making. I just think these big healthcare companies are going a little too far with their profit-seeking attitudes. Because like that book that people were talking about, Delay, Deny, Depose, that book literally does not have an issue with, as far as I understand, it doesn't have an issue with profit in the healthcare sector. It just has an issue with like the practices and how much they deny. They deny too much. You know? Mangione hails from an influential real estate family in the Baltimore metropolitan area. We already talked about it. That traces their lineage to Sicily. His eyebrows already told me that. His grandfather, Nick Mangione Sr., and grandmother, Mary C. Mangione, purchased Turf Valley Country Club in Ellicott City. Oldu gelmek üzere. It's almost here. It's a minute away. Conservatives are trying desperately to claim that his anger at the absurdity of health insurance companies is more deranged than the absurdity of health insurance companies themselves, and they're failing miserably because they misread the American people. Yeah. The Mangione family also founded the nursing home company Lorien Health Services, which he worked at, by the way. The family business also included ownership of the radio station WCBM AM, which airs politically conservative programs. Mangione's cousin, Nino Mangione, is a Republican state delegate who hosts a show on WCBM. He did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Goes to show, once again, that it literally does not matter what your family's political background is, how wealthy you are. Healthcare can still cook you. I don't think you can go and shoot someone if you think they just need to reduce the cases they deny. I think you have to hate the industry severely. No, I agree. I just think I'm saying that it'll be funny to, what is this? That's weird. He isn't anti-capitalistic. It's just weird to have so much privilege and throw it away for a pop shot of the CEO. Like, I get it. And I'm, what? What do you mean? That's the point. The point is, it doesn't matter how wealthy you are. It doesn't, this is not like a card carrying communist. Okay. I don't think this is the case. I think this is a person, regardless of like how wealthy he is or how wealthy his family is, experience, it seems, as far as all we know, but this is still pure speculation. But as far as we understand, as far as we know, it seems like, he was a victim to the profit-seeking ways in which the American for-profit healthcare insurance system works. That's it. Anyway. You can be rich and still be fucked over by the American for-profit healthcare industry. That's my point. This is the most bog standard rich family in America. It's probably not possibly more privileged than he was. Crazy that he's the shooter, to be honest. Yeah, I think that's just how fucking shitty healthcare is. Honestly, that's what I think. Like, I think you can have a job, you can go to UPenn, you can be a valedictorian, come from a rich ass family, and still be fucked over by healthcare. Do you understand? Also, Elon Musk, Mr. Free Speech, took down the now increasingly popular Twitter account of Luigi Mangione, which is very odd. Perhaps, maybe free speech is not alive and well on X, the everything app. Oh, he reinstated it? Thank God. Still, wait, what? I can't find it, though. Why can't I find the account? All right, 200,000 followers, myself being one of them. God, I really wish we could see his likes, man. Cutie needs to see this. He's a Swiftie. New photo uncovered. Luigi Mangione updates. Luigi craved. The pop that Luigi craves. New photo uncovered of Luigi Mangione at Miami N3 of the Eras Tour. Wait, is this actually from the Eras tour? How long do you think he'll spend in prison? Who knows? Dude, it's already started. They're saying he's not the guy. 26,000 likes. I just don't think that he fits the profile of a fall guy or a patsy. You know what I mean? You're basically doing the we should support Gregor Strasser because he's an anti-capitalist and asking for red-brown collaboration. I already gave a Woke of the Day award to someone else, so I'm just going to ban you for a week. There's no indication that this person is a fascist, ideologically or otherwise. Okay? You're genuinely a mentally unwell person if that's your immediate assertion. The closest we can arrive at is maybe his like retweeting of Peter Thiel. But even then, I think a lot of people just like genuinely cannot comprehend that Americans never actually fit a perfect mold. Not that it matters, because his actions or the reception towards his actions, are what matters here, and not necessarily his own personal aspirations, his own personal ideology. No, I already covered the modern Japanese thing. He wants to ban pocket pussies to fix to fix the Japanese birth rate problem. And also on top of that, yes, I know, on his Goodreads, one of the books that he wanted to read was Mein Kampf. I know. I think he's a regular STEM bro who is really into podcasts. He doesn't have to have your politics. That has nothing to do with anything. Yeah, you don't know. You don't know if he wanted to read the book while shaking his head like this. You don't know. Just so everybody knows. Could be a Harlan Crow style situation. I still don't understand what the fuck he was doing with the gun still. And I get why people think the guy on the left isn't him, but you can't really tell from this blurry ass photo in general. And if he was set up to be a patsy, I don't think he fits the profile of someone who could be set up as a patsy. Wealthy, white, upper middle class, rich, not even upper middle class, like super rich fucking family. I don't know. Usually patsies are at least people that are malleable, people that are easy to fit into a certain mold. Having someone with a lot of footprint like this, who's like not a shut-in and is a relative normie, I think it makes it quite difficult to use as the fall guy. You have to admit it's a little weird. This dude is a dude this intellectually curious never stumbled across any videos about not talking to the police or Fifth Amendment rights. Yeah, the fact that he like started leaking details immediately to the cops, I guess that fits the profile of someone who thinks they can outsmart the police, which is a very dumb thing to do. You know what I mean? Billionaires are making people do loyalty pledges. Wait, what? Safety and solidarity pledge. Insert your name here. I pledge to uphold the safety and well-being of my colleagues and the family as a whole. Wait, what is this? I don't know what this is. It's probably fake. There's a lot of fake shit that people send. I don't know if it's real or not. I am a hashtag Luigi Truther. The reason it took so long to catch him was because they never found him. Luigi's a clone of a petty criminal they found in the Poconos. They spent the time on facial reconstruction work and plastic surgery. They needed to conceal how they fucked up. What did he leak to the cops? He said a bunch of shit. Gonna be hard to pick a jury. No women. He's too cute. No Italians. Difficult in New York, but not impossible. No one who has any kind of experience with private healthcare. Impossible unless they can get like an 8-year-old. No one who likes the Lorax. Scratch the 8-year-olds. Yeah, no gay people either. He's a Charlie XCX fan. Recently watched Wicked. Elon Musk, Tesla, SpaceX, and the quest for a fantastic future. Rated at 4 stars. Read from 10/4/2020 to 10/17/2020. 1984 George Orwell, 4 stars. Lorax, 5 stars. Hillbilly Elegy, yeah, I saw this one. The Promise, Avatar The Last Airbender, 4 stars. Born a Crime, Trevor Noah, Stories from a South African Childhood, 5 stars. And Hillbilly Elegy, 3 stars. Okay, I wouldn't have given it even 3 stars, but... He wanted to know more about Zuko's mom. Okay, the people being like, oh, he wrote about like lower class Roman society and how they adopted Christianity. Yeah, dog, he wrote that shit when he was like 12 or 14. I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck. What he wrote when he was 14, bro. Anyway. And no, I don't think he wrote that Matty Iglesias review. I think that's fake. But yeah, latest on the case is, oh God, they're literally fucking glazing the one cop that collared him. He's only been 6 months on the job. It's like, okay, dude, he didn't do shit. He just walked over after a tip and got this like scared guy and arrested him. Luigi Mangione will most likely be transferred to a Pennsylvania State Correctional Facility this evening, according to Josh Shapiro. Mangione faces 2 felony charges related to a firearm and false ID and 3 misdemeanors, 2 relating to a possession and a use of false ID and 1 relating to a possession of an instrument of a crime. Anyway. But yeah, the McDonald's, this McDonald's is full of rats. Food 1, service 1, atmosphere 1, 1 star. This location has rats in the kitchen that will make you sick, and your insurance isn't going to cover it. People are fucking mass spamming, review bombing the McDonald's where he got popped. What is this? Corporate America's asking for
An
loyalty?
email was just leaked from a help.
I don't know if this is real, man. I'm sorry. I need more. I need this. Whenever I see a narrative that is too good, I'm a little skeptical. Okay, chat? And you should be too. Like, sending me a TikTok of it does not actually prove this at all. If anything, it furthers my skepticism. Anyway. Yeah, fan edits coming in. They're already making fan cams of him. I feel bad. It seems like he lost a lot of weight from his peak physical form. Serve, King. Anyway, Natty or Not subreddit is on the job here. Also, Taylor Lorenz went on Piers Morgan and let's see what she had to say.
Said in inferring that you were feeling joyful about what had happened to this guy. So we've got the clip and we'll just play it back just to remind you.
Mm-hmm. I do believe in the sanctity of life, and
Wait, what the fuck? It's from the same broadcast? Ugh.
I think that's why I felt, along with so many other Americans, joy, unfortunately, because it feels like...
Serious?
I mean...
Joy at
I
a
guess I would
man's
say
execution?
maybe not joy, but certainly not...
This is what I said.
Certainly not...
This is literally...
So you felt joy? You felt
I'm so
joy.
glad that you played that clip, because you'll see that I didn't
And then
say
she
that
said
I felt
she
joy in the
misspoke
man's
and
death.
clarified.
Oh.
And I didn't say
You
that I
don't think,
felt
Mark,
joy in
it was
that
more
man's
that she
death?
wished she hadn't said she felt joy? Because
No.
she suddenly...
Ugh. Oy. Why is this kind of like smarmy clickbaiting, like quote combing so permitted on the right, but when leftists do it, everybody yells at them for being fucking annoying and being like woke scold SJWs. It's just like, it's so frustrating to see. Like, how come nobody ever fucking calls out the right for this shit when they're like, yeah, you're being an annoying little woke scold and not offering room for nuance in this conversation. Is your goal to have dialogue, or is it just simply to sit here and deflect the attention away from the primary concerns? I'm over here explaining what, I don't know, the broader population feels. But it seems like that's not something you want to have. That's not a conversation you want to have.
You realize how
Piers,
bad it
why
sounded.
don't you listen to that clip again? Because I don't say that I feel joy in the man's death. I said I feel joy because, and that's exactly when you cut me off. And if you let me finish, I
Bullshit.
would say I feel joy.
Bullshit.
Oh, bullshit, Piers. You don't know what was in my head,
that's not.
Piers.
That's not. She's right. She's right, Piers.
Bullshit.
She actually said, "I feel joy," and then you interrupted her there. Perhaps I don't know what she was going to say, but she certainly didn't get a chance to finish.
Well,
finish
the
her
viewers
thought.
can watch the whole thing
And-
in the right context.
and you
We
may
don't
not
censor
realize
things.
this, but
we don't
that's
censor things here. Mark, I don't know why you're going out of your way to defend her, mate. Because Taylor, let's be honest, you know what you said. You wish you hadn't said it. Let me give Taylor an opportunity.
I can tell you why, if you're actually curious. It's because when it happens to conservatives, they own the things they say, while leftists don't say the CEO is no better than a serial killer, which is the correct response. Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think that is part of it. But also, there's a tendency on the left to also immediately disavow and condemn others who are ideologically on your side. That they're like, whoa, it's not. I don't agree with the fuck. It's fucking bullshit. There needs to be like some semblance of shamelessness that conservatives exhibit, I think, in this process. But ultimately, like, I get the broader point that she's trying to make. It's just like much more difficult to make that point when you got a guy like Piers Morgan, cutting, clipping, and shipping in real time.
Would you like to apologize?
This is also one of the issues that I have with debate culture in general, which is that it's rarely ever about like honest discourse with interlocutors that might have reasonable disagreements, but ultimately still respect for one another. You know? And it's instead a shit-stirring contest. That's it.
Apologize for using the word joy.
Again, if you take the word joy completely out of context
It
from the
wasn't
word
taken
that
out
I
of
said
context. Would you like
it
to?
was because
would you like to
I'm so glad
apologize?
you just-
Yes.
Remember when the Queen died and you smoked that pack in front of Zoil? You should be smoking that CEO pack right now. I would never do that. I don't know what you're talking about. Once again, I'm simply someone who is talking about the overarching attitude that people have. What does this have to do with the right, though? I'm confused. Oh, Miss Riz is back, chat. I think it's because people like Taylor clutch their pearls all the time, so it gives Piers the opportunity to go after her when she says something like that. Hell yeah. Miss Riz is one of my favorites. The Queen. She's back and better than ever. Once we banned Sheltered Rosebud, someone had to take her place. Anyway. Saying the CEO is no better than a serial killer is completely unproblematic on a moral plane compared to the litany of racist and sexist shit like the right spews regularly, seemingly without pushback. Look at Trump. It's just a failure of counter-messaging against right-wing media that shapes the narrative around things like that. Yeah, but this is one of the few instances where, regardless of the right wing that normally is very good at reframing the narrative into a left-right dynamic, into camps that people already have like anger and resentment towards, and move the attention away from class dynamics that are that unite many people regardless of color, creed, age, or ideological backgrounds. This is one instance where people are like, nah, I don't really give a shit. Yeah, healthcare is pretty bad. I don't care that this happened. It's actually awesome that it happened. That's the attitude, at least, that a lot of people have towards this, if that makes sense. And I think ultimately a lot of these right-wing guys that are desperately trying to do their primary function, which is to move the attention away from the anger and resentment that people feel towards CEOs and for-profit healthcare, are kind of falling short of what is necessary because of the very glaringly obvious ways that people have been hurt by this industry.
So
Play
no.
the clip.
Yes or no?
You just played the clip that showed that
Do you
I
want to
said I feel joy
apologize?
because
Yeah, getting bogged down about what you said is exactly what Piers wants in this situation. And I understand that tendency to want to clarify your position. I get it. I'd be trapped in it. I find myself trapped in that same equation regularly.
and that's right when you cut me off.
You
So
want
let
to
me tell you
apologize?
what.
It's and I know this because I've been on Piers' show. That's why every single time I'm trying to make a point about, like, I don't know, the 700th time that Israel has like bombed a fucking a tent city filled with children, he still always finds a way to reframe the conversation back to, well, do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas for October 7? It's like, yeah, that's like, at this point, the condemnations have happened a million times over, Piers. Like, this is, you're just using it as an exit ramp. You're using it as a fucking parachute cord every time to stop the conversation dead in its tracks. You can make it seem as though you have a valid concern, and sometimes you can make it seem as though you are just simply hypocrisy fishing, right? But that is the purpose of a statement like that. Just like the purpose of a statement here in this process against the guest that you brought onto your show is not to have this meaningful conversation, but instead to simply move the conversation back to comfortable waters.
Why I feel joy. I feel joy because people like you who are rich and powerful and on TV and have all the access to all the healthcare privileges in the world are finally being forced to pay attention to the barbaric.
I mean, to be fair, Piers is British. So I think he benefits. I don't know if he lives in America or not, but I think even if he was to still be in England, he would benefit from the NHS.
Healthcare system that murders tens of thousands of innocent Americans. And that is what I feel joy in, that people like you are forced to confront those systemic problems.
It is a thought terminating cliche. That's exactly what it is.
That's what I'm joyful.
Yeah, I knew it would be my fault as well at some stage.
I knew it'd be my fault at some stage. Anyway, she did a good job of let the clip play. You cut her off more than Piers does. No, she turned it around. She redirected it back to Piers, which is good. Okay. Damn, this was a hit tweet. I've identified the McDonald's employee that snitched on the healthcare CEO shooter. 68K. Okay, chatter. Chatter gave me a hit tweet. Respect. The 5 want the death penalty?
And good, he's got it. Now, he's a prep school kid. He's politically connected
You think
in
he's
Maryland.
ready for prison?
I don't think anyone's ready, Brian. Maybe you are, Brian, in a different way. But this guy's not
I'm Brian, kill me.
ready. He's way too soft. He's going to get annihilated on the inside. And good. If he's not going to get the death penalty, maybe someone will do him justice behind bars. That's all I have to say about that.
You should stop there.
Wait, what? He wants him to get the pedophile treatment in prison? What the fuck? Wait, what?
Way too soft. He's going to get annihilated on the inside. And good. If he's not going to get the death penalty, maybe someone will do him justice behind bars. That's all I have to say about that.
You should.
Oh my God. Damn, dude. What the fuck? They want this guy to be assassinated.
Should stop there.
Right. And
yeah, I think that I'm not gonna lie. I feel like they're not gonna hate on him too hard in prison. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I suspect he won't be regarded as a bad guy in prison. Like, I don't think that they will, you know, prisoners have immediate family members that are also that also experience the same problems, I think. All he did was shoot a guy. There's going to be like 50 other dudes who did the same. Yeah, also, he didn't just shoot any guy. Like, it was politically motivated. I don't think prisoners are going to be like as invested in bootlicking for fucking billionaires as you know, as Jesse Waters is. This is for the stakeholders, inmate says as he pulls out a shiv. Yeah. Even the guards have a grandma or a sister who struggle to get coverage for a basic medical need. Yeah. Will you donate to his commissary? I won't have to because he's going to walk free. My man is going to walk away free. Huh. Do we think that this will hurt the right media to any effective degree? No, they'll forget about it. The next time there's like a major story, people will immediate forget how Jesse Waters called for the extrajudicial prison assassination of the guy who killed a CEO, a for-profit healthcare CEO. I don't think that people will remember it. Some people will. some people will lose faith or maybe even like look at the likes of Ben Shapiro a little bit differently. You know what I mean? I think some people will look at Ben Shapiro and maybe even Tim Pool and others a little bit differently after this experience, where they'll be like, next time he says some shit that's a little off color, that is not aligned with my with the way I see the world, I'm going to be skeptical. I'm going to be more cynical. But the 85-year-olds that watch Jesse Waters are not going to be like, "Who? I don't trust Jesse Waters anymore." They found his Twitch. Did you check if he subscribed yet? No, they did not actually find his Twitch. I think that's fake, chatter. You got duped. I don't think Live Agar raid. Hey, Live Agar. Thank you for the raid. Sorry for the repeated question. How many deaths do you think UHC is personally responsible for? I don't know. They are the number one at denials. They are the number one at denials in America out of all the American healthcare corporations. I think their denial rate is 34%. And the total number of people that die as a consequence of denials is, I believe, 45,000. So, like yearly. I mean, there's different estimates on this. The number varies. I've seen numbers as high as 65, and I've seen numbers as low as 10K. I've seen numbers as high as 65,000, and I've seen numbers as low as 10,000. But I think like you know, does that count people who die because they don't have insurance in general? Yes. Not having insurance in general, or having their coverage lapsed, or not or having their coverage denied, which is why some people refuse treatment. But yeah, the data on the United Healthcare denials are that they are the number one at denial. Oh, hell yeah. Tim Pool is pushing that it's not Luigi who is the assassin now. Yeah, Tim Pool is a little bit more in tune with like the conspiratorial right than even the likes of Ben Shapiro. So I can see him like trying to redirect the attention. Yeah, Tim Pool probably thinks it's Zelensky who did it. Yeah. Ukraine is the enemy of mankind. We need to apologize. We need to apologize to Russia. Now, check log love. Check logs is my birthday. No. %98 of the time when someone says check my logs, please, over and over again, it's almost always not worth, but happy birthday. Happy birthday, though. That's fucked up, dude. What do you want me to do? Check the logs of every single person that says check my logs? We would not do anything. All right.
But
let's talk about Jay-Z. Speaking of crime, Jay-Z denies claim he sexually assaulted minor with Sean Diddy Combs 24 years ago.
We're going to begin this hour with rap mogul Jay-Z forcefully denying claims in a new lawsuit that he and Sean Diddy Combs sexually assaulted a minor at a party 24 years ago. Jay-Z said it's just an attempt at blackmail, and he called it, quote, idiotic. The suit originally mentioned only Combs, who's facing federal sex trafficking charges. Jerika Duncan has more now on the allegations against Jay-Z.
Cops wanna knock me, DA wanna box me in, but somehow I beat them charges.
You mean to tell me that claim denials kills more Americans than opiate overdoses and car accidents? They should make headlines every day. Yeah, lack of healthcare does kill more Americans because it over encompasses opiate overdoses and car accidents as well, on top of everything else. I don't think that's a shocking revelation. Americans are criminally underinsured because because healthcare is not free. Titty milk fetish. Check my logs. Check logs for real. Not kidding. Titty milk fetish. Okay, I'm done checking logs. Everybody needs to stop.
He's one of hip-hop's most celebrated.
Hasan, I like you, but murder is never justifiable. Plus, CEOs are very replaceable, so it's not like it mattered that much. Y'all look evil to the right, to be honest. I don't think anybody... I think you need to check yourself and check the right. They are the ones who are openly celebrating it. I would never celebrate it. I would never. I have not. I condemn. I do not condone. I condemn. But I think you should go and have a conversation with your Debras and Barbaras in your immediate vicinity, because it seems like most people are, in America at least, celebrating it. Also, the idea that the right has a higher moral compass on this is so laughable, especially considering the reality that they do celebrate murder on a regular basis. They do. As long as it's like someone who is powerless, someone who's fucked over. Yeah. They celebrate the murder of a black homeless person experiencing a mental health episode. They celebrate that murder. They're like, this is sick. Fuck yeah. We should do more of that.
Celebrated artist, a successful businessman known for launching careers, and he's married to one of music's biggest stars. But on Sunday night, Sean Carter, who goes by Jay-Z, said being named in a civil lawsuit alleging rape is blackmail. According to the accuser, named Jane Doe in the lawsuit, the assault happened at an after-party following the 2000 MTV Video Music Awards when she was 13. She claims she attended a house party thrown by Sean Diddy Combs, who is also named in the lawsuit. She says she was given a drink that left her feeling, quote, woozy and lightheaded. Doe claims she entered an empty bedroom so she could lie down. Shortly afterwards, she said Combs and Jay-Z and an unnamed female celebrity came in, with Combs saying, quote, you are ready to party. The accuser then claims she was pinned down and raped first by Carter and then by Combs as the female celebrity watched. CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson.
The details of these allegations are really troubling.
What
the plaintiff here alleges that Sean Combs and Jay-Z drugged her and then raped her. It's hard to get more serious than this.
In a statement, Carter responded to the allegations and lashed out at Doe's attorney, Tony Busby, calling him a fraud and stating, I will not give you one red penny, and these allegations are so heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Whomever would commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away. Would you not agree? Busby has filed several lawsuits against Combs, accusing him of physical assault and rape after Combs was charged in September with federal offenses, including sex trafficking and racketeering. Combs, who was recently denied bail for a third time, pleaded not guilty and is set to face trial for those charges next May. Combs has denied all wrongdoing, his legal team calling the revised lawsuit shameless publicity stunts.
Now, we did reach out
Wow, I wonder if he really did it. What do you think, Hasan? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't have enough information off of this alone. Tony Busby, the same lawyer as the Deshaun Watson situation. I think that I mean, Jay-Z's response is kind of crazy. My lawyer received a blackmail attempt, called a demand letter from a lawyer named Tony Busby. What he had calculated was the nature of these allegations of public scrutiny would make me want to settle. No, sir, it had the opposite effect. It made me want to expose you for the fraud you are, very public fashion. So no, I will not give you one red penny. These allegations are heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Whomever would commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away. Would you not agree? These alleged victims would deserve real justice if that were the case. This lawyer, who I've done a bit of research on, seems to have a pattern of these type of theatrics. I have no idea how you have come to be such a deplorable human, Mr. Busby, but I promise you I have seen your kind many times over. I'm more than prepared to deal with your type. You claim to be a Marine. Marines are known for their valor. You have none. You have neither honor nor dignity. My only heartbreak is for my family. My wife and I have to sit our children down, one of whom is at the age where her friends will surely see this. See the press and ask questions about the nature of these claims and explain the cruelty and greed of people. I mourn yet another loss of innocence. I think it's, I mean, this is Jay-Z is cooked regardless. Jay-Z's cooked regardless for even having any sort of involvement with, whatsoever with Diddy, especially after so much of the Diddler's crimes was exposed. So I don't know. I feel like there's a likelihood, but this in and of itself, I don't know. There's a 20-year statute of limitations in New York for sexual assault. He knows damn well he can't get prosecuted. No, I know. I suspect that that's like a little bit of legal cover here for him as well. I'm not a fan of Jay-Z. I don't think Jay-Z is a good dude. To be fair, I don't. I think he's not a good dude at all. But that, and also on top of that, his involvement with Sean P. Diddy Combs is already suspect. I think it was when he when he tried to do a crypto school in Brooklyn to uplift like black people out of poverty by doing by helping them get into crypto schemes. Like that's when I was like, that's when that solidified my opinion. But I don't know. My only heartbreak, my heart is I'll wait and see. He filed a motion arguing that the accuser should have to reveal her name for smearing him, knowing damn well that would get her threatened or harassed. My heart and support goes out to the true victims of the world who have to watch how their life story is dressed in costume for profitability by this ambulance chaser in a cheap suit. You have made a terrible error in judgment thinking that all celebrities are the same. I'm not from your world. I'm a young man who made it out the project of Brooklyn. We don't play these types of games. We have very strict codes and honor. We protect children. You seem to exploit people for personal gain. Only your network of conspiracy theorists, fake physics, will believe the idiotic claims you have levied against me. Okay, but like, I don't understand why he's saying, I don't understand why he's saying he protects children, because, I mean, wasn't he also, once again, aligned with P. Diddy when he was doing a whole bunch of sex trafficking, assault? So, yeah, or even touring with R. Kelly. I don't know.
To the accuser's attorney, Tony Busby, for comment, but have not heard back. He did respond online saying that Jay-Z's statement on X saying that he and his client will let the filing speak for itself and support her case in court. Gail?
It seems like Jay-Z's basically saying, bring it on. I mean, normally you don't see a response this forceful, but he's very confident in what he's saying.
Yeah, if you believe you're falsely accused of something, that's a
fight
strong
back.
response.
That's exactly what he's doing. Thank you, Jerika. Thanks a lot.
Jay-Z is denying allegations he sexually assaulted a 13-year-old girl alongside rapper Sean Diddy Combs. That civil lawsuit filed against Combs in October was amended Sunday to include Jay-Z. The accuser, identified only as Jane Doe, says she was sexually assaulted by both men at a Video Music Awards after party in 2000. In a blistering statement, Jay-Z accuses Jane Doe's attorney of trying to blackmail him. He said further, quote, "These allegations are so heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Whomever would commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away."
Jay-Z's lawyer, Alex Byer, was asking the judge to hurry up and dismiss the lawsuit for the avoidance of doubt. Mr. Carter is entirely innocent. This is a shakedown. This is a matter of the utmost importance, and we request an expedited hearing. I mean, I get why he would want to dismiss it. Oh, wait, is there more leaks on the manifesto? I doubt it. I don't know if this is real or not.
Would you not agree? He added, "My only heartbreak is for my family. My wife and I will have to sit our children."
I will wait for confirmation before, and I urge you to do the same before leaning into the manifesto of the shooter. As far as I understand, the manifesto of the shooter has only briefly been mentioned in media, only bits and pieces, including the quote about parasites. And that's it.
Children down, one of whom is at the age where her friends will see the press and ask questions about the nature of these claims and explain the cruelty and greed of people. Joining us now, Joey Jackson, CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor. There's a lot to unpack here. Joey, I want to start with just the statement from Jay-Z, which is so forceful in its denial. I just read a teeny part of it. It's long. Where he says that they should file a criminal complaint. Is that even possible at this point?
So based on the allegations, Jessica, good morning, good to see you. I think that it certainly could be. Why do I say that? Now, he, of course, is more than annoyed, would be an understatement. He has a family and he has a lot to protect, including his brand. But to the extent that he's saying, hey, come after me criminally, that could be likely. Why do I say that? Because rape in New York, and what's alleged in this complaint, is forcible compulsion. What that means in English is that it's saying that he held her down, raped her, and that, of course, the allegation is that Mr. Combs did the same thing. And so if those facts are actually accurate, it would require an investigation by prosecutors. And if true, right, you could pursue it criminally. Now, with respect to evidentiary value, yes, it happened 24 years ago, right, more than 24 years ago. But in the allegations, there's a few things. Number one, there's allegation that another celebrity was present at the time, right, in addition to other people. Number two, there's the claim by the victim, right, that she left, that she went and she was seen by a gas attendant who saw her in distress. Number three, that she phone called her dad, who showed up, the 13-year-old, and now removed her. So civil complaint, simply allegations, needs to be proven in a court of law, but if true, it could rise to the level of criminality, and we'll see what happens, or if the DA looks and investigates.
So what happens now?
So what happens now is this is simply a civil complaint. And in a civil complaint, it goes through the technical legal process. Now, the distinction, Jessica, between civil and criminal, of course, is that civil is for monetary damages, right? The system can only reward you with money. There's allegations that this 13-year-old is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, suffered depression, etc. So now you go to fact-finding, right? Before that, just briefly, there was a demand letter sent. And a demand letter letter is a letter being sent by a lawyer saying, hey, I don't have to sue you. We can sit, we can mediate it. If we reach an agreement, it never sees the light of day. Jay-Z saying, I don't care about your demand letter. I look at it as blackmail. You want to sue me, sue me. You want to look at it criminally, look at it criminally, but it'll go through the fact-finding process. If a trial is necessary to determine the facts, that's what will happen, but it'll be deemed civil. No indication at this point as to whether or not any criminal investigation will ensue as a result of this.
Yeah, and Jay-Z came back incredibly forcefully against these allegations and really singled out that attorney as well.
Blondie fan 101, thank you for the 25. Give the subs.
I'm paraphrasing here, but greedy, saying he's out to get money, and calling that letter essentially blackmail.
Yeah, and in addition to that, Jessica, also suing the attorney, saying he's intimidating him, harassing him, etc. Now, demand letters are not new. What lawyers do is they send them out as a matter of protocol and practice so that you can expedite the process. At the same time, there's certain ethical standards that you have to use, and you have to have a good faith factual belief that this is true. Now, you can argue this complaint was filed in October, right? Could have mentioned Jay-Z then. You didn't. Why? It was amended now to include him. Are the factual assertions true? Are they fact or fiction? Is it a money grab or not? All of that will be litigated in a court of law, but according to Jay-Z, this never happened, is pure fiction. It is a money grab, and he's fighting for his...
I think it's, like, the thing is, like, it's a relatively... I feel like it's relatively easy for Jay-Z to disprove if this is untrue. You know what I mean? Like, was he at the party? And was she at the party that he was at? You know? At that point, it's like, these are, I'm saying, if untrue, like in the way that he's claiming, even though it was 24 years ago, how do you prove 24-year-old claims is true? What are you talking about? Bro, they were famous 24 years ago. It's not that it's you know, and also on top of that, usually there are more victims that come forward as well. Quick highlight of the creepy shit Jay-Z has done. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not a fan of Jay-Z. I think a lot of this stuff is just people, you know. I'm bringing up other things like the fact that he groomed Beyonce. I guess she was very young when they first met. But I don't know anything about this process to make a straightforward assessment. You know what I mean?
His name, reputation, and certainly...
Like, I feel like these are, you know, these are very significant. Then you are unlike CNN, who are clearly a fan of Jay-Z weirdly. No, CNN is a fan of anybody rich and powerful. Where he was famous, if he wasn't there, it'll be discoverable, but not the 13-year-old's whereabouts. There is no way there's data on that. Her location will almost certainly not be recorded adequately unless Discovery somehow finds a photo or video. One, Sean P. Diddy Combs, notorious taper of all things. That's number one. Number two, they mentioned the fact that her father actually got involved and got her out of the party. So those two reasons alone are enough evidence. Like, there's enough to at least start the discovery process to figure out if she was there. Yeah, there are multiple witnesses at that point.
Innocence and justice in his view, which is he didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, and you touch on point two that I wanted to ask you about, which was that this was an amendment to this already existing lawsuit. What are people to take away from that? The fact that they're coming back and adding to this now with this specific name.
Yeah, you know, Jessica. So it depends. That's
and apparently there's a third unnamed female celebrity involved as well.
So common, you could amend lawsuits, right, as a matter of course, and you do, to include certain factual allegations. The interesting thing to me in terms of your question and the takeaway, if you had this information about Jay-Z, it happened allegedly in September of 2000, why not include it in the original complaint? What happened between October and now that necessitated you putting in, and it's a question of credibility. Was he celebrity A, right, as was noted in the October complaint? Is this pure fiction? And what's interesting in the complaint is he really, that is the lawyer, tries to tie Jay-Z to Mr. Combs in so many ways, right? Birds of a feather is the argument that he's making. You can make that argument. You need the facts to sustain it. Let's see if they come up with any facts.
All right, we will see.
Yeah, I mean, that's what matters in this situation. Like, I think it's too early to make assertions beyond the fact that Jay-Z, notoriously not a good guy. Diddy, obviously very bad guy, and now legally liable for a bunch of the bad shit that he did. And it's not only going to stay with Diddy himself. Obviously, there are plenty of other celebrities, high-profile celebrities, that have involved themselves in these parties and whatnot, and have most likely engaged in actions that are illegal as well. So I think that only time will tell. But yeah, I'm good that these matters are coming to light for sure. I'm happy that these matters are coming to light.
Developing now, he calls the allegations idiotic and heinous, and now he says he's being extorted.
Rap superstar Jay-Z is accused of sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl along Sean Diddy Combs more than 20 years.
This straight up is like one of those, in normal circumstances, the most common way that sexual assault or sexual assault against a minor, especially like statutory rape and sexual assault, occurs between like immediate relatives. So in those circumstances, the truth is easier to obfuscate. These aren't high profile people, right? And obviously, for the most part, when wealthy people engage in these sorts of actions at these parties and whatnot, for a very long time, I think people have been able to people have been able to shelter themselves from any sort of legal scrutiny. Okay? But when one major power player gets exposed, they bring down a lot of other people with them as well. Unless it's Jeffrey Epstein, in which case the power players involved are entirely too powerful, and therefore they can escape additional legal scrutiny. I don't think that the likes of Jay-Z and many others who have involved themselves with Sean P. Diddy Combs are going to be able to shelter themselves from legal scrutiny in the same vein. Because they're not Bill Clinton, you know what I mean? So I guess what I'm saying is that there is more paper trail and more documentation readily available in a situation like this than the ways in which sexual assault against minors usually happens. So I think that we'll see more information.
Years ago. The news comes after an amended lawsuit was refiled yesterday. The civil complaint
like this would not even be a question if Jay-Z had not involved himself with P. Diddy so openly and so actively. Does that make sense? Like people would just be like, people would, I think, be infinitely, they would be readily available to dismiss such accusations as smears or as someone who's like trying to blackmail you. But you're kind of fucking caught dead to rights when you are so closely involved with the likes of Sean P. Diddy Combs, and also on top of that, he has been caught dead to rights already, and he is already going through a legal process for his crimes.
initially filed against Combs in October, now names Jay-Z as a co-defendant. Claims the two took turns sexually assaulting the teenager, then unnamed, at a private party after the MTV.
They were two famous rap artists from New York. That's not guilt. Everybody knew Diddy. No, there's a difference, I think.
TV Music Awards in 2000.
Joining us now to talk about these explosive allegations is legal affairs journalist Megan Cuniff. Megan, thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
I want to start by letting our viewers know that right after that lawsuit became public, Jay-Z did issue a statement, and it said in part, the allegations are, quote, so heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Now, the you in this is the lawyer of the plaintiff.
Like, for people saying, like, well, Fat Joe's sitting there next to them, arrest him too, I guess. Yeah, if someone fucking came out and was like, Fat Joe sexually assaulted me when I was 13, yeah, I would apply the same fucking scrutiny to Fat Joe. What are we talking about? Yeah, if Fat Joe not only is sitting next to them, but also simultaneously was like known to frequent Diddy parties, yeah, of course you're going to be like, well, there's some validity to these claims, I think. It's such a weird attitude to take. If it's some random fucking person that hasn't been involved with P. Diddy at all, even if they're in the music industry, and they get like, you know, they get called into question, then it's very different.
Plaintiff Tony Busby, that's who Jay-Z is accusing of blackmail. A lot of people, I think, were surprised by how fiery that statement was. So what are you hearing about Jay-Z's response?
No, I've heard that the response can go two ways here. He can either settle quietly or he can fight. And if he fights, he needs to be aggressive about it. And that seems to be what he's doing here by being aggressive about it. There's also been some filings in the court case from his lawyer that indicates they are ready to take this before a judge and demand the identity of the plaintiff. And then they also want the case dismissed.
So walk us through this, Megan. What also happens next?
The immediate issue, and we've seen this in a lot of other lawsuits that have been filed against Sean Combs, is whether the plaintiff can proceed anonymously. And the judge in this case actually did rule about a month ago that there was reason for her to proceed anonymously under a Jane Doe name. But now that there is a new complaint, that process will start over again. And this will be the first time that there has been serious defense litigation against that. And other lawsuits we've seen have been against Combs, that has favored Combs in the fact that the judge has ordered that the plaintiff does need to identify herself. So that is going to be the most immediate issue here.
Interesting. Now, I know you don't have insider information on this case, but if you could look into your crystal ball or just with your legal knowledge, do you think this is just the tip of the iceberg? And do we expect more celebrity names linked to these crimes that Diddy is facing?
Tony Busby, the plaintiff's attorney, when he announced that he had 120 people lined up to file lawsuits, indicated that a lot of big names could come out. And just in this lawsuit alone, there is still an unidentified celebrity that I think everyone is speculating about who it could be. And also, it could be a very powerful witness on either side. So just in this case, there's another celebrity who could be named. But Tony Busby has indicated there are other celebrities. And if we're going to believe Jay-Z's allegations about extortion, we'd have to expect that he's not the only one being targeted here.
Megan Cuniff, we appreciate your insight. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I have no additional takes on this. All right.
Now to the Trump.
Trump has outlined his aggressive agenda for the second presidential term, where he talked about going against the 14th Amendment and, well, in other circumstances, creating a constitutional crisis. But in this circumstance, no constitutional crisis will most likely happen, considering the Supreme Court is entirely bought out by Trump loyalists who will advance his white nativist anti-immigrant project. He has said that he is going to revoke birthright citizenship.
Transition. The president-elect sat down for his first TV interview since the election, outlining an aggressive agenda starting on day one. Our chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce is in Washington with more. Mary, good morning.
Good morning, Whit. Well, we haven't really heard from the president-elect like this since his victory, and this morning we are getting a clearer sense of what Donald Trump is planning for his first day in office, from immigration to the economy and his vows of retribution. This morning, President-elect Donald Trump is working to hit the ground running, starting with his efforts to boost the economy. But
yes, all birthright citizenship. Yes, he said he's going to no longer offer birthright citizenship, as in it's not retroactive, but I'm sure they will inevitably move down the line. But they have said that they would process denaturalizations. But basically what he's saying is that they are looking into stopping birthright citizenship, as in, if you are born on U.S. soil currently as it stands, and this is in the Constitution, okay? If you're born on U.S. soil, you're an American citizen. Many countries have this, for the record, with the exception of some restrictions applied in like European nations. But like even in fucking China, as far as I understand, you can't be a Chinese citizen unless you get like a specialty naturalization process. But if you marry a Chinese citizen and have a child on Chinese soil with a Chinese citizen, then yeah, your child is a Chinese citizen. Now, in the United States of America, across the board, and in many other Latin American countries as well, if you're born on the soil of the nation, you are automatically processed as a citizen. What is this? Jabuki on HasanAbi stream when? Oh my God, Jabuki quote retweeted anti-Piker. Oh no. Do we really think it's a good idea to tell the world that all you have to do to become famous and loved and have millions of people thirst after you online is kill a healthcare CEO? Really, America? Let me hold your hand when I say this is a major yikes for me. Hashtag facepalm. Anyway, let's continue.
pressed on concerns his plan to implement punishing tariffs will raise prices, Trump admits he can't guarantee Americans won't pay more.
I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee tomorrow. Tariffs are properly used, are a very powerful tool, not only economically, but also for...
Wait, what? China does not have just a child born on Chinese soil will not be a Chinese citizen unless one parent is a citizen? Why do chatters always repeat like literally what I just said a moment ago, but they just repeat it in the chat and they make it seem as though like they're adding additional context when it's just verbatim what I just said. Like verbatim. I don't know if it's like the mobile delay or something. I just said that. Like I gave the specifics of it. Like I said exactly that. Anyway.
Or getting other things outside of economics.
Trump has pledged to impose tariffs on China and a 25% tariff on all goods imported from Mexico and Canada. But some economists say it would cost American families more than $2,600 a year. And on immigration, Trump confirming his plan for mass deportations, starting with convicted criminals, but ultimately saying they could include any immigrants in the country illegally.
I think you have to do it, and it's a very tough thing to do. But you have to have, you have rules, regulations, laws. They came in illegally.
Even if they have children that are U.S. citizens.
I don't want to be breaking up families, so the only way you don't break up the family is you keep them together and you have to send them all back.
Trump confirming his plan to try to end birthright citizenship on day one, even though it's enshrined in the 14th Amendment, suggesting he may try to amend the Constitution.
We're going to have to get a change. We'll maybe have to go back to the people but we have to end it.
One group that could be protected under his plan, the so-called Dreamers, undocumented immigrants who came to the U.S. as children and have lived here most of their lives.
In many cases, they become successful. They have great jobs. In some cases, they have small businesses. Some cases, they might have large businesses. And we're going to have to do something with them. I think we can work with the Democrats and work something out.
And when it comes to his campaign promises to seek revenge against his opponents, Trump says he will not direct his administration to pursue.
One is the kids in cages guy. Yeah, now he has another better solution, I guess, a less violent solution, which is mass deportation of the children and the parents. That's what he's saying. He's like, we're going to keep the families together. We're just going to deport them together. We're going to put them in the concentration camps together and then deport them together.
Two political prosecutions, suggesting he will leave such decisions up to his attorney general and FBI director.
I'm really looking to make our country successful. I'm not looking to go back into the past. I'm looking to make our country successful. Retribution will be through success.
But he is also lashing out at members of the House committee that investigated his role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol, calling out former Congresswoman Liz Cheney, saying they should all be imprisoned.
For what they did.
Yeah.
Don't trust Misgive. He is hoping for your downfall. What? What the fuck does that mean? Where the fuck did that come from?
Honestly, they should go to jail.
Now, Liz Cheney.
Wait, who did he say should go? Oh, yeah. He said Liz Cheney and them should go to jail for the crimes that they committed against the January 6ers.
It investigated his role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol, calling out former Congresswoman Liz Cheney, saying they should all be imprisoned.
For what they did.
Yeah.
Honestly, they should go to jail.
Now, Liz Cheney overnight responding to Trump's comments, calling them an assault on the rule of law. Trump.
I mean, just, sometimes he throws us a bone. You know what I mean? Like, this is like the lock her up conversation around, lock her up conversation around Hillary Clinton. Got me saying rule of law.
Also said he would work to pardon the January 6th rioters as soon as day one, and he still will not concede that he lost the 2020 election, even when pressed to do so in an effort to bring the country together and move forward. Robin.
All right. Our thanks to you, Mary.
President-elect Donald Trump, welcome back to Meet the
Thank
Press.
you very much.
Thank you so much for being here. You are
the
first president since Grover Cleveland to win non-consecutive terms.
Mm-hmm.
Republicans now have control of the House and the Senate.
Right.
What do you plan to accomplish in your first 100 days in office?
Well, we're going to do something with the border, and very strong, very powerful. That'll be our first signal, and the first signal to America that we're not playing games. We have people coming in by the millions, as you know, and a lot of people shouldn't be here. Most of them shouldn't be here, but we have jails being emptied into our country. We have mental institutions from all over the world being emptied into our country. So we'll be doing that. We're going to be extending within that period, or as soon as we can, the Trump tax cuts, because, they're coming due and they're very substantial for people. And it would be I think it will anger a lot of people, frankly, if we don't get an extension of that. That's what led us to one of the greatest economies ever. And those two things are going to be very vital, very important. We're going to be focusing on crime in the cities, and we'll work with Democrat governors. Most of them are, as you know, if you look at the 25 worst places, they're just about all Democrat-controlled cities and states. And we're going to be working with Democrat governors and Democrat mayors, and I look forward to doing it. But we have to do something about crime, and mostly in our cities. And we're going to have a lot of other things. We'll be working.
I sped up the interview, Chad. That's why he sounds like that. God damn.
On nominations, we're going to still be working on some nominations. I think they're going very well. We have, for the most part, I think they're going extremely well. It looks like Pete is doing well now. I mean, people were a little bit concerned. He's a young guy with a tremendous track record, actually. He went to Princeton and went to Harvard. He was a good student at both, but he loves the military, and I think people are starting to see it. So we'll be working on his nomination along with a lot of others.
We are going to delve into your nominations, but since you bring him up, do you still have confidence in Pete Hegseth?
Yes, I do. I really do. He's a very smart guy. I've known him through Fox, but I've known him for a long time. And he's basically a military guy. I mean, every time I talk to him, all he wants to talk about is the military. He's a military guy. I used to kid him about it. I didn't think we'd be in this position where he may be, hopefully will be Secretary of Defense. But every time I was with him, he was fighting for soldiers, where he said some soldier was unjustly put in prison because they were really doing what they were taught to do in some cases. So, yeah, I think he's going to do fine.
The fact that there are these allegations against him, misconduct, sexual misconduct, heavy drinking, the fact that he said to some senators reportedly he'll stop drinking if he gets this job, does that worry you?
No, I think that
Check peace tattoos, bro. We know. Check what he has said about Muslims. He is a fucking psycho. And by the way, his interactions with Trump that were successful revolve around him getting Eddie Gallagher off. Okay? A war criminal so bad that his own unit was fucking up the sights on his goddamn scope so he couldn't successfully assassinate children. Okay? Do you know how difficult it is to investigate a decorated troop for war crimes successfully in the American military? Are you kidding me? You have to be a truly atrocious, a truly heinous sociopath. You have to be a literal fucking serial killer. The entire process of the American military is to get grunts to do horrifying, violent shit. And those guys literally turned around and were like, this dude is a real monster. None of what I'm saying is an exaggeration. Okay? None of what I'm saying is an exaggeration. He literally stabbed a fucking detained ISIS 16-year-old to death while he was apprehended, while he was zip tied. Like, straight up war crime. Like, that is, you might not agree with it. You can be like, oh, he's ISIS, who gives a fuck? But like, it's a literal war crime. You cannot do that, okay? Yeah, his unit reported him because they were afraid of him. And you know what happened? The American military went through the process and then was like, okay, this guy is a real bad guy. This guy is a real bad guy. He's too bad because our job is to make bad motherfuckers. Okay? Our job is to make bad motherfuckers do bad things. And even for us, there is a line. There is a limit. And Eddie Gallagher was that limit. But Pete Hegseth went to Donald Trump and was like, you have to pardon this guy and you have to give him his medals back. And Trump was like, sure, say no more. That is the Pete Hegseth, Fox News reporter, Donald Trump connection. Gallagher was accused of multiple offenses during his final deployment in Iraq during the battle for Mosul. The most prominent accusation, the best attested to, was the murder of a prisoner of war, a war crime. Khaled Jamal Abdullah, a captured 17-year-old fighter of the Islamic State, was being treated by a medic. According to two SEAL witnesses, Gallagher said, he's mine, over the radio, then walked up to Abdullah and allegedly proceeded to stab him with his hunting knife without explanation. Gallagher and his commanding officer, Lieutenant Jake Portier, then posed for photographs of them standing over the body with some other Navy nearby SEALs. Gallagher then text messaged a friend in California a picture of himself holding the dead captive's head by the hair with the explanation, good story behind this, got him with my hunting knife. Prosecutors alleged that Gallagher's sniper work during his 2017 deployment became reckless and bloodthirsty. It's not prosecutors alleging this. It was his own unit that revealed this information to the prosecutors, to a higher up. He was such a fucking rapacious sociopath, so bloodthirsty that his own unit was like, nah, this is too much. A literal serial killer. He allegedly fired his rifle far more frequently than other snipers, according to testimony. The other snipers in the platoon did not consider him a good sniper, and he took random shots in the buildings. Other snipers said they witnessed Gallagher taking at least 2 militarily pointless shots, shooting and killing an unarmed elderly man in a white robe, as well as a young girl walking with other girls. Gallagher allegedly boasted about the large number of people he had killed, claiming he averaged 3 kills a day over 80 days, including 4 women. Gallagher was also reportedly known for indiscriminately spraying neighborhoods with rockets and machine gun fire with no known enemy force in the region. A charge of obstruction of justice was brought against Gallagher for alleged witness intimidation. According to the claim, Gallagher allegedly threatened to kill fellow SEALs if they reported his actions. The Navy cited his text messages attempting to undermine the investigation. So all of that aside, they still were able to get him on some of this stuff. This is just like the tip of the iceberg. The case was considered to be difficult because the Navy did not begin a formal investigation for nearly a year after the reports were made. And by then, much of the physical evidence, such as the bodies of those alleged to be killed by Gallagher, were not recoverable, for the record. The prosecution's case relied largely on eyewitness testimony, which the defense sought to discredit as merely that of spiteful malcontents who disliked Gallagher's gruff leadership style. Now, why am I talking about this? Like I said, because Gallagher was proven innocent. The prosecution's main witness said he made up the story just to defame him. That is insane. There is literally photographic evidence. What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, that is insane. Is Pete Hexit in the chat? No, the main witness for the prosecution. Did you even see the court case? Yes, I literally listened to members of his platoon openly talk about changing the sights of his weapons, like fucking up his rifle optics, specifically so that he would not be able to target random women. And no, he was not found innocent. He had to be pardoned by Donald Trump. Hunter told reporters that he intended to ask for a presidential pardon if Gallagher was convicted. According to anonymous administration sources, the Justice Department was reviewing Gallagher's case in preparation for a possible pardon from President Trump. This potential pardon was hotly criticized in the Washington Post opinion pages. During a podcast interview, Hunter said that he himself had posed for pictures of dead enemy combatants and American artillery fire had killed hundreds of Iraqi civilians in and around Fallujah. Now, what's really interesting about Duncan D. Hunter is that he's also a criminal. What's really funny about Duncan Hunter, you might remember Duncan Hunter because his offices were raided by the FBI as a part of a criminal investigation agency's computers, other electronics, and financial records because he was mismanaging campaign finance. He was in violation of campaign finance law. And he had converted tens of thousands of dollars of campaign funds from his congressional campaign committee to personal use to pay for family travel, flights, utilities, healthcare, school uniforms, tuition, jewelry, groceries, other goods, services, and expenses. He even, what was it? He was the Steam guy, right? Yeah. Hunter said that he had repaid his campaign approximately $60,000 in 2016. So the guys defending him are also fucking weirdos as well. On June 20th, 2019, during Gallagher's trial, one of the platoon medics from Gallagher's team testifying as a prosecution witness said that although Gallagher did stab the ISIS fighter, he did not actually kill him. The medic, Special Operator First Class Corey Scott, who testified under immunity agreement, testified that he himself had killed the wounded prisoner by covering his breathing tube and asphyxiating him. Scott called it a mercy killing and argued that the victim would have been tortured by Iraqi personnel because of his connection to ISIS. Following Scott's confession, prosecutors canceled other witnesses they had planned to call, fearing their testimony would further undermine their case. Prosecutors were taken by surprise in Scott's testimony, since the medic had never given this version of events to them or Navy investigators. This account was also contrary to the statements of at least 7 other SEALs. From his own platoon. Because of the immunity agreement, Scott could not be prosecuted for testifying that he killed the prisoner, and while press reports suggested Scott could conceivably be charged with perjury, the Navy dropped this investigation into the statements. He got convicted and court-martialed, received a demotion. Okay? Anyway, the point is, the president intervened. The clemency decision ended up moot. In November 2019, President Trump announced that Gallagher's demotion would be reversed. Why did he do this? Well, I'll tell you why he did this. Because Pete Hexit. Pete fucking Hexit. Fox News' very own doorbuster, Pete Hexit, was in Trump's ear and convinced him to pardon and intervene in this process and to pardon Eddie Gallagher, and not only pardon him, but also give his medals. Give his medals back. Anyway, Pete Hegseth also famously is a rapist. Like, straight up. He sexually assaulted a woman who was inebriated and could not consent, was drugged and could not consent. And it was reported as such in the police report that was filed at the time. He packed it up by, settling out of court, giving money to this person, this victim. Pete Hegseth was such an obvious abuser that his own mom sent him an email. Okay? His own mom in 2018 sent Pete Hegseth a fucking email. Stop lying. What are you talking about? I'd like that the Republican, like, Pete Hegseth defenders basically just have no counter to this. His mom took it back. I'm getting there. Okay? But that's not a lie. To say that Pete Hegseth's mother accused her son of mistreating women for years is not a lie. You can't say that's a lie. That literally happened. Like, yeah, and then she said, no, he's different now. He's changed. You can't say that something is a lie when it's just not a lie. That is not a reasonable defense. Doors open. Anyway, I think what is shocking overall is the fact that she even sent this email to her son. Okay? It is shocking that she even sent this email. A mother sending this email to their son is damning enough. Yeah. Now that her son could potentially become defense secretary, she's like, oh yeah, just kidding. He's changed. He's different now. Benim menajerim geldi baba. On behalf of all the women, I know as many you have abused in some way, I say get some help and take an honest look at yourself, Penelope Hegseth Roth, stating that she still loved him. She also wrote, I have no respect for any man that belittles, lies, cheats, sleeps around, and uses women for his own power and ego. You are that man and have been for years. And as your mother, it pains me and embarrasses me to say that. But it is the sad, sad truth. Mrs. Hegseth, in a phone interview with the New York Times on Friday, said that she had sent her son an immediate follow-up email, at the time apologizing for what she had written. She says she had fired off the original email in anger with emotion at a time when he and his wife were going through a very difficult divorce. In the interview, she defended her son and disavowed the sentiments she had expressed in the initial email about his character and treatment of women. This is crazy. Like, disappointing your own mother is like is a generational L. Ha? Yok, hayır bilmiyorum. Herhalde getirdi her şey. Evet. Tamam. Kapıyı kapatabilirsin. Did we already discuss the UHC assassin or no? I love when people come in 6 hours and 39 minutes into the broadcast to be like, did you cover the top news story of the day? What do you think we were doing for the past 6 hours and 39 minutes until you arrived at the broadcast? You know what I mean? The answer is no. I refuse to cover it. I'm too scared of covering this story. Questions about Mr. Hex's treatment of women have emerged in the weeks. Anyway, also Pete Hegseth is a notorious adulterer and a notorious drunk as well. Like, he has had a child out of wedlock with each of the people that he ended up marrying, that he cheated on their former wives, on his former wives with. So, incredible stuff overall. And that is before we get to the many different instances where he said that, Muslims are barbaric, violent monsters who are invading America, and we have to deal with them by mass deportations, or else they are going to bring about Sharia law into this country. And the fact that he is a rabid right-wing Christian nationalist. Anyway, it's Hegseth. He's my wife's cousin. That's crazy. Brown-O-Matic. Be safe, chatter. That's a wild... We got a HasanAbi head that's like 1 degree removed from the potential next defense secretary. With a name like Brown-O-Matic, too. Just watch yourself around Pete, I'm just trying to get on my right-wing grind. Anyway. Yeah, Pete Hegseth, not a good guy.
Everybody has something that they can stop. Some people can stop eating. I'm lucky I'm not a drinker, but I could stop eating. And we all want to stop doing something. And if he said that, I mean, it's a nice thing to say. That's a good thing to say. But he's very respected. I can tell you, I know a lot of the people at Fox, they think he's fantastic. And the people that work with him, really, they love him. So I think you're going to have somebody that's really terrific. And again, all he talked about with me, I said, you're not really a television guy, even though he did very well, as you know. You're really a military guy. He said, I'm all about the military. And I told him, so he's making a lot of money at Fox. They're doing very well. And I said, if for some reason you don't get this thing, you're not going to be able to go back. And all that money you're making, you can kiss it goodbye. He said, this is all about America. He didn't say, well, let me think about it. Let me discuss it. That's a very big, risky thing he's doing. When he goes and he says, I'm going to give up, millions of dollars in order to possibly become the Secretary of Defense. A lot of people would say it's a great position. It's probably almost no greater position, but a lot of people would say, I have to think about it. He said, I don't have to think about it.
All right, we're going to delve into your cabinet picks a little bit later, but I want to delve into one of your signature promises on the campaign trail, which was to end inflation, to lower prices. You are now proposing tariffs against the United States' 3 biggest trading partners. Economists of all stripes say that ultimately consumers pay the price of tariffs.
I don't believe
Can you guarantee American families won't pay more?
I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee tomorrow. But I can say that if you look at just pre-COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And I had a lot of tariffs on a lot of different countries, but in particular China. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars, and we had no inflation. In fact, when I handed it over, they didn't have inflation for a year and a half. They went almost 2 years just based on what I had created. And then they created inflation with energy and with spending too much. So I think I'm a big believer in tariffs. I think tariffs are the most beautiful word. I think they're beautiful. It's going to make us rich. We're subsidizing.
That's not how anything works, but it's okay. Tariffs are a beautiful word.
Canada to the tune of over $100 billion a year. We're subsidizing Mexico for almost $300 billion. We shouldn't be subsidizing. Why are we subsidizing these countries? If we're going to subsidize them, let them become a state. We're subsidizing Mexico, and we're subsidizing Canada, and we're subsidizing many countries all over the world. And all I want to do is I want to have a level, fast, but fair playing field.
Sir, your previous tariffs during your first administration cost Americans some $80 billion. And now you have major companies from Walmart, Black & Decker, AutoZone saying that any tariffs are going to force them to drive up prices for their consumers. How do you make sure that these CEOs, that these companies don't, in fact, pass on the cost of tariffs to their consumers?
They cost Americans nothing. They made a great economy for us. They also solve another problem. If we were going to have problems having to do with wars and having to do with other things, tariffs, I have stopped wars with tariffs by saying, you guys want to fight, it's great, but both of you are going to pay tariffs to the United States at 100%. And they have many purposes, tariffs, if properly used. I don't say you use them like a madman. I say properly used. But it didn't cost this country anything. It made this country money, and we never really got the chance to go all out because we had to fight COVID in the last part. And we did it very successfully. And when I handed it over to Biden, the stock market was higher than what it was just previous to COVID coming in. It was actually higher. Tariffs are properly used, are a very powerful tool, not only economically, but also for getting other things outside of economics.
Well, again, prices did go up on some goods in your first administration, washing machines, tires. Will you punish CEOs?
Let me just explain to you. No. You mentioned washing machines. So you look at Whirlpool in Ohio. I got a call from Jim Jordan, one of the greats, congressman from Ohio. And he said, they're going out of business because South Korea and China are dumping washing machines into our country. And I put a 50% tariff on the washing machines coming in from China and South Korea.
They're dumping it. They're dumping the washing machines.
Korea. And Whirlpool and the companies that made washing machines, which are based in Ohio, largely based in Ohio, went through the roof. We saved thousands of jobs, tens of thousands of jobs. They were all going out of business because they were dumping washing machines. And when I put the tariffs on, they became successful.
Okay. That is an example, and I don't know how successful this was, and I think it still ends up rising. It still ends up raising the cost, but that is an example of a directed tariff for a competitive manufacturing business that already exists in the United States of America. It still would most likely end up raising costs overall, but that's not necessarily a bad trade protectionist policy. This is exactly what I mean when I say there are certain ways of doing tariffs that I'm not going to disagree with off the jump. Okay? However, broad tariffs to 55% of all trade, like to our top three trade partners across the board, is insane. It will destroy the American economy. Okay? Because there are like raw materials that we simply do not have in the United States of America, for example, that we need to get from elsewhere. Okay? Like it will inevitably raise the price of everything. It will raise the price of all goods. Because I say this as someone who obviously, as you guys know, uses American manufacturing in my garments. These are union hands that touch the shirt that I'm currently wearing and many others that you can purchase at ideology.shop. However, even in that situation, there are probably certain products in the garments manufacturing business that they are still getting from Canada or Mexico or China, like wool. You know what I mean? In that process, the price of the garments that they're manufacturing in the United States of America, okay, will still increase. Did I say it wrong? Why is everybody making wool? How do you say it? Am I saying it wrong? I'm ESL. What? Okay, whatever. Stop making fun of me. You guys are lame and annoying. Okay, speak two languages and then we'll talk, okay? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm fucking bilingual. Monolingual chatters chirping in the chat. You can't even speak English good enough, okay? Anyway, xenophobia coming through, exactly. Yeah. Speak English well enough. I know. Anyway, Where was I? You knocked me out of my train of thought. You sons of bitches. So my point is, even if someone is using American manufacturing, it will still drive up the cost of goods if there's like broad across the board tariffs.
Successful businesses. No, it didn't. Not only didn't it cost people, it made our country stronger and more powerful, and it kept jobs.
But how do you make sure that consumers don't wind up paying more? Will you punish CEOs who try to pass the cost of tariffs on to their customers?
Well, the market's going to take care of it. I mean, actually, the market takes care of it. And if it doesn't, we adjust it somewhat. But in the case of Whirlpool, or let's say companies that made washing machines, they were all being put out of business by the dumping from, in particular, South Korea and China. And when I put the tariffs on, very substantial tariffs, although peanuts compared to what people do to us, what countries do to us, it became a very, very powerful, successful company. Now, let's say I didn't do the tariffs. It would have gone out of business. You would have lost tens of thousands of jobs, and you don't include that in your equation. No, they make a lot of money. I'll go a step further.
China bans exports to the United States of gallium, germanium, antimony, and other key high-tech materials. So that means we can get it ourselves from our own USA ground/dirt. Stop relying upon China and foreign countries. Andy Thomas is going to he's going to find it, dude. That's right. You don't understand it, Xi. Xi Jinping, you're on notice. I'm going to make this chip with American dirt. Wait until he learns who refines the metals they dig out of American dirt. No, I'll refine it with my bare hands. Andy's a prospector.
Tariffs are going to make our country rich.
Did you go on Timcast IRL today? No, I didn't. And you got a week off. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to ban you. You're fucking annoying. This chatter got 1 day banned for consistently spamming in the chat. Are you going on Timcast IRL tomorrow? Are you going Timcast IRL tomorrow? And then as soon as his ban, because I remember when I banned him, as soon as his ban ended, he waited 24 fucking hours for his 1 day ban to end, immediately to fucking chirp and be like, did you go on Timcast IRL today? He's done.
Rich. Tariffs are going to help us pay off $35 trillion in debt. Tariffs are going to make our country safe because China, as an example, doesn't want to play games with us if we're going to do tariffs on them. They don't want to play games. And we have a lot of games being played on us right now.
Well, I think, and that takes me to my next question. Yeah. Are you actually going to impose these tariffs, or are they a negotiating tactic?
Well, I'll give you an example. With Canada, and in particular Mexico, we have millions of people pouring into our country. You agree with that? I spoke with
does she?
Both. I spoke with.
Does she agree with that? You agree with that? Canada, millions of people are pouring in from Canada. I don't know if she agrees with that.
Justin Trudeau. In fact, he flew to Mar-a-Lago within about 15 seconds after the call ended. Yeah. He was at Mar-a-Lago. We were having dinner talking about it. I said, you have to close up your borders because they're coming in the northern border too a lot. Not like the southern border, but they're coming in the Canadian border a lot. And drugs are pouring in. Almost as importantly, drugs are pouring in, maybe more importantly, drugs are pouring in at levels never seen before, 10 times.
I do respect him committing to the bit because, like, I used to make these memes about, like, you know, shut off the northern border and stuff. And, like, it seems like he's committed to that, too. Like, Snow Mexico, you're on notice. I don't know how he arrived at this, but, like, it is pretty funny that he wants to shut off the Canadian border. Respect.
Times what we had.
He's morally consistent.
They're just pouring in. We can't have open borders. And I said to the president of Mexico and to Justin Trudeau, if it doesn't stop, I'm going to put tariffs on your country at about 25%. That's a very substantial tariff. And in both cases, but in the case where it was really visible, within 10 minutes after that phone call, we noticed that the people coming across the border, the southern border, having to do with Mexico, they were at a trickle, just a trickle. It was, in fact, I called the border. See, unlike my opponent, I do call the border a lot. And I said, how's the border looking today? They said, there's nobody here. They couldn't believe it. The military stopped these vast groups of people. You know, we call them caravans, but they had caravans of people, and they largely stopped them. Now, they're going to have to continue that, but if they don't continue, and the other thing I told them is no more drugs, and I told that to China, too. I had a deal with President Xi. Had the election been different, I'm going to be very nice because we don't have to get into an argument over 2020, but had the election been different, the result been different, we would have had China giving the maximum penalty, which is the penalty of death, to people that sent fentanyl into this country. But Biden didn't, unfortunately, finish that discussion up. I had an agreement with President Xi, who I got along with very well. We've had communication as recently as this week. And I had communication with him where they were going to give the death penalty to anybody sending drugs into the United States.
This week you had that conversation.
Not that conversation, but I had other conversations. Okay. But in the past, I've had that conversation.
Let me ask you about another aspect of the economy, sir, the minimum wage. The federal minimum wage has been $7.25 since 2009. There are 20 states that still have the federal minimum wage at $7.25. And I actually have a map. 19 of these states actually voted for you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it right here. I don't know if you remember this, but during the debate in 2020, I asked you if you would raise the minimum wage. You said you would consider it. And so my question for you is, now that you are going back to the White House, for these 19 states that voted for you, are you going to raise the federal minimum wage?
It's a very low number. I will agree. It's a very low number. Let me give you the downside, though. Yeah. In California, they raised it up to a very high number. And your restaurants are going out of business all over the place.
Is it? Huh. I mean, I don't know. What the fuck do I know? I live here. That's crazy. I don't think that's the case, man.
Population is shrinking. It's had a very negative impact. But there is a level at which you could do it.
Yeah. No, people are escaping California because the minimum wage increased. And not because the cost of living is insane. Specifically, real estate. You know, the one thing that everyone is universally angry about. Okay? But of course, he is a real estate developer, so obviously he's not going to do anything about that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
What is that level?
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I can say this. You have a lot of businesses that are open and thriving because of the lower minimum wage. If you raise it too much.
Oh, that's why they're Mississippi thriving. Because the minimum wage is low. States are thriving because of low minimum wage, he said. That's amazing. That's amazing. Amazing stuff. God. This is the real champion, the real populist, the real populist right-winger, folks. He knows what's good for you, okay? You fucking peasants. Yeah. Ay. I wouldn't say the one thing people are mad about. People seem to be pretty upset at health insurance. Yeah, I mean, health insurance and housing, like those are two major pressure points. You don't understand. An anti-minimum wage conservative think tank with a vague, unassuming name said that California has lost fast food jobs since the minimum wage hike. Yeah, but Donald Trump doesn't fucking read those things. What are you, crazy? He doesn't. He can barely read. I don't think he's literate. He's just saying. He's just basically fucking, shooting from the hip here.
Too much, and you understand this. If California went crazy. They went crazy. And the restaurants are closing all over. Many more people are hurt.
So I hear you saying, similarly to sort of what you said in 2020, will you consider? Is this something you're going to look at?
I'd want to speak to the governors. And the other thing that's very complicated about minimum wages is places are so different. Mississippi and Alabama and great places are very different than New York or California. I mean, in terms of the cost of living and other things. So it would be nice to have just a minimum wage for the whole country, but it wouldn't work. Because you have places where it's very inexpensive to live, where a minimum wage, which is $8 or $9, might have very little effect because the cost of living in certain places is really low.
Before we move on to immigration, which I do want to talk about, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, said he will not leave his post even if you ask him to. Will you try to replace Jerome Powell?
No, I don't think so. I don't see it, but I think if I told him to, he would. But if I asked him to, he probably wouldn't. But if I told him to, he would.
You don't have plans to do that right now?
No, I don't.
Okay, let's talk about mass deportation, one of your big agenda items. You've talked about prioritizing people who have criminal histories.
Correct.
But is it your plan to deport everyone who is here illegally over the next 4 years?
Well, I think you have to do it. And it's a very tough thing to do. But you have to have, you have rules, regulations, laws. They came in illegally. The people that have been treated very unfairly are the people that have been online for 10 years to come into the country. And we're going to make it very easy for people to come in terms of they have to pass the test. They have to be able to tell you what the Statue of Liberty is. They have to tell you a little bit about our country. They have to love our country. They can't come out of prisons. We don't want people that are in for murder. So we had 11,000 and 13,000 different estimates, 13,099 murderers released into our country over the last 3 years. They're walking down the streets. They're walking next to you and your family, and they're very dangerous.
The 13,000 figure, I think, goes back about 40 years.
No, it doesn't. No, it's within the 3-year period. It's during the Biden term now.
That's not true. She's right. He's wrong. Why? Nothing matters. Literally nothing matters. It just doesn't matter. Like there's no reason to ever conduct a fact check of any sort here. Okay? He has a platform. He is the next president, and his fans don't give a fuck. They're like, nah, you're lying. Your fake news is bullshit. It is really crazy. And it's like, what do I always say? Narrative is more important than the truth. And this is yet another clear indication of that, where there is no reason to investigate any further. Whatever he says goes. And this happens in, obviously, like, even daily silliness that we experience here on this broadcast. Like, this has become a not necessarily like a right-wing phenomenon, but just like something that happens over and over again from very limited and tiny and rather inconsequential experiences that people have on a day-to-day basis, all the way up to the motherfucking president. That's it. No more live interviews with Trump, only boring clips and analysis like on the HasanAbi broadcast. No, it's just like, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He just straight up lies all the fucking time. And people do it all the time too. Like, people just do it against people that they don't like. I mean, think about it this way. Here, I'll give you a micro example of this that has played itself out. Misgiv farmed LSF the other day, and he was like, Hasan was not allowed to be in front of the brands because he's a brand risk, right? You say ironic coming from Hasan. Okay, explain to me where I have done this, and we can discuss. Twisting truth, if it is narrative, is what you mean. Ironic coming from Hasan, but we'll table this, had Ebola, and we'll get back to you in a second. So Misgiv said something that immediately was clipped on LSF. It just wasn't true at all. The idea that, like, I really wanted to stand in front of, like, the branded step and repeat. A branded step and repeat that I did stand in front of to get my photos taken regardless. Like, nobody cared. People were just like, oh, this goes along with an overarching narrative. I don't like Hasan, so I'm just going to be like, yeah, this is real. He wanted to really be in front of the step and repeat, and he was desperately trying to be in front of the step and repeat, but, like, they just wouldn't let him. Okay? Something that I didn't even realize at the time was even a concern. Okay? Step and repeat is like the red carpet thing that has like all the brand logos and all the advertising logos. And what was the reason the crew told you to stay there? I still don't know to this day, like to this very moment. And I did not really investigate it either. But I suspect it had something to do with lighting or the very fact that they wanted to continue using the step and repeat for people that they were snapping photos of at the time. It seems like they did that. It seems like they did that in other occasions as well. But ultimately, it doesn't even fucking matter. Right? it doesn't even, it did not matter at all. It could be for a multitude of reasons, because my outfit was all black. Maybe they, you know, didn't think that it would look good, so they wanted to do it in front of the, the green shrubbery. It could be because they had kept moving Rom away from the step and repeat over and over again because they wanted him to not take advantage of the step and repeat, because people were taking photos on it. But ultimately, it's a relatively inconsequential thing. Okay, ironic covering coming from Hasan. Nuke Staku covers it best. Oh my God, ew. Nuke Staku covers it best. You should have a little bit more shame. First of all, be a man. Okay? Be a man. Number one, if you have your own personal convictions, tell me what it is. Tell me what the issue is. Instead of being like, I am going to let another, drama YouTuber make my case for me. You should have your own personal case. But what makes this even funnier is that the person that you are bringing up is like some fucking weirdo Israel defender and also lolicon enjoyer with a VTuber avatar. Like, have an independent thought. And even if you're not going to have an independent thought, the very fact that you would point to a guy like this is fucking hilarious. Have some decency, man. You also try to bait people into saying racial slurs via TTS donations. Lots of VTubers had to deal with it. Yeah. The one guy that he pointed to was a VTuber that every other VTuber fucking despises. Anyway. You'll never believe who believed that misgive clip and shared it on his podcast today. Let me guess, Ethan Klein, my former podcast co-host, who is dialed in and laser focused on all of the important news stories of the day. Your ex-co-host ate that up and his crew was like, I don't think that's true. And he said, there's no other explanation. None whatsoever. So anyway, this is my point. My point is, narrative is more important than the truth. Narrative is more valuable than the truth. It does not matter. And people, when they realize what the truth is, okay? Why are we talking about your purifier again? Why give a fuck about your outfit in LA drama? This shit makes me want to leave instantly. Okay. I don't know if you understand how personal analogies work. But if you want, I can dive into the importance of sometimes covering like minutia that is personally involved, just for, people to understand the broader point here. Sometimes I like to pull it back. The conversation was about Donald Trump and how he just serially lies and it doesn't really matter because his followers eat that shit up. But this attitude that people have that is a thought-killing pattern, an attitude that people have towards not really giving a shit about what the truth is on any particular situation, is so pervasive online that it actually even plays itself out in like relatively innocuous, inconsequential moments, such as the one that I was explaining. It was an example. I was using it as an example, a personal example. From small to large, it's just something that happens all the time. Does that make sense? And it is very frustrating, and I don't know how to deal with it in general. I don't know what we do.
That was a fiction that they put that out. This was done by the Border Patrol. It's 13,099, and it's during the Biden period of time. And these are murderers, many of whom murdered more than one person. You don't want those people in this country.
But you're saying something, sir, that's significant. I just want to make sure I'm clear, which is that you're saying, yes, you're going to focus on the people with criminal histories, but everyone who's here illegally has to go.
I'm saying this. We have to get the criminals out of our country. We have to get people that were taken out of mental institutions and put them back into their mental institution, no matter what country it is. Do you know that Venezuela, their prisons are at the lowest point in terms of emptiness that they've ever been? They're taking their people out of those prisons by the...
Like, this is also a falsehood. Like, I don't know. I don't know why he says this all the time. I have no fucking clue where this comes from. It's just a relatively strange thing. It's just another thing that he just says.
The thousands, and they're drunk. And just to get back, because I know exactly what you're getting at. Number one, we're doing criminals, and we're going to do them really rapidly. We're getting the worst gang probably with MS-13, and the Venezuelan gangs are the worst in the world. They're vicious, violent people. And you see what they've done in Colorado and other places. They're taking over, literally taking over apartment complexes and doing it with impunity. They don't care. They couldn't. They just are. They're in the real estate business.
You know, the local police say that is not the case in Colorado.
Oh, it's totally the case. I mean,
you don't believe the local police.
I play it. I used to play it at my rallies every single night. No, they're breaking into doors. They're taking over the building.
But sir, you
and by the way,
the point.
The police are afraid to do anything.
You raised the point.
Also not true.
That the logistics are
But
complicated.
it doesn't matter.
You said it yourself. You would
everything's complicated.
Yeah, you mean you need 24 times more ICE detention capacity just to deport 1 million people per year, not to mention more agents, more judges, more planes. Is it realistic to deport everyone who's
You
here
have no
illegally?
choice. First of all, they're costing us a fortune. But we're starting with the criminals, and we got to do it. And then we're starting with others, and we're going to see how it goes.
Who are the others?
Others are other people outside of criminals. We have convicted murders. We don't mean people that are even on trial. We have people that have murdered numerous people are on our streets and in our farms, and we have to get them out of our country.
What about dreamers, sir? Dreamers who were brought to this country illegally as children. You said once back in 2017, they, quote, shouldn't be very worried about being deported. Should they be worried now?
The dreamers are going to come later, and we have to do something about the dreamers because these are people that have been brought here at a very young age, and many of these are middle-aged people now. They don't even speak the language of their country, and yes, we're going to do something about the dreamers.
What does that mean? What are you going to do?
I will work with the Democrats on a plan, and if we can come up with a plan, but the Democrats have made it very, very difficult to do anything. Republicans are very open to the dreamers. The dreamers, we're talking many years ago, they were brought into this country, many years ago. Some of them are no longer young people, and in many cases, they become successful. They have great jobs. In some cases, they have small businesses. In some cases, they might have large businesses, and we're going to have to do something with them. And
you want them to be able to stay. That's what you're saying.
I do. Okay. I want to be able to work something out. And it should have been able to be worked out over the last 3 or 4 years. And it never got worked out. You know, Biden could have done it because he controlled, Congress to a certain extent, right? He could have done something, but they didn't do it. I never understood why, because they always seem to want to do it. But then when it comes down to it, they don't. I think we can work with the Democrats and work something out.
Let me ask you about another group of people, the estimated 4 million families in America who have mixed immigration status. So I'm talking about parents who might be here illegally, but the kids are here legally. Your borders are.
You're talking about separation?
Yeah, well, I mean, there are two aspects to this. Your borders are, Tom Homan said, they can be deported together.
Correct.
Is that the plan?
Well, that way you keep well, I don't want to be breaking up families. So the only way you don't break up the family is you keep them together and you have to send them all back.
Even kids who are here legally?
Well, what you're going to do if they want to stay with the father? Look, we have to have rules and regulations.
How help us make sense of this? He's just saying he's going to do mass deportations with the children in tow.
You can always find something out like, this doesn't work, that doesn't work. I'll tell you what's going to be horrible. When we take a wonderful young woman who's with a criminal and they show the woman.
Yes, Trump did initially give Venezuelans TPS before the 2020 election to win their support. Yes, he did. He added an extra round of TPS extensions to the Venezuelans specifically in the lead up to the 2020 election. This is correct. He hates them now.
Woman, and she could stay by the law, but they show the woman being taken out, or they want her out, and your cameras are focused on her as she's crying, as she's being taken out of our country, and then the public turns against us. But we have to do our job, and you have to have a series of standards and a series of laws, and in the end, look, our country is a mess. We have the highest crime rate, and during the debate, a man whose ratings have gone way down, David Muir, said to me, no, crime is, because I had to debate 3 people, not one. Debating 1 was easy. Debating 3 was actually pretty easy, too, if you want to know the truth. But David Muir said, the crime rates have gone down. I said, no, they've gone up. And then the following day, they released the crime rates, and they were way up.
Yeah, and the FBI
Wait.
statistics. Right? You're talking about those FBI statistics.
Well, no, but he gave.
No, that's not correct. No, crime is still down. They literally have not gone up.
He gave the wrong answer.
Confusing based on what you're.
That's not true. What is she saying?
Yeah, but a lot of that is migrant crime.
Let me ask you about another aspect of this.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Crimes that are conducted by undocumented immigrants are just so marginal, so inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. It is ridiculous. As a matter of fact, migrants are, as I always repeat over and over again, more of it is unreported. That is not true. You are wrong. No, there are statistics for that as well. There's data for that as well. Okay, there's a national crime victimization survey. And even that does not have like a massive fucking bump. The idea that even if there were additional unreported crimes that are ongoing, the notion that they are conducted and committed by undocumented migrants who are just secretly so good at evading the authorities somehow is ridiculous. Just pure racism. You just made that up. Okay, you literally just made it up in your mind. You're like, oh, there's unreported crimes. Who is more responsible for it? Probably the people that are responsible for less crime per capita than documented U.S. Citizens are. Okay, natural born citizens are responsible for a higher rate of crime than undocumented Americans are. Okay, it's ridiculous. Coming in illegal, yeah, that's the cope. Coming in illegally is automatically crime. So is jaywalking, dumb fuck. Okay, during the period of chattel slavery, having slaves was not a crime, but helping escaped slaves find freedom was a crime. Does that mean that automatically it was correct? It was morally righteous? It's dumb as fuck. This is a dumb fucking bullshit thing to say. That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about murders. He has said undocumented immigrants are causing murders, hundreds of thousands of murders. The idea that like you would compare that to illegal entry into a country when the only thing that actually, could fix that problem is paperwork is ridiculous. If something can be fixed by paperwork, if they are not actually constituting a serious threat, a serious national security threat, and the only crime is that they don't have fucking paperwork, the proper paperwork, then yeah, that's ridiculous. Huh. Yeah, Trump is not talking about how these guys are doing movement crimes, okay? They're not. Trump is talking about, he's lying and saying that they're doing rapes and mass murders. The actual number in the fiscal year of 2024 is like, what, 29? For homicide and manslaughter, which includes like literally car accidents, okay? Not just like directly doing gruesome acts of murder, but like simply being involved in a fucking vehicular manslaughter situation, drunk driving, shit like that. The actual number is not hundreds of thousands in the way that Trump presents it. It's actually 29 in the fiscal year of 2024. Okay? Oh, that's one too many. Well, that's an idiotic fucking assessment. That's not how people legislate. That's not how you're supposed to legislate. You can't just be like, well, I only care about the crimes. You're basically admitting that you don't care when like American citizens do crimes. You only care when an undocumented migrant does it, no matter how small that fucking number is, no matter how marginal that number is. It is an idiotic way to try to solve a problem. Okay? It's pointing to a person lighting a match inside of a house that is already on fire and being like, oh, what the fuck? What are you doing? You lit a match. Get out illegals. Democrats' safe house is over. Really? I hope your car gets totaled by an undocumented person with no insurance. I like that. I hope your car gets totaled by an undocumented person with no insurance like mine did. And you pay out a packet like me. What the fuck? Breaking the law. Illegal status is breaking the law. What the fuck? Ironic, because if that person wasn't undocumented, because my advocacy is that that person gets the proper paperwork, then they would have insurance, you dumbass. And then you would be complaining that you got, if they didn't get the insurance, but they had the proper paperwork, then you'd be like, well, some fucking asshole totaled my car and they didn't have insurance, so I had to pay out of pocket. But of course, when we go back to the brain trust here, okay, Hamas killed Palestine. She got big old teats. Oh no. Is this the car that got total, chatter? Benji Longrod, brother. I'm on banning this guy. I want to hear what other fucking incredible moments he has. Anyway. It's awesome. God, I love hogs.
You know, a lot of it's migrant crime.
Well, let me ask you about another aspect of this that I think a lot of people are really curious about. I mean, 3% of the people who are here illegally have criminal histories. But in your first administration, you had the zero tolerance policy, where we did see family separations.
Yeah.
You ended it. The purpose of that, though, to some extent, you talked about this at the time, was deterrent.
You also had it with Obama. You do know that.
He didn't have a zero tolerance policy.
And you also know he built the jails for children.
He didn't have a zero tolerance policy.
But in 2014.
What the fuck is this? I like you, Hasan. I hate this divide between Jew boy and Turk boy. Okay, that's an insta ban. All right, pretty good.
He built the jails, you know that.
I want to ask you about the zero tolerance policy. I mean, he didn't have a systemic, we're going to separate families. Families were separated when parents were a threat to the kids.
We don't have to separate a family. Excuse me, Kristen.
Yeah.
We don't have to separate families. Yeah. We'll send the whole family very humanely back to the country where they came. That way the family's not separated.
So no more family separations. You're not reviving the zero tolerance policy.
It depends on the family. The family may decide to say, I'd rather have dad go, and we'll stay here. And in which case they have that option.
But you're not going to revive your zero tolerance policy, which was put in place as a deterrent. Is there any universe where you would bring that back, sir?
We need deterrence. Look, ready? When somebody comes here illegally, they're going out. It's very simple. When they come here illegally, they're going out. Now, if they come here illegally, but their family is here legally, then the family has a choice. The person that came in illegally can go out, or they can all go out together. And that was made very clear by Tom Homan.
So you're not, at this point...
Oh, he wants to deport not just the undocumented migrants, but their documented family members as well. He's like, you can go with them if you want. Nice.
Time planning to revive that zero tolerance policy where kids are
Well, if you call
separated.
that, yeah, I'm doing what I just told you I'm going to do. You know, I don't want to send the family out. I don't want to send anybody out. But I'll tell you, we have to, because otherwise we have no country.
Chatter is lying. The same thing happened to me, and I got basic coverage, and I still got paid out. Either they're a broke boy and didn't have insurance, or they're lying. Benji, would you care to respond to the allegations that you're a fucking broke boy? Benji's like, I was drunk driving. It's just funny because, like, yeah, uninsured, insured doesn't matter. Having your car totaled sucks. But the quickest way to make people hate you is just being a fucking racist asshole. I'm broke as fuck. Why do you think I'm mad about getting hit by a driver with no insurance? Yeah, the problem here is getting mad that someone with no insurance hate you and totaled your car, and that you didn't actually get the, you weren't able to get your insurance company to give you the proper coverage because they're massive pieces of shit. Okay? You should get mad at the right people. You should get mad at your insurance company instead of getting mad at 13 million people across the board and imagining that they have wronged you personally. Okay? Because you know who's probably just as broke as you, if not as broke or more broke? The fucking undocumented guy. So instead of getting mad at the fact that your insurance company generates profits by specifically denying you the coverage that you most likely fucking paid for, but hiding that in the fine print, you literally turn around and you're like, oh, it's the undocumenteds that are the problem here. This is how it works. This is how dummies like you, who are victims of circumstance, get caught up in the anger and resentment. And instead of directing that anger and resentment at the appropriate vectors that are causing you the fucking harm, you literally turn around and you're like, nah, dude. There's still a way to come into this country legally. Why are we ignoring that? No one is ignoring that. The average time frame for someone to legally be able to come into the country requires a shit ton of money and a shit ton of time. Some people don't have that money nor the time. My argument is make it not as costly and make it fast. That's the point. So unless you fucking agree with me on that front, okay, there is no disagreement here. Oh, so go ahead. What do you have to say if to my argument that yes, the current process is unimaginably costly and incredibly long, incredibly complex system where you need to get lawyers, pay lawyer fees. Okay, there you go. Yeah, pass the test and come on in. Okay, great. And that is what your advocacy should revolve around, not the fucking forcible mass deportation. No, that is not the law. That is not the law. I'm describing to you how shitty of a process this is. The test is not offered to every single person. This is what you don't understand. And this is what the issue is. Many Americans, I think, can be reasoned with, but they refuse to recognize that that is not the current order of business. Okay? It takes a fucking decade for some people to become American citizens the right way. Okay? If you were to actually make that process faster, then there wouldn't be this many issues. You're still mad at this undocumented migrant and placing the blame on every single person that's come into the country. Okay?
If we don't have borders, and if we don't have voting, good voting, fair voting.
I'm from Turkmenistan, became a U.S. citizen in 2018, came to the U.S. with family in 2004. We spent about $10K on all paperwork for the green card and citizenship.
You know, they're still counting votes in San Diego, California. Listen, they're still counting the votes. This is almost 4 weeks. They're still counting the votes. If we don't have fair elections and honest voting and machines that work quickly, you know, if you had paper ballots.
I literally explained this to my Catholic 90-year-old grandma. She altered her opinion dead ass. Thank you, Hasan, for the words to use in my argument. You're welcome.
Every election will be over by 10 o'clock in the evening.
So, let me ask you.
You understand what I'm saying?
Let me, before we get
and you get a much more accurate count.
Before we get to...
Does Benji know that a lot of illegal immigrants actually enter the U.S. legally? I doubt it. 52% of migrants that come into the... 52% of migrants that are undocumented on U.S. soil actually come in with a visa. They're visa overstayers. One of the most famous examples of this is obviously Elon Musk. Elon Musk was in violation of his visa when he dropped out of, I believe, Stanford and lied on his forms as well. So I guess I will make one exception for deportation. I'm an advocate for deportation of one undocumented immigrant, just one, and that's it. We satiate the thirst that the masses have for this rather cruel practice, and then, you know, win-win for everybody. We rid the nation of the scourge of Elon Musk, and we also forcibly seize all of his wealth. I say that's a good idea. Repatriation, or not repatriation, of fucking nationalize all of his industries, all of his businesses. He broke the law. Okay, we got new excerpts incoming. USA, USA. I'm Dark MAGA. USA. The 262-word handwritten manifesto the police found on Luigi Mangione begins with the writer appearing to take responsibility for the murder. According to a senior law enforcement official who saw the document, it notes that United Healthcare's market capitalization has grown. American life expectancy has not. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone, he wrote. The note condemns companies that continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Oh my God, he is the method. He has the motion. Jason is calling. Yo, what up? Yeah, I am live, yeah.
Oh, you still wanted to hoop or nah?
I don't think we can today. There's a lot of stuff that took place. There's a lot of news that happened.
Ah, news. Well, okay then. All right, I'll just text you then.
Okay. All right.
Peace.
All right. Bye. Call him the method. I want to read his manifesto bad, dude. Talia Jane has a snippet. No who's a nephew, L Unk. No, I'm still W Unk. We'll do it. We'll do it. No, he texted me beforehand. He said he probably won't be able to do it today. We were supposed to do it now. What? I shouldn't have banned? Oh my God. Deport the smartest man on the planet. A truly genius take. Yes. Why would you ban this person? That person is a cherished new, very productive member. Damn, he got double banned. Ken didn't post the manifesto because they thought it was fake. Okay, guys, stop banning Kaiba. I want to see what they have to say. You live in California, bitch. Elon is all jokes to you. He's fucking up my state. I mean, he fucked up my state too. What are you talking about? He was directly responsible. Ban for that? No. Keep chirping, queen or king or the emperor. Okay, you have incredible ideas, and I think they are people need to hear them. Some mods love banning people. They get high off it, and it's disgusting. Bro, why are you so mad at Elon? He invented electric cars. No, Elon didn't just invent electric vehicles. He invented cars. Fun fact. And space travel. Why do your chatters hate you? Ha ha ha. There's 30,000 people in here. There's always going to be people that come in with hate in their hearts, but it's okay. Okay. I think I think the reason why is because I allow people to fucking engage in the discourse. The only limitation I have is not that, that you must subscribe, but only follow for 10 minutes. What? Keep balling, brother. Big fan of the content. Don't agree on anything. That's fine to say. But he employs thousands with good jobs. First of all, no, he is notoriously bad with his employment practices. I mean, he's literally been sued by every federal regulatory agency for numerous things, including including racial discrimination. So no. Elon didn't even invent running an automobile manufacturer and want to be diplomat and Nazi because Henry Ford already did that. No, Elon Musk is Henry Ford, literally and figuratively, spiritually. Okay. The one thing he hasn't done is a failed company town in, I don't know, like a Latin American country. Once he figures that out, dude, it's over. He is 100% welcome back Henry Ford. Who will he get the Nazi Medal of Honor award from? Probably Trump. I don't think that Henry Ford was a Nazi. Oh my God, open the schools. Open the fucking school. They don't teach that in schools. Yes. Henry Ford was a card-carrying Nazi. Like, straight up. Yes, he was such a fucking valuable Nazi that Adolf Hitler gave him a medal. He is an award-winning Nazi. Like, he got an Olympic gold medal in dick riding Adolf Hitler. Okay? I don't want to see the alleged manifesto, chat. I want to see the real shit. Henry Ford Museum in Dearborn are very open about his anti-Semitism. That's crazy. Yeah. The Dearborn Independent. The International Jew is a 4-volume set of anti-Semitic booklets or pamphlets originally published and distributed in the early 1920s by the Dearborn Publishing Company, an outlet owned by Henry Ford, the American industrialist and automobile manufacturer. The book is for a collection of articles originally serialized in Ford's Dearborn Independent newspaper, beginning with The International Jew, the World's Problem. Yeah. He loved his little pamphlets, man. He did. Close that museum? No, I that's crazy. I think that it's valuable to shine a light on. I think it's fucked up that they don't teach that in school for the most part, and they show him as like a valuable titan of industry. No, I think this is good to keep in the museum. What the fuck? It is valid. I don't think we should do erasure of history. Hasan, U.S. public schools don't even teach kids that founders had slaves. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that seems a bridge too far. I feel like I'm sure they do, right? I'm pretty sure they do. They just probably like dance around it. Like they say stuff like they were really kind to their slaves or something. They don't. I don't know. I didn't go to school here, so I can't trust chatters on this, but that seems fucking insane. It seems like it's a very important detail to just skip out. Scroll down to the important part. Dude, he wrote so much. God damn, he wrote, bro, like look at the effort post, dude. Like, holy shit, dude. How do you have so much? He's just like Elon, bro. He's just like Elon. He was like redefining the assembly line while simultaneously, seemingly, once again, CEOs have way too much time on their goddamn hands just posting nonstop. Someone said autistic fixation. Motherfucker, why do you have so much time? Not a single one of the dudes. Not a single one of the dudes that works on the factory floor was like, hold up. How do you have so much fucking time to write 80 whole volumes? 80 different pamphlets on Jewish people. I feel like maybe you're not putting in the same amount of work that I'm putting in to building these goddamn automobiles. It's like after the 8th volume, you got to be like, all right, maybe you care a little too much. You're being a little silly, sir. You know? It's crazy. Industrial Revolution era Twitter. I mean, Karl Marx is a poster too, obviously. He also fucking loved writing. Karl Marx, my friend told me Karl Marx was anti-Semitic. Yeah, he's Jewish. He did say some. he did say some edgy stuff about Jewish people, but I mean, Karl Marx also was Jewish. He was the original dirtbag leftist. Chad, I'd like to see you read or write something. Okay, first of all, I don't know if you want these motherfuckers to write. Have you seen the shit that they write in the chat? I don't want to read anything by these chatters, okay? I read enough. Anyway, where were we? What is this? Did you see this yet? I did. Everybody's posting this Luigi post. Okay, I'm trying to get it taken down. Look at the title of number 51. Will Jewish Zionism bring Armageddon? Damn, dude. Christian Zionism is the OG method. There it is. Yeah, here is a rare historical photo. Henry Ford receiving the Grand Cross of the German Eagle from Nazi officials, 1938. Hitler came when he saw that shit. Holy 20 pages each, bro. Yeah, the condensed version is the abridged version is 174 pages. This man was so obsessed, dude. It is crazy. Anyway. Gotta give it to Nazi. They only have one talking point, but they really stick to it. Yeah. There's so much lore. TikTok is down? What do you mean? Kufi article excusing anti-Semitism. Christians united for Israel. 100 years of Ford and the Jews. From anti-Semitism to Zionism. I'm beginning to think that the Christians United for Israel don't really care about anti-Semitism that much. He bought a small local newspaper operating at a loss with a mission. Anyway. Okay. Shocking revelation. Yeah. Yeah, Elon Musk condensed the Jews are doing mass immigration from the third world into this country by basically just responding to a guy who said it by going, "You have said the absolute truth." Man, brevity, okay? Important. I guess he is, after all, more innovative in that field, where he was able to condense such dense anti-Semitic lore into such few words. You have said the absolute truth. Way more efficient, way more dangerous. Let's deport him. One guy. You know, if you really want to deport, an illegal immigrant, just one. Also, I'm beginning to realize that oh my God, what Ford did with the independent newspaper in terms of writing all of his pamphlets, Elon kind of has done by purchasing Twitter at a loss. Oh my God. He literally is Henry Ford. It is. Oh my God. Yeah, this motherfucker's never had a single original idea. It is crazy. Oh. Someone allegedly found Luigi's manifesto and posted on Twitter. I don't know if it's true. Chat. Ken Klippenstein thinks it's bunk. Who will be Times Person of the Year? See the short list. Joe Rogan, Claudia Scheinbaum. This is, who is this woman? Kate Middleton? Is that like a queen or something? What the fuck is that? She's no, Kate Middleton is next in line to be queen or something, right? Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, Elon Musk, and Claudia Scheinbaum, the real queen. I'm assuming it's not going to be Claudia Scheinbaum that wins this. But that is the only person that is good on this list that I like. She's queen consort, not even queen. I envy the shit you're ignorant of. I'm sorry, dude. I don't know who fucking Kate Middleton is. Immediately clocking them. My bad. I feel like there's more significant people. Elon Musk. Yulia Navalnaya, Russian economist, has been in the spotlight after her husband and country's leading dissident Alexei Navalny died in February. Navalnaya announced that after her husband's death in prison, she would continue his work. She accused Russian President Vladimir Putin of killing her husband, has met with world leaders. Oh, gross. Benjamin Netanyahu. Jerome Powell. Come on. Come on. Chairman of the U.S. Federal Reserve's 2018 serving under Trump and Biden administration as chairman. He's been steering the ship on the economy. Joe Rogan. I mean, this is all cooked. Throw this whole list in the trash. Bro, we are going to put a podcaster on Times Person of the Year short list. What is happening? All right, let's see what they said about Claudia. In October, Claudia Scheinbaum made history when she was sworn in as Mexico's first ever female president. Scheinbaum, a lifelong leftist, is also the first Jewish leader in the country of more than 200 years of independence. Scheinbaum forced her campaign on fighting for the poor and is taken into office at a time when Mexico faces issues ranging from struggling economy to rising organized violence. After Trump announced his plan to impose a 25% tariff on all products from Mexico coming into the U.S., Scheinbaum was quick to issue a firm response, indicating that Mexico, that's I think she should get it, but I don't think she will. Ew, why would Mark Zuckerberg be on this? He was under the microscope this year as a billionaire Meta CEO dealt with government scrutiny into Meta, which owns Facebook, Instagram, and other platforms. Ugh. It's going to be BB. I mean, Adolf Hitler has been man of the year. So it wouldn't shock me if they made Benjamin Netanyahu man of the year. I think it'll probably be Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, see? Adolf Hitler, man of the year, 1938. This is very famous, chat. How do you not know this? It's probably going to be fucking Elon, which I think is gross. They did not mention Jelani. He popped off. He popped off too late, okay? That's recency bias. Also, that's really fucked up. They put Jelani on that short list and not Zelensky. That's fucked up, okay? Jelani snubbed. Where's Haley Welch? What about the Luigi Mansion guy? Again, too much of a latecomer, so it won't happen. Notice no le bisexual. It's because le bisexual, le goat, le Mao Zedong is man of the year every year in my heart, and that's what matters. This list is so funny because it's like there's like one person that it's not like the others here, you know what I mean? Is in terms of like causing a metric ton of harm. And I guess Kate Middleton too. Like, the fuck has she done? Nothing, you know what I mean? But then everyone else is like a villain in very meaningful ways. Like responsible for so much. Anyway, that'll be all for today, chat. However, I do have some announcements. Tomorrow, I have an insane lineup, an insane sequence of guests, and you are not ready for this. Lena Khan, Ta-Nehisi Coates, and last but not least, Stavi Baby Halkias. 3 banger guests tomorrow. Okay? It is a slam-packed banger. Guests out the wazoo. Filled to the brim. The triple threat. And then, last but not least, this week I plan to go and work out with Bradley Martin at his gym. I also plan to do a collaboration with Maya Higa, most likely on Wednesday. So get excited, get ready. Yes, the real Greek freak, Stavros Stavi Baby Halkias will be in the fucking building. Get excited, get ready, don't get it twisted. We got a stacked ass fucking week with some banger guests. All right. On that note, let's end this with a high note. Okay.
They built the
Okay, this sucks. Never mind. I thought this was good. It's AI. There's too much AI in it. So I'm just gonna run my regular outro song. Anyway, love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.